gonna slide this shit out your nappy. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We gon' punch that bitch in it good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven, I not the punch in the good bitch. She got a diva, did a cooch tonight. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. I got a feels that's a season now. I'm gonna slam the shit out of Shinabe. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We don't punch that bitch in it good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven, I'm not the punch in the good bitch. It's hunch train the guffer. She got a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar. I'm about a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar. Unmute dude.
Unmute dude.
Bingo. 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 Everybody's got a screenshot, got a clip, got a thread. Half the internet is arguing about a thing they never read. Agree with one sentence. Now they say you join the team. One nod becomes a manifesto in the outrage machine. A joke flies over 20 heads, nobody gets the bit. A million words on what was said, but not on what was meant. Price a question at a Bitcoin just to make the timeline scream. By sunrise people write essays on a joking, call it deep. They're counting every word, they're hunting every frame, but somehow every week they're saying your name.
Mean machine.
Everybody knows what you mean.
Mean machine.
Breaking every comfortable scene. They say you're wrong, they say you're rude. They say they're done and they consume another stream from the
Mean machine.
mean machine. Professional debaters with their polished little lines, walk in like they're champions, walk out revising slides. Talk a lot about the scoreboard, talk a lot about the win. Funny how the experts keep forgetting what they're in. Some are busy measuring whose platform's standing tall, talking like they're giants while they're staring at the wall. Numbers don't do theology, but numbers don't pretend. Funny how the small account keeps outperforming them. They're counting every word, they're hunting every frame, but somehow every week they're saying your name.
Mean machine.
Everybody knows what you mean.
Mean machine.
Breaking every comfortable scene. They say you're wrong, they say you're rude. They say they're done, then they consume another stream from the
Mean machine.
debate the man when you can debate his friend?
Now let's bring up.
Why face the source when a substitute will do instead? Everybody's brave when the target's not around. Everybody's loud when the room is friendly ground. Circle after circle, panel after panel spins, talking all about the man instead of talking to him.
Mean Machine.
Everybody knows what you mean.
Mean Machine.
And that's
Living rent free in the feed. Take a joke and make a war. Take one sentence, make it more. Every week it's the same routine.
Mean Machine.
Love him, hate him, watch the scene. They keep saying they're moving on, but they're still watching the
Mean Machine.
same old outrage, different week. Same old critics, same critique. Everybody wants the crown, but the
Mean Machine.
is still around.
It's that booger whistle back. Let's see. Marks and traits of the cult guru. They do not typically like you doing well. What? They are persecuting me.
this song goes out to Dinesh D'Souza's.
Therefore, they must take down what they do not understand. That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. Oftentimes, the communal living that the guru demands doesn't match up to the guru, who's driving around in a freaking Rolls Royce. How many swamis got a dang Rolls Royce? What? I had vision last night. The ascended masters came down to me. They says, Swami, you are to get Rolls Royce. That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. How many Rolls Royces you got? Get over there in that communal living. By the way, get out of my Rolls Royce. You got 14 Rolls Royces. And by Monday, you would have 15. That's that booger whistle, baby.
We making it out of the Ganges with this one, y'all. We making it out of the Gangrenes River. Yo, remember this one?
Mormon space wives. Let's create lives. Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right.
I'm John Hickey. I'm going to be singing the Mormon song to you.
Mormon space wives.
In defense of Israel. Israeli space
Mormon
wives.
space wives.
Israel space wives.
Lords of Cola. I would like to
Israel with you.
have intimacies with you
In defense of Israel. I'd like to have Israel
on the
with you.
planet of Naboo. Mormon space wives. Magic underwear.
Space wives.
Where? Right there. Mormon space wives. Let's create lives. Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Hi. Space sex. Hello.
Space Department.
Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right.
John Hagee's on the phone.
Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Lords of Cola. I would like to have intimacies with you.
By the way, you like how I have an actual microphone, but I have a singing fake microphone because it's funny. There's the comedy when you have the banana, because bananas are comedy and are funny.
On the planet of Naboo, Mormon space wives is magic underwear.
Space wives.
Where? Right there.
By my new book, In Defense of Mormonism. My name is John Hagee, and Jesus was not the Messiah.
What's up, everybody? We are in a wacky mood, as usual. Back from Debatecon. It was insane. It was popping off. It was litty. Straight from that big old Texas titty. Yo, I was so wigged out, dog. I had to go get a wig ahead at the mall, you know what I'm saying? Yo, I was like, how do I get the most wig ahead? And they said, hey, dog, you need to go to the mall. And I'm like, what shit, the mall? Why the mall they said they got the hat store up in the mall. So I was rolled up in there like, damn, son, this a 5-story mall right here in Dallas. You know what I'm saying? This a 5-story Dallas mall. I was like, shit, I don't even know which floor to begin with. They just said, follow the swag, bro. So I started following that drip. And the drip took me straight to the hat store, you know what I'm saying? I think it was just even called the hat store. So I busted up in there. I said, give me that damn Kango, you know what I'm saying? Like a damn, let me be like, Samuel L. Jackson from 1997. Let me be LL Cool J from 1987, you know what I'm saying? And that little Indian man behind the counter said, I got the best thing for yours. You have the perfect face. You are pretty. You are very pretty. He sang me that Instagram song, you know what I'm saying? And then he had put me on this pink trip, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, son, I like this little violet thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, give me that shit. Put that shit on. And I put it on, and there was a little bit of an earthquake at the store. You know, the store shook a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I was like, that's it right there. I was a little bit of a glint of a gleam coming off of my eye when I put it on. And the Indian man said, you are looking a little bit sexy to me. Shout out to my mountebank at the Dallas Mall. Man, Debatecon was crazy. It was wild, y'all. It was lit. We saw all of them haters, all of them players, all of them fools. We seen Godlogic. Godlogic showed up looking like a damn TBN preacher. All white suit, trying to rip off of me wearing a white suit. When I wear a suit, when I'm suited out, you all know it's always white. And how does Godlogic show? In a white suit. Exactly. I wonder who gave him that idea. Oh, perhaps his fake money, cash money preacher daddy. Bishop Avery Sr., let me slap that demon out your booty, baby. Now, Godlogic, because he was such a celebrity, he popped in and popped out. You know what I'm saying? It was like he was in and out. He wasn't even there for 5 minutes. In, debate, out, gone. Didn't see him. So I recorded a debate challenge and a dance-off challenge. He ain't going to accept either one. We know that, by the way. So the Digital Social Hour podcast showed up to Debatecon, and they just did a Uthman versus 10 Christians debate, and Godlogic was in that one. And so I did a challenge to Godlogic to debate and to dance off, and I don't think he's going to accept either one. I mean, if it'd be a career ender both ways. That man would have to retire from preaching and from entertainment. Oh, but wait a minute. For him, preaching is entertainment. Oh, damn. He just burnt that boy. Burnt to a crisp. Ooh. Woo. By the way, looking at myself on the computer, I suddenly look like, I realized I look like Leon Redbone. And I wasn't even planned, dude. How am I going to look like Leon Redbone unplanned? What the heck? Shakes on the china, never mattered before. Who cared when you drop kick your jacket? As you walk through the door, no one's there. Y'all know Mr. Belvedere. Some of y'all too young. How did I come off looking like Leon Redbone? Dude, what's up? How is that even possible? I look like a wiggified Leon Redbone. The Leon Redbone looks like he would be, I don't know, smoking marijuana with John Lennon at in Louisiana as part of a blues voodoo festival, right? Because he's all sort of bluesed out, but he kind of looks like John Lennon, but he's kind of folksy too. So I don't know, dude. And then I'm trying to remember what Leon. Let's see. Let's hear his beer commercial.
There's spots for you.
There's spots for you. There's spots for you. What the hell? I forgot what he said. Yeah, did y'all watch Mr. Belvedere? Leon Redbone is Mr. Belvedere.
I'm working hard all day. So here's to you. You know there's no one else who does it quite the way you.
Anyway, so your boy Leon Redbone is in the house today. I'm feeling like I'm ready to pop off. Not in a weird way. We got a lot to get to. Y'all ready to get into it? Because it's a lot, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot we got to get to. There's a lot we got to get to. Let's start with Naeem. Reemerged because I kicked the whole phenomenons off, right? They kicked the whole thing off. And we've already got a few clips up. I think there's actually a clip with Naeem that has like 70,000 views. So I was trying to find that one. I don't know where it's at. Let me see if I can find it. When you drop kick your jacket, as you walk through the door, no one cares. When you drop kick your wife, as you walk through the door, no one cares. I don't drop kick Jamie, don't worry. I do a Van Damme spin kick. Naeem. That's a... Somebody ought to tell that dude, you didn't need an extra. You got 2 E's in your name, dude. You only need 1. We all know that 1 E signifies eem. You didn't have to put 2 E's in there to be Naeem. Naeem.
To Naeem here.
All right, here we go. Naeem. Yeah, we popping off with this one's already got this clip. Just a clip was 75K. Now, this first debate in full goes live today if y'all want to go check out the full debate. This is a good early boil down of the essence of the debate, and this is just my opening statement. Okay, so this is my opening statement, which is, dang, it's crazy that the opening statement already got 75,000 views. That's wow, boy. And then we got some clips over here of heated exchange. We'll do that in a little bit. So now the prompt of this debate is the Quran true or the Bible true. Okay, so this is a Quran versus Bible true debate. And this was my opening statement. We're going to burn through it quick. And by the way, if you got your questions, feel free to send your questions via Super Chat. We're not taking calls today. We got too much to get through. If I took calls, we'd be here for 8 hours. So we got to get through all this stuff.
4. If you pay just close attention, you might catch a little side glimpse there. So these guys over here. To Naeem.
practicing crowd work with improv dumb jokes. I was busting on people in the audience, making testicles jokes. Who's your favorite Greek god? Testicles? Because you gay. I was burning them with wigger jokes.
Or ball shorts. Because I wanted to be ball.
I had my my Coach shorts on. Pulling up looking like Coach from the 90s. You remember Coach? What's his name? Nelson?
In this debate. Thank you to Naeem here for. If you pay just close attention, you might catch a little side glance there. So these guys over here. Thank you for that, and also thank you to ChatGPT, peace be upon him, for that opening statement. That was pretty obviously what was going on.
By the way, he was reading from ChatGPT on his phone. I could see it from where I was sitting. That's why I said ChatGPT, peace be upon him. And he said, "I was not using the ChatGPTs. That is a false statement."
ChatGPT was not used once.
I'm making jokes, dude. If you're going to speak during do I get to speak during his time? All right, so we're talking about Revelation, of course.
ChatGPT was not used. There was no such thing as a ChatGPT. ChatGPT did not exist at the time when I was giving my opening statement.
We heard some interesting stories there, but he didn't tell you the story about the origin of the Quran, and I will talk about.
I do not even know how to use the, what are you calling it, the chat of GPs. How is the artificial, I don't even know these things.
And if you're able to just move the mic a little bit closer.
I will talk about divine revelation from our perspective, but I do want to talk about all the data that he left out in regards to his own position, which never told you about the Uthmanic recensions. If you talk about the origins of the Quran, we actually don't know the origins of the Quran in terms of the 7th century.
Now, I know everybody's heard the Uthmanic recension argument. I tried to go in the direction in an epistemic way in this debate, right? Because nobody ever talks about what's the epistemic principle by which you know that today's version of the Uthmanic recensions is correct and not an earlier or different version, right?
There are some traditions that relate to later stories in some of the hadiths about what happened. Now, what's funny, and he also didn't tell you this, he comes from a Quran-only tradition, which is, according to some estimates that I saw online, really only a few thousand, maybe 10,000 people in the world that are known. So he's giving you the impression that he's part of this overall community that's the history and the world nation of Islam, or I don't mean the cult nation of Islam, but I'm saying the nation of Islam in terms of religion, when the majority, 99% of the Islamic world calls him a heretic. So he's actually undercutting his own case by acting like the Quran is extremely clear and specific and perspicuous when he himself doesn't think this, because
this man right here know his shit right here. This man, who is this dude? Who is this handsome man up here with his Coach Nelson outfit here? This man up here about to blow the whip. Fallacy. Foul. He's about to call a fallacy. Get it? Because he's the coach.
Almost all of the Muslim world is confused by the Quran, and they need all of the hadiths, and the hadiths.
By the way, I shouldn't have worn that's a very thin shirt, and it gives the impression that I have man tits. I do not have man tits. That is a false lie. A false lie the internet has constructed. This is a very thin, comfy. It's a comfortable, this shirt puts priority on comfortability at number one, okay? And it gives the impression that my nipples are poking out, but that is simply because it was cold in that place. And also many of the men were very attractive in that place.
Science that goes into rating of the various hadiths in terms of which ones are sound and which ones are not. But he rejects all that. Now, there's so many fallacies that I heard, so many problems in this discussion that I want to highlight everything that he outlined about the problems of textual criticism or the history of the text in terms of the Bible and church history and the Old Testament. It's 10 times worse for his position. Since there were no clear unanimous traditions about the text at the time of Muhammad, it's actually the generations after Muhammad, particularly a figure named Uthman, who decided, sort of arbitrarily, to pick Zayd's version. And Zayd's version is interesting because we don't know exactly why that would be the one chosen. In fact, because of this dispute between Muslims in Syria and in Iraq, there were multiple variants. There were variants about the numbers as well of the surahs. So I'm going to be asking him questions as well. Since Uthman was not a prophet, was not ordained as a prophet, I want to know how we're supposed to know that the correct number of the surahs actually exists in the scriptures. Because the Quran itself doesn't tell us that, just like the Bible doesn't tell us what books go into the Bible. And I want to thank the excellent refutation of Protestant sola scriptura that he did. So when the Protestant that you're here to debate comes, let me know, because I would agree with you on most of those critiques. You should have done some research about what our position is, because it's not justification by faith alone.
Yeah, he argued that the Bible teaches the Protestant views. Like, he did no research on our position. He just came and argued as if he's arguing with like a sola fide Protestant person. And yeah, this is hotel fluorescent lights. So the lighting is terrible. it makes everybody look bad. But except for Naeem's got a mega mind head and it's sort of glowing. There's a glisten off of his head. So he's the only one that ended up looking cool because his dome was glistening. But the opening statement from him and from Jake, ironically, they really ended up arguing against Protestant positions, which I was like, hey, I want to thank both of the Muslims for showing up to refute Protestantism for us tonight.
Not any of the basic evangelical Protestant doctrines that ChatGPT told you about. So most of what we know about the Quran, again, historically speaking, is a cobbled together collection that's about 30 years after the actual time of Muhammad himself. Muhammad, as you probably know, was not able to read and write, and so he is not the one that's actually doing the writing or recording the message of God. It's actually later generations. And most scholars will admit, and again, he likes to appeal to liberal scholarship. Of course, liberal scholarship is no friend to the Quran either. They will all date these things very late and point out all the tremendous amounts of skepticism that go into figuring out exactly what happened in these centuries. Muhammad died in 632, and thus there was no written Quran, but Abu Bakr was the caliph of that time. Zayd, as we said, had a written copy, we're told, but this written copy was hidden under a bed of one of Muhammad's wives for 20 years. But just trust us, it's there, it's good. It's the whole thing, I promise.
Now, some Muslims tried to rebut this line of critique because there's this period, right, in the early non-formed Quran, supposedly, right, where there's like a 20-year gap that this was just under some chick's bed. It's under her pillow. She was leaving it for the Arab version of, Tooth Fairy or whatever. Sheikh Al Tooth Fairy was supposed to come pick up this book. She put it under her pillow. And then, oh, by the way, they just found it later on, but also a goat ate some of the pages of it. So now the Muslims think, look, we have a much better textual history because there's one copy hidden under bed for 20 years. You have thousands of non-copy. So they didn't even understand the difference between thousands of texts attesting to a unanimous line of argumentation versus one supposed book underneath a pillow for 20 years that we just assume is the right list of surahs based on what Uthman decided when he chose Zayd's version.
Not only do we not know if this is the right copy, it could maybe this was somebody's diary under their bed. We don't know, right? It's all arbitrary. There's another problem, and that is that most scholars believe that
this was a joke, by the way. I wasn't literally saying it was a diary.
There were not specific dot and vowel indicators at that time for Arabic for correct pronunciation. So just having clear texts would not necessarily tell us the right pronunciation. And again, if you're speaking to a lot of people who are hearing things orally, we wouldn't necessarily know if they're actually understanding correctly the vowels and so forth, how they're being pronounced to get the right terminology and the right meaning. He comes to texts, as many Muslims do, with a very simple sort of surface self-evidence type of view. That's why I'm going to ask him some epistemic questions about how he has certitude about who this God is in terms of which surahs make up that text, because he's not going to be able to tell me. He has no way, no epistemic criteria to actually say how he knows that he has the correct version of the Quran. It's all just simply assumed. Now, you heard the arguments that he gave. It was a whole bunch of things like...
Yeah, and this ends up being, I think, the first half of the debate. Yeah, the first half of the debate ends up being, how do you know that you have the correct version or list of the surahs? And his whole argument is so low tier. It basically just ends up being, because I've not found a version different. And I'm like, well, so how does that prove that you have the right one? That's an argument from silence. So it's a non sequitur.
Well, look at the way that God speaks in it. I mean, he speaks like it's a clear revelation. So clearly a clear revelation would speak clearly, right? Isn't that clear?
By the way, he also just says that, well, the Quran is clear. Well, actually, 99% of the world of Islam disagrees with you because they believe in the hadiths. So if the Quran is clear, then why are there hadiths? And he's like, oh, I don't believe in the hadiths. Oh, okay. Well, if it's all clear, then why does 99% of Islam fail? Right? Because he thinks that 99% of Islam has gone off course.
That's all begging the question. That doesn't tell us anything. Con men, religious grifters have for centuries, for millennia, used all kinds of tricks like saying, well, it's clear, it's obvious, it's simple. This is another fallacy. The appearance of something being simple does not have anything to do with it being true or false. You can have simple errors. You can have simple mistakes.
He also does the classic Daniel Hakikachu move where he says, well, the Quran is preserved, so it's true. And I'm like, can error be preserved? And they're like, at first, Naeem says no. And I'm like, Naeem, you just used the Bhagavad Gita as an example, the Mahabharata, the Hindu text. And he's like, yeah, so what? I'm like, isn't it ancient? Yeah. well, did it preserve error? Like he doesn't know what the word preserve means.
You can also have complex errors and complex mistakes. So the entire argument that the Bible is difficult for me, so therefore God is not in it and it's not true, is a fallacy. It's stupid. It's silly. These are terrible.
Yeah, a big part of his argument was the Bible's a difficult book, so it's not true. The Quran's simple, which is such a stupid arguments.
Now, moving on, I want to get into the issue of the text themselves. We have a lot of statements in the Quran itself. And again, remember, this is a person who, as far as I'm aware, does not believe in any of the traditions, any of the hadiths. So he's a Quran-only Muslim. That means that he believes, he's committed to the view that the Quran is a perfect revelation. Again, even though the Quran in many, many instances, many, many verses, doesn't actually identify exactly who the reference are, who the person is. Sometimes prophet is used, and it's just assumed that it's talking about Muhammad. Now, most of the Islamic world later on thought, well, you know what, we got to have some traditions because there is actually some unclear passages. For example, who is this prophet? Do we know that in every case prophet refers to Muhammad? Because sometimes there's passages that speak of Old Testament prophets. How do we know which one it's talking about? Now,
the point of this is, like, this is why Muslims would argue they need the hadiths, because there's so many places where the Quran is super ambiguous and unclear, and it just says the prophet or a prophet, and they're like, who? I mean, there's tons of prophets, and they just assume that it's talking about Muhammad. Okay, but how do we know? And that's why eventually, well, we need these hadiths that help explain things, right? But because this guy is part of a Quran-only tradition, it's worth bringing in that argument from the normal Sunni side.
Well, the context tells you. Yeah, but again, this is begging the question because without an interpretive framework, we don't know that we have the right context even. So this whole idea that texts are self-authenticating, self-propelling or something like that, this is a very old Protestant idea. And it's also a tradition, I think, that comes out of his whole religious ethos that the majority of his religious ethos rejects. Most of them do not believe that the Quran is clear. They actually need the hadith. So if it's clear, then why are you the 0.01% minority against the rest of the Islamic world? Now, moving on, we have many passages in the Quran that speak of a view of the Old Testament, which is 100% contradictory to everything he said about the Old Testament. You notice he relegated it to the typical sort of liberal, higher critical perspective that this was just a time-bound revelation to a bunch of desert Jews, and they were, nasty individuals who just wanted real estate and this kind of stuff. Are you aware that in many passages in the first 10 surahs, the Quran itself backs up many of those Old Testament stories? So to undercut the entire history of the Jews, including the stories of David and the stories of Moses and others, would undercut the very thing that you said is a limited a limited Hebrew jingoistic religion. It makes no sense. We're told, for example, in Quran 2, it says, although they used to pray for victory by means of the prophet over the prophet.
By the way, so when he was reading what looked like a Chat GPT script, I'm like 99% sure it was, when he was doing his opening statement, you could tell that the AI was just sourcing a lot of higher criticism. And then I later on called out the fact that half of your arguments were just sourced from higher criticism. And why would you be using them when, you're not going to say what they say about the Quran because they say the same thing, right? And then he's like, oh, I have never read a single higher critical person. I'm like, yeah, exactly, because you used the Chat GPT prompts and you didn't even realize you were using those arguments.
Atheists, when they came to them a book from Allah, they recognized and they confirmed the scriptures that they had in their hands, and then they rejected it. So may Allah's condemnation be upon the disbelievers. This is speaking of the Jews. This is speaking of people in the ancient Old Testament times who had a revelation from God, but they rejected what they had in their hands. Nothing about a recension, nothing about revisions of the text. And the funny thing is, it's total projection because everything that he says about recensions of Old text is literally the very thing he did in his opening statement. Again, refuting Protestants using higher criticism. We are told, for example, in Quran 2, and I want to go to this one because this is an important one, 75 to 79, this is a passage where we talk about supposedly Bible corruption. And this is used constantly. We're told over and over and over that, and he used it, of course, in his opening statement, that they distorted the texts. Well, it turns out when we actually read what it says, it does not say they distorted the text. It says that they heard the words and distorted the meaning. Now, we're told elsewhere the same corruption is by illiterate persons. I don't know about you, but I don't think illiterate people can corrupt a text. If you can't read, you can't corrupt it. You can corrupt what you heard, and that's what it says. Now, many of the early Islamic scholars of the first and second generations, I don't know if he accepts or rejects those people, probably not, but they had a very consistent position that Allah's word cannot be changed or corrupted. If God speaks, and if you think about the idea that some Muslims have of the tablet or the eternal Quran, it's no different really than having a version of the divine decree, right? If God speaks something, it cannot be undone, it can't be destroyed. The argument of the Quran in these passages is saying that it's possible for people to hear it and misunderstand it, but they cannot corrupt that text, in my view, or that Torah or that Injil. Now, I'm not saying that the Quran is true. I'm saying that the Quran, at this very point, which he tried to make a case for the Quran, is the very thing that refutes the Quran. There are many...
I've got it on fast because we need to get through a lot of clips, and it would take forever if I didn't put it on 1.5. But hopefully you guys can make out what I'm saying here, right? This is not super... I mean, it's a lot of arguments that we've heard
for many years in the Islamic debate sphere. But what I'm trying to do here is, again, we're going to go in a little bit of a different direction with Naeem and get into epistemology, because I mean, he's not doing well with texts or anything like that or history, but I knew he would be demolished in epistemology, and that's what ends up happening.
Need more passages that we have to get to. Let's look at, for example, in Quran 1094. Well, let's start with 289. Although they prayed for victory, we had the book within their hands, okay? So Allah gave this book. Remember, Allah's words cannot be changed. And that's also in the Quran. In 278 and 79, I'm going to read you the passage so that you can see how much time I have left. Okay. Among those are the illiterate. They know nothing about the scripture except lies. So they wishfully speculate. Notice, the illiterate is the context. He didn't tell you that verse 78 says the illiterate. He just read the second verse after that, which says, they say and distort the scriptures that this is from Allah. But it's not people distorting the scriptures in terms of the text. It's the illiterate people distorting what they hear. We read in Quran 3:48, Allah will teach him writing, wisdom, Torah, and gospel, or Injil. Now, if Allah is the one that taught Torah, and Torah is what they had between their hands, if Isa had Torah in his hands, and that's what he was to learn from, then it can't be corrupted. Mary wondered, 3:47 and 48, my Lord, how can I have a child when no man has touched me? The angel replied, so will it be. Allah creates what he wills. When he decrees a matter, he says it is so. Allah will teach him writing and wisdom, Torah and gospel. So, to say that Torah is corrupted, which is what he explicitly said about the Mosaic passages in the Old Testament, just literally reciting like Bart Ehrman level higher criticism, is to also deny his own book. So the people of the gospel in 547, judge by what Allah has revealed in it. Those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed are truly the rebellious. Now, this is a passage that I would argue is, again, it's a little ambiguous. Let the people of the gospel, that is the Christians in 7th century here, judge what Allah has revealed in it. Is the gospel? Well, if it's the gospel, then I'm judging the new supposed revelation from Muhammad on the basis of what came before. How could I do that if it's all been corrupted? It would make no sense. But if what I'm judging is a revelation of the new revelation, that's the new revelation, so I judge the gospel by what's new, because again, this is indefinite here, then it refutes him because it's not clear. And thus we have to have some kind of interpretive matrix or network or framework or paradigm to understand.
I was just throwing in an extra argument here to show that his position about the Quran being explicitly clear, and because it says in the Quran, right, there's a passage that says this book is perfectly clear. Which, again, well, then why do we need the hadiths if it's perfectly clear? But I'm just pointing out that the Quran is riddled with problems. And so one of these problems is ambiguity in reference throughout the text. And so that's what I'm highlighting here. Again, just as an additional problem for his position in this passage.
All of these ambiguous phrases. And thus, it doesn't make sense to be a Quran-only Muslim because it is not, quote, perfectly explained as Quran 6:1, 14, and 15 claim about itself. Again, this alone is another contradiction. To his point, if the Quran is a perfect explanation, then why do 99.9% of the Islamic world believe in hadiths, whether it's the Sunni tradition or the Shia who have their own hadiths? So he's, again, totally misrepresenting his position as if he represents all Islam. Again, they almost all would call him a heretic. Now, if we go to 546 and 47, it says, then in the footsteps of the prophets, we sent Jesus, son of Mary. Jesus confirmed the Torah revealed before him. So what a lot of these guys don't understand is that we possess today, and even the liberal scholars will admit this in the Christian tradition, in the Western tradition, we possess thousands of manuscripts from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries. There are various textual traditions, that's true. But we don't believe in sola scriptura, and most of his argumentation was actually premised on a position of sola scriptura. We actually believe that tradition is necessary. But being a Quran-only Muslim, you can see why he has a problem with the idea of tradition. He rejects his own traditions, which are also necessary, even in his own history. For us, the Bible is not a self-authenticating book. That doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing as that, nor does he possess that. In fact, what Jesus in his own day was supposed to confirm the teachings of Allah by was the Torah that Jesus...
You notice, too, the idea of self-authenticating. It's the same mistake that Protestants make when they talk about the text. The Bible is just simply what it is self-evident, self-authenticating. And it's the same move that Roman Catholics do with natural theology. Oh, well, the principles of natural philosophy are just self-evident, self-authenticating, right? I mean, this is Tim Gordon position. This is the, Trent Horn position. They just simply are. And that's why I always hammer home, no, everything is theory-laden. And you guys are all making the same mistake, whether you're Muslim, or whether you're Roman Catholic, or whether you're Protestants with the Bible. You're all just saying that, well, these things are just self-evident. They're self-authenticating. Well, you understand in a debate, then I can just ask the, epistemic question of, okay, well, how do you know that that's the case? And can I just arbitrarily assert my positions to be self-evident and self-authenticating? You see how silly this is.
Guess what? We have Torahs that exist before the 7th century. And the Torahs that we possess, in many of the textual traditions, are very similar or identical to the Jewish Torahs. Christians can still read a Jewish Torah and understand the messianic prophecies in them. Now, for him, none of this is possible because it's all been corrupted. But he has no epistemic measure to know what is the corrupted text and what are...
This is the key point right here, right? This is the epistemic argument.
The non-corrupted text. For example, many passages and stories in the Torah are, and in the historical books as well, and in David's Psalms, etc., they're repeated in the Quran. So there's all kinds of things that he's not aware of, apparently, that are in the Old Testament. I don't think he's actually read it, because he would know that if he had, that are also part of the Quranic tradition. So by him saying that the Old Testament is full of inexplicable, mysterious, pointless teachings, which make no sense and can't be from God, he's undercut giant portions of the first 10 surahs of the Quran, which repeat those things. This is so crazy. We gave Jesus the gospel containing guidance and light, confirming what was revealed in Torah. Okay, that's at Jesus' time. Remember, the other passage says that what they have between their hands. So there's no way, if you believe the Quran, to say that what came before was all corrupted. Moving on. 932. They wish to extinguish Allah's light with their mouths, but Allah will not allow his light to
I will slow it down a little bit.
Allah will only allow his light to be perfected, even to the dismay of the unbelievers. Oh, wait, except for all the light throughout the Old Testament, which Allah allowed to be corrupted, according to him. So the light of Allah himself, according to him, cannot be corrupted. 932. His whole opening statement was gigantic portions of Allah's revelation were corrupted. Makes no sense. Moving on. I want to talk about confusion between, how much time do I have?
2 minutes and 20 seconds.
So let's move on. I'm going to skip over here to many of his claims. So first of all, he said, the fact that it's difficult shows that it can't be from God. That's a fallacy. It's called a psychological report. That's simply telling us something about you that you don't understand. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether it's true or false. So fallacy of psychological report. He says it's not God's revelation for all of mankind. I mean, again, total lack of familiarity with multiple passages. Matthew 28 says, Jesus says, go out, baptize the nations, and preach the gospel to them. Paul himself went on countless missionary journeys to spread the gospel. That's the entirety of the book of Acts. So the idea that Paul and Jesus are out of accord and they never taught a message for all of mankind is preposterous. In fact, countless prophecies in the Old Testament are about when the Messiah comes, the Gentiles will have the gospel and the covenant opened up to them. This is described explicitly in Luke 21, Matthew 24. So this idea is preposterous. He said all kinds of crazy stuff, like the Old Testament doesn't teach the afterlife, or doesn't really talk about it. No, David says many times over, if I keep your law, I will dwell with you forever. He says about Jesus himself, a famous prophecy, Matthew 1:10. The prophecy is about Christ's eternal Melchizedekian priesthood. Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. You are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. There are tons and tons of passages all throughout the Old Testament that teach eternal life, and that's precisely what Jesus argued to the Pharisees. So notice he made the Pharisee argument, or the Sadducee argument, I should say, that the Old Testament doesn't teach eternal life. And he hinges that argument on Abraham, who worshiped him in John 5-9 and believed in him. Abraham is not dead. Moses is not dead. They are alive to God. So this idea is preposterous. Jesus makes this very argument. Most of his arguments were also Marcionite arguments, the first heresy that the church dealt with, that there's an evil God in the Old Testament and a righteous God in the New Testament. No, there are many, many, many passages. In fact, most of the gospel citations that Jesus is having in the arguments with the Pharisees are the Old Testament showing continuity with the same God of the New Testament, that God is his Father. Notice that Allah is not the same God as Jesus' God either, because the Quran says Allah has no sons, he does not beget, he is not a father. Well, Jesus says countless times over throughout the Gospels that God is his Father, that Yahweh is his Father. In fact, Deuteronomy says many times over, God is a father to Israel. So this
and I'll give you a chance to wrap up that last sentence.
Last, I will just point out that when he said faith and works, that is another misunderstanding. The Orthodox position, as Paul says in Galatians 5:6, is that the only faith that saves is the one that works through love. So Paul and Jesus teach the same gospel.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that. Let's move on. This is a cross exam.
So the Orthodox position is that Jesus dying on the cross for our sins, that this is a ultimate continuation and fulfilling of the Old Testament rites of sacrifice.
Correct.
Okay. So now can you show me anywhere, I have a hard time accepting that, and the reason for that is, can you show me anywhere in the Old Testament where a sacrifice was done? Okay, so when we go to the Old Testament, sacrifices were done with a priest who washed, who put on the holy garments, and he was in the most sanctified state.
Thank you. Can you give me something to spit into? Now, this is where it gets, this is the fun part of debates, is when you have these sort of cross-examinations. And I think it's the funnest part of the debates because you don't know what arguments they're going to bring, right? And I kind of initially, after opening statements, let him kind of have the floor and ask whatever questions he wanted to, because one of the strategies that I always employ, which I think is pretty effective, it's kind of like the Max Holloway style. If you watch Max Holloway in UFC, Max Holloway will let you basically punch and wrestle for 4 rounds, and then he like saves and conserves all this energy and just demolishes you at the end. And so I try to I just let people yap, and the more they yap, the more they're hanging themselves. And this is what people don't understand. People think that the more they say, the better their case is going to be. Not necessarily. So I let this dude yap for the next 30 minutes, asking all kinds of questions, and I just let him hang himself with the more dumb, bad arguments that he made.
And so by the time that he had asked all these questions, we had a sufficient amount of evidence, right, to really just sort of demolish the guy. And I call that the Max Holloway strategy of debate. And if you guys have watched me in formal debates, I employ this strategy quite a bit. For example, when I am being cross-examined, right, in most cases, unless I'm really needing to explain something, in most cases, I offer very minimal response, right? Like in the Shabir Ali debate, if you go back to that, when he was cross-examining me, I would just answer with very short, simple responses, right? Because the more I yap, the more he's going to have a potentiality of finding something to hang me. I don't think he could actually, trip me up, but he would have a better chance of finding me saying something, or I might say something that's not as clear to the audience, and it might appear to the audience that he tripped me up. So these are kind of like obvious common sense tactics if you think about it in terms of how to do, verbal ultimate fighting. But here I just wanted him to kind of lay out arguments, and the only thing I'll give him credit for is that there was a couple places in this debate where he made a couple arguments I'd never heard. And so right here is an argument that I've never heard. And I like these types of curveballs because it forces you to think on your feet. And I think a lot of people who don't do debates or haven't done debates a lot, like they think that, oh, well, I'll just perfectly write out my statements and then I'm good. I don't care how good you are. Even if you're the best debater in the world, there will be people who will give you new arguments or curveballs, or in some cases, really stupid people actually can be a challenge because they will make bizarre, weird connections and arguments that you don't even know how they got to that. You're like, how are you getting this from that? And it will give the appearance that this dum-dum is actually tripping you up. Now, that doesn't happen here. But I will say that in this case, this actually, in his cross-examination, it actually turns into very much like the Jake debate, a lot of him trying to understand the position. And so in this weird instance, and in the weird instance of the Jake debate, which ended up being more of an interview, as you'll see, in these cases, it was advantageous to yap a little bit more in terms of explaining what he's asking for, because he was actually trying to understand. I don't think he was actually looking for, he might have been looking for ways to trip me up, but I think he was just sort of so out to lunch in terms of not understanding our view, because when he did his prep, it was obvious that he really only looked at Protestant positions.
And then he would take an animal, then he would slay it simply, and then that would be it. Can you show me?
So this is an interesting argument I'd never heard before. It's a dumb argument if you think about it, but this idea is that, well, the Mosaic law says that a priest has to do the sacrifice. And if Jesus is the sacrifice, then how could he be that if the Romans are the ones doing it and not a priest?
How this idea of Jesus, pagan Roman savages taking this human and spitting on him, torturing him, flaying him, that this is at all a continuation of the Old Testament model of holy sacrifice?
By the way, it's not a continuation, it's a fulfillment, which I said early on.
How in the world is that?
Because of all the prophecies that he would die on a tree, that he would be humiliated, that he would undergo death, Isaiah 53. The suffering servant passages that, for example, the Jews, let's give an example of Jews. Jews believe in two different messiahs. They believe, because of the Talmud, right? Because there are these passages that speak of Messiah undergoing suffering and death, and there's also passages of a reigning, conquering Messiah. So Talmudic Jews have the idea of Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David. That's their way to explain around the passages that seem to be a problem with, on the one hand, Messiah has all of these death, burial, resurrection motifs. Let me give an example in the book of Psalms. Many, many times throughout the Psalms, David describes this life, persecution, death, descent into Hades, and then resurrection motif. It's in dozens of the Psalms, right? The New Testament sets the pattern for us, this is our paradigm, for interpreting those Psalms because of the many places, for example, where Paul and Jesus cite those Psalms about Jesus. Those are predictions of the life, death, burial, resurrection, and ascension of Christ. Again, Psalm 110 is a great example. It's the most cited Psalm in the New Testament. So, point being, Jesus is not just a conquering, Judaic king like they wanted in terms of the zealots at the time of Christ. They wanted the Davidic kingdom to be set up, overthrow the Roman, dominance that they had. Jesus came and said, that's for later. But for right now, many things have to be fulfilled that have not yet been fulfilled, such as all of these dozens of passages back to Genesis 12, 15, 17, 22 with Abraham, of all of the nations being opened up to the covenant to come in. That's what Luke 21 says. Jesus says, you will see all the Gentiles coming in. And he says in Matthew 21, 43, he says, the Jews, the original sons of the kingdom, will be tossed out because they rejected me. This is the whole parable of the landowner. So Jesus is the servant who's rejected, but he's also the Messiah because it's a suffering servant and a Messiah. It's both of those things. So the Romans unknowingly fulfilled the prophecies by crucifying him, and then he resurrects to destroy their power. And that's why within 3 centuries, how was Rome destroyed? Not through wars and swords like the Zealots wanted. Rome was destroyed, as Daniel 2 predicted, by becoming the kingdom of the Messiah, becoming Orthodox Christians.
Okay, so
Now, this is important because I've been using this argument for many, many years, and I want to stress it. And I'm glad to see other people using this argument because it's an underused passage here. And we can't let the idiot evangelical Zionists, premillennialist people destroy the power of this prophecy. If you go to Daniel 2, you'll notice that this is a prediction of the Messiah and the kingdom under which the Messiah is born, it says, will become a gigantic tree, right? It says that in the days of these kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which will not be destroyed. The kingdom will not be left to other people. It will break in pieces and consume all the other ones. The mountain cut without hands, this is the Messiah, Christ himself, right? Will break into pieces these other kingdoms and consume them, and those will become his kingdom, okay? This happens in the era of the Roman Empire. The Messiah is born in the Roman Empire, and within a couple centuries, 3 centuries, 4 centuries, the Messiah conquers that kingdom, not with swords and spears, but with his gospel teaching, and the Roman Empire becomes Christianized. That was the argument that I'm making here, just as one example. It's not the only example. There are many, many, many examples in Isaiah, the Psalms, etc. Isaiah 45, Psalm 45 in the Masoretic, Daniel 2, etc. There's many passages like this about the kingdom. And so for us, we believe that kingdom is the church.
you can't point to me any passage in the Old Testament where a sacrifice which is honored by Yahweh is carried out by the hands of pagans. Because last time I checked, only priests do it. Holy and sanctified priests.
The death of the Messiah was, according to the Gospel of John, both the Romans and the Jews. So,
yeah, by the way, I don't even think this argument works on his own grounds because Caiaphas is the one that's handing him over. So technically Caiaphas is the one that's sacrificing the Messiah, right?
So, Caiaphas, the high priest, is assigned the blame for handing Jesus over. But there's nothing about the predictions of the Messiah that say that he can't be crucified by the Romans.
No, I'm saying...
One quick thing I'm going to jump in really quick is, Jay, if you can pull your mic just slightly closer, and then Waleed, if you can pull your mic just slightly away from your mouth, and that should balance you guys out.
All right, cool, no problem. Yeah, no, so what I'm saying is that... I'm
going I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the original point you made, Jesus' sacrifice is pursuant to the Old Testament model.
I see what you're saying.
But I've never seen an Old Testament sacrifice model of pagans carrying it out and shedding the blood with their hands.
Right. So the reason for that is that Jesus is not a priest after the Levitical priesthood. Jesus is a priest according to the Melchizedekian priesthood. So if you read Genesis 15, 16, 14, 15, 16, you'll read about the story.
Now, I want to be clear here. So Jesus' priesthood is superior to the Levitical Aaronic priesthood, which, by the way, he instituted in our view, right? So the Levitical Aaronic priesthood is after the Melchizedekian priesthood. Paul makes this argument in Hebrews 7 that that's why the Melchizedekian priesthood is superior to the Aaronic priesthood. But the Aaronic priesthood is still a type of Jesus's actions, you see. However, Jesus' Melchizedekian priesthood is superior to the Aaronic priesthood.
Melchizedek, you read about Abraham tithing till Melchizedek. The reason this matters, and this is why Psalm 110 says, "Thou art a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek," is because Christ's priesthood is superior to the Aaronic priesthood. So it is not the Levitical priesthood. We do think that there are types in the Levitical priesthood, but it doesn't mean that every single thing that Jesus does will be identical to every single thing that a Levitical high priest did.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. You really think this Son of God bleeding on the cross, that this is a faithful continuation of the religion of Moses?
All of the religion of Moses is about the Son of God.
Bleeding on the cross?
Absolutely.
Okay.
For example, the Passover. In the Passover story, the Jews take an undefiled, perfect lamb. None of his bones are broken. They sacrifice that, and they eat that in a family covenantal meal For us, Jesus, according to the Gospel of John, very clearly is that Passover. His death happens at Passover. And just like the feast of the Passover is succeeded by the feast of Pentecost, which is the ingathering or the Feast of Weeks, so likewise, Jesus sends the Holy Spirit at the Feast of Pentecost in the book of Acts, exactly as the Jewish feasts line up. So I'm saying even the Jewish feasts themselves, the Jewish liturgical cycle, points to the very things that we're talking about.
Okay, so engorging yourself on human flesh and blood is a feature of the Old Testament religion.
We are not cannibals, so we're not eating a dead dude. We are eating the deified flesh
Even memorially.
of the God-man.
I don't know. Is it literal to you? Is it memorial to you?
It's a real presence.
Okay. That's features in the Old Testament religion, a real presence of a man being engorged. His
No,
flesh
the
and his
Old
blood.
Testament is a type. So the sacraments of the Old Testament are foreshadowing. They do not contain the grace that the New Testament sacraments possess. So for example, in the Old Testament, when you mentioned going to a priest, what you would do, depending upon the type of sacrifice, in the book of Leviticus is, if you had committed this or this sin, you would bring a certain animal to be sacrificed. It would be cooked, and you would sometimes share the meal with the priest. So all of those things, this is why we believe Jesus is doing in the upper room the Lord's Supper. It's the Passover for us. It's the true Passover. If you read, I know you don't agree with it, but I'm just saying, if you read the book of Hebrews, the entirety of Paul's epistle, we think it's Paul's epistle by tradition, the book of Hebrews is about this whole point, how all of the priesthood, whether it's the Levitical priest, the Melchizedekian priesthood, the animal sacrifices, the Levitical washings, circumcision. In our religion, we believe that, for example, circumcision is a type of baptism. And it makes sense for us that if Jesus is going to open the covenant up to the Gentiles, and if women and men will be baptized to be converted, this is a type of a Levitical washing that is the fulfillment of all the Old Testament Levitical washings. So again, every one of the things that we refer to in terms of the Mosaic ceremonies, whether it's the washings or whether it's the temple, all of those things are explained many, many, many times over in the New Testament to be pointing to the work of Christ on the cross, not just the death, but also,
like I said, I mean, in this cross-examination, typically I would not speak this much, but I could tell that this guy really had no idea about what our positions were. So it was advantageous in this situation to actually lay out longer explanations for the sake, ultimately, of the audience, even though it appears that like he was actually just learning our positions for the first time. This is so, like, this is the number one flaw that people make in debates is they're lazy. This is number one, easy, hands down flaw. People don't do the research necessary. Now, for this debate, I prepped for about 3 to 4 days, right? Well, technically for both debates, because I knew they were going to be somewhat similar. So I prepped for about 3 to 4 days, and I had to refresh myself on a lot of Islamic stuff because I haven't actually looked at Islamic materials in probably a year. I don't think I've done, I don't remember, was it Jake or I don't remember what the last Muslim debate was. Was it Daniel and Ijaz on Fresh and Fit, the big one that got many, many millions of views? I don't recall. So it's been about a year. So I had to refresh myself, and I spent about 3 or 4 days doing that.
resurrection to bring an end to death. That was the point of the death, burial, and resurrection, was to give the church and his people power over death for the resurrection.
Okay, I want to know, it kind of brings it back to the beginning. At what point does a religious framework stop being a continuation and start being a usurpation of the message?
Yeah, his argument was that Christianity is a radical divorce from the Old Testament. And at one point, he even made Marcionite arguments. So that's why it was necessary to go into these many continuity examples to show that it's not a radical departure. It's actually just a fulfillment scenario and a continuity scenario. So again, that's why I'm yapping so much.
I think if you were to look at examples of, Islam is a great example because it's a copy and paste of Christianity that came before it.
No, I mean, okay, so what would be the criteria through which you would determine, hey, this religious framework is...
Not to toot my own horn, I think that was actually a pretty sick burn, but I don't think anybody caught it. He said, what's an example of a religion that has such a vast discontinuity with what came before, right? Like what would count? What's something that would be so different from the thing before that it's not even similar? And I said, the way Islam copied Christianity, which I don't think he even caught that.
Not a continuation, but a usurpation. What criteria? The criteria I'm putting forth is the emphasis is completely different.
I got you. I would say if there are fundamental contradictions, which I think is what you were trying to go for in sort of the opening line of argumentation, if there were fundamental contradictions, then yes, it would be a different religion. For example, Allah has no sons. Jesus many times over calls God his father. So Jesus is not worshiping Allah. So that would be a fundamental contradiction.
Wait, no, but you're applying that your body...
So I keep giving examples of what he's looking for from his religion. And I don't think that people caught what I was trying to do,
or at least many people didn't catch this. Hopefully you guys are catching what I'm doing here.
Bible is the ultimate standard. The Quran says that Jesus never claimed to be the Son of God. Now we have this obviously in your corrupt Bible today, in your Gospels.
And
but
what,
the Quran.
But what were the principles that you knew? Which one's corrupt and not?
When it talks about the Injil, the Quran, this is not an opinion. This is a fact. It talks about that which was given directly to Jesus. Period. What we have today are.
And you think that's a book that came down, like a scroll or something?
It was some kind of revelation that was given to Jesus.
This part gets really funny because he makes a huge mistake here. And I think he spends the rest of the debate trying to cover up this huge mistake. You'll see.
How do you know that that's what happened? Because before that, you understand that everybody, I know you don't agree with it, but would you agree that from the time of, say, the first century up until Muhammad, would you admit that the Christian and Jewish world, even though they disagreed with it, that's not what they understood Injil to mean?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, can you give an example?
So for those that don't know, right, Muslims think the Injil is this revelation that came down to Jesus, right? So they think the gospel is a scroll or a book or a text or some revelation that Jesus got, that he learned a new fact, right? Of course, we think Jesus is omniscient, so he never learns new facts, right? He has a divine mind. And so this is going to shift the debate. I didn't know it was going to go in this direction, but it's going to shift the debate into this question over what the Injil is. And you're going to notice how silly this becomes when he keeps tripping up. He trips up about 5 times in a row. Watch.
Example of anybody prior to
Muhammad. So
hold on. Can you give an example of anybody prior to Muhammad who thought that the Injil is a scroll that floated down to Jesus?
Not a scroll necessarily. I'm saying even
whatever it is.
I'll use your own New Testament as an example. So predominantly in the New Testament with Jesus, what is referred to as the gospel, what he's preaching, that's the gospel. This divine heavenly. So we won't disagree on that, right? The divine heavenly message that was given to Jesus, that was the gospel, right?
Yeah, but that's according to what we believe, our paradigm.
And according to how the Quran describes it. There was a gospel given to Jesus.
So this is why paradigms are so important, right? He assumes that we have the same understanding of what the Injil or the gospel is. We do not. Okay, the gospel is not a scroll or a new fact that Jesus learned. You'll notice this.
Testament, there's a gospel that Jesus is preaching.
But you believe that it is a specific thing that came down to Christ. And I'm asking you, that's not what we believe at all. And I'm saying, can you give an example of anybody prior to Muhammad who believed anything like what you're saying the Injil is? Just one person.
I'm not saying whether
Notice, no. And not only can he not do this, it's going to get worse and worse.
It's textual or not. God knows best. I'm saying.
Are there any examples of anybody who had your view prior to Muhammad? Because this seems very fundamental.
You're New Testament. I'm saying.
Where does the New Testament describe it as a book or a revelation to Jesus?
The gospel is a revelation to Jesus.
No, it's not. In fact, you thought Jesus' baptism was when he was a baby.
By the way, in his opening statement, he thought that Jesus' baptism was when Jesus was a baby. He thought, so when it says, "This is my beloved son," he thought that was when Jesus was being baptized as a baby.
That's not Jesus' baptism.
The divine. You
remember that?
The divine.
I don't think you know the Bible at all. So where does the Bible describe it as a revelation to Jesus?
The divine message.
Where is this described?
It refers to what Jesus is preaching as the gospel.
Give me an example of the gospel or the Injil.
See, he just assumed that this was just the case. It's just a given, right? Well, clearly that's what the Injil is. It's just a message that Jesus got. Is it? By the way, you guys want to support the stream, you can do so to help me get the super chat goal there. No, the gospel is not a revelation to the prophet Jesus. The gospel is the message of Jesus himself. That is the gospel, right?
Is a revelation to Jesus, because that's what you said.
Let's pull it up right now. I mean, you don't believe that? You don't believe that the Bible...
By the way, he never pulls up anything because it doesn't exist.
Where does the New Testament teach that the gospel or the Injil is a revelation to Jesus? This would be impossible in our theology.
Was Jesus preaching the gospel?
Where does it say it was a revelation to Jesus? That was your claim.
I'm getting you to that point. Was Jesus preaching the gospel or not?
Well, now wait a minute. Now you're going to start changing what Injil
You're
is.
avoiding answering the question.
Now he's going to move the goalposts to make Injil be a bunch of different things, which could then encapsulate his faulty, false line of argumentation.
You specifically said it's a revelation to Jesus. Did you say that?
It was a revelation given to Jesus, yes.
Okay, show me that.
I'm getting you to that point.
No, David, I want you. Why are you asking me to? You want me to prove your argument?
I'm going to force you to admit it through using your own New Testament.
He wants me to prove his argument. I'm like, dude, You got to prove your argument. I'm not going to prove your argument for you, dummy. Like, where does it say it was a revelation to Jesus?
It's a claim about what the New Testament teaches. How are you going to force me to admit it? Where is any statement that it's a revelation to Jesus?
I'm talking to a Christian right now.
Just show me in the text. So you
can't
do
even
it.
directly.
So you can't do it.
I'll pull it up right now.
Please do.
Saying, okay, I'm just saying, did Jesus
Pull
preach
it up, dude.
Did Jesus preach the gospel?
Where does the New Testament say that it's a revelation to Jesus?
Pull it up.
The entire New Testament teaches that.
By the way, we sat there for like 30 to 60 seconds of him trying to chat GPT or Google or whatever. And by the way, you can't live time chat GPT Google. I mean, maybe in certain circumstances it's allowable. If both parties are like looking up a verse or something, like if it came up like we both are trying to think of something. This happens in the 1 verses 5, right? Where me and this Protestant dude are going back and forth. And then he's like, well, which specific text in Timothy says blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, I don't remember the exact number. I don't have Timothy memorized. I was like, but it's in Timothy. And of course it is. I just didn't remember the number, right? So in a certain situation, yes, it might be appropriate for both parties to look up the specific, 2 Timothy 2:13 or something. But no, you cannot like go get arguments in the midst of a debate. This is so stupid. And everybody already ought to know this. Now, this comes up later because in the Cholo cheater scandal, the dude that brought his meta glasses, which you absolutely can look stuff up on. By the way, you can also have your friend feed you information to your meta glasses. Duh. There's a lot of different ways that a person could conceivably cheat with AI glasses. They could also, in between the rounds, go and look stuff up. Or have the glasses record my arguments, and then in the midst of that, let another person respond to those arguments through text in the meta glasses. So these idiots are acting like, there ain't no way to cheat with meta glasses. Yeah, there's about 10 different ways to cheat, you idiot. And no, you can't bring your AI and your chat GPT live time into the debate. But I'm literally seeing like Gen Z and Gen Alpha idiots saying, what's wrong with using AI in the middle of a debate? Because it's not a debate anymore. You're not just referencing something, you're looking up proofs for your argument. Now, if you're going to make the claim, the New Testament teaches that the gospel is a new revelation to the prophet Jesus, then you need to substantiate that claim. And no, I don't think you should be able to go and look up stuff. Now, I let him do it because it shows the weakness of his position. It shows he's just asserting shit and he doesn't know. Duh. This should be obvious.
Jesus is the revelation. Jesus is omniscient in our theology.
So Jesus is the revelation. That is the gospel. That he's the Son of God, his deity. That's the gospel and his salvation, right? It is not a new thing that a scroll that floated down to Jesus or something that he learned one day as a so-called only a prophet.
New facts that Jesus learned. Paul says the gospel is a revelation of Jesus Christ. There is no idea that it's a revelation to Jesus Christ.
Got about a minute and a half.
But by the way, I didn't Google.
By the way, so like a minute and a half, like are we getting down to a minute and a half left? And he has still not found any reference or passage. And of course there isn't, because there's no passage that says that it was a revelation to Jesus. Paul says a revelation of Jesus. It is not something that Jesus learned at his baptism or whatever this guy thinks.
In the midst of any of the questioning.
I'm literally getting you to, I'm literally.
So I called him out and I was like, this guy's over here Googling his answers in the middle of the debate. I'm like, nobody would accept it if I did that. Imagine if I brought meta glasses to a debate and everybody would immediately assume, Dave, oh, he's cheating. But when it's somebody against me, oh, you're so mean. It's not fair. So what if he maybe bro, you ought to let bro use meta glasses. It's not fair. So the only way to debate me is if other people get AI as their handicap and then it's fair. Well, thank you for admitting that you can't beat me in a debate, dummies.
Getting you to the point right here.
No, you're getting me to get away from the point that nailed you down.
No, dude. Did Jesus
Where is this verse, dude?
Did Jesus
just show one?
By the way, the audience throughout, it can't really hear it. They're laughing at this dude like consistently. That's why he starts getting really mad, because that just turns into a comedy routine.
Kingdom of heaven, that's the gospel. That's the message.
What does that have to do with this?
That's the gospel, bro.
Bro, I'm sorry you messed up. It's not my fault.
That's the gospel.
None of this answers the objection.
Simple. You're a Christian. Did Jesus preach the gospel? Yes
Where
or no?
is the verse that says that?
You don't believe Jesus preached the gospel?
Where is the verse that says it's a revelation to Jesus?
The kingdom of heaven. That is the divine revelation that God
Where does
revealed
it say
to
it's a
Jesus.
revelation to Jesus, even if I granted that?
Where did he learn about the kingdom of heaven? Did he make that stuff up? No, it's divine revelation. It's what God had revealed to him.
Where does it say that? Because that's your claim.
You don't believe the kingdom of heaven is divine revelation?
I don't believe that any new facts came to Jesus because he's divine. The revelation is of him, not to him. Do you understand those prepositions?
So Jesus didn't preach the gospel.
Do you understand the difference between of and to?
Jesus didn't preach the gospel.
That is not answering the objection.
Unbelievable.
I'm sorry that you messed up, dude.
Unbelievable, dude. Literally.
So you hear everybody cracking up.
The kingdom of heaven that Jesus preached, that was the gospel. And that was divine
Is there a
knowledge
difference
given to him.
between of and to?
He was... Explain
Is there?
that to me. Yeah, they're different prepositions.
Paul
sure.
says
They're
the
grammatically
gospel is a
different.
revelation of Jesus Christ. You said it was a revelation to Jesus Christ because that's your whole Injil argument that it was given to Jesus.
And in the New Testament...
But this means that your Quran is false because it assumes that Jesus was not omniscient. And I'm saying from our vantage point, there is no revelation to Jesus because he knew all things.
Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Is that the gospel?
We've run out of time. I'm going to give you the last word, Waleed, if it's a quick and pithy response. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, simply. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Is that the gospel?
Where does that prove your claim?
Because that's in the New Testament. I just quoted that right now.
That's not your claim.
Repent for the
You
kingdom...
specifically said the revelation is to Jesus.
You notice he changed the claim. Now it's just repent, believe the gospel. Yeah, how does that prove that it was a revelation to Jesus, that he learned new facts? It doesn't. So this guy just at total crash and burn, as you can see at the end. And he never, because there is no verses that says that. It's like this guy was completely cooked. And if you look at the comments, let's see.
It is near.
Did I keep the
To
comments?
Naeem here.
So we got 75,000 already on this, my opening statement. And the comments are funny because, like, let's read some of these. Like, it's classic, just like, I think everybody in the audience notices that for the most part, you can't pull these tricks on people. I mean, maybe 5 years ago, Dawa could pull these kinds of tricks, but these kinds of low tier Dawa tricks just don't work anymore. And that's why, yeah, the internet has been a tremendous problem. So the first comment is Chat GPT, peace be upon him. Yep, that's what I said in my opening statement. That was a good zinger. And by the way, the zingers, there's a lot more power in zingers in debates than you think. Because if you bring out a zinger right away, you immediately make that person mad and frustrated, right? Which gets them, it's the same principle as like shit talk if you're doing UFC or something, right? All the shit talk is supposed to get in your opponent's head, right? But it's also funny and it's also part of rhetoric to make the crowd laugh. If you can make the crowd laugh, then you have a, 20 points advantage there in terms of cool points. And so we had the crowd laughing the whole time. It was basically, afterwards, I was like, what'd you think of the debate? I was like, I was just practicing my crowd work. It's like half of the shit was like comedy, dude. Let's see some of the comments. The final boss of orthodoxy is dressed like a high school gym teacher. Exactly. And that's why I was calling out with my whistle, fallacies. From my experience, Quran-only Muslims are usually the last stop before they leave Islam. ChatGPT, peace be upon him. When Muslims say that Muhammad was illiterate as a proof that the Quran is a miracle, I'm like, yeah, I can tell. Exactly. Slay my black lesbian queen. You got it, baby. Jay wore ball shorts. Dyer exposed. Uh-oh. Let's let Ruslan hop on that one. Yo, Jay Dyer's over here with dad shorts. He was all dad core. I was all dad core. And you still got beat by a damn dad core gym teacher. Actually, I don't use ChatGPT. Exactly. Sass Muslim. Jay Dyer demolished with the precision of a samurai. Jay Dyer cooked. Total domination. For those that did not see the entire debate, the opening statements were explaining Orthodox theology. And like every issue the Muslim guy had was a proof prepared against a sola scriptura Protestant. It's tragic. I sat for 2 hours just to hear about things that I already knew. So basically, yeah, he never really argued against the Orthodox position. It was basically just arguments against Protestantism. The Emperor of Byzantium took on an AI Ottoman. The Ottomans, exactly. All right, so I think that's good enough for the comments here over them. Now, let's see what the comments are like over here with, now I lost it. Here we go. Every time I watch Islamic apologists, I'm amazed at the idiocy, the deceit, I'm a former former Jew. I'm glad to be Orthodox. Thank you, Jay. Send your brightest Muslims for debate, please. Yeah, Jesus didn't preach a gospel. He is the gospel, exactly. It's no wonder that 27% of young Muslims in the West are leaving Islam. Jay smoked him on the Revelation topic. Pull it up, dude. Pull it up, dude. This Muslim here is so performative. He's purposely missing the point that Jay is saying. Yeah, to cover it was very dude trying to some cloak and dagger or cloak and scepter. Muslim got backed into a corner, and then he was on pure defense. So you notice I let that guy just have the offense for like 40 minutes, and then we did the whole Max Holloway let it all out at the end, and dude just fell apart. That's why if you watch the full debate, you'll see the whole strategy. Like the clips are fine, and you can see kind of what was going on. But if you watch the full debate, you see like the full strategy, which is a little more entertaining and useful, I think. Even the people who hate me with a passion admit that, like, oh yeah, you just can't beat this dude. I can't stand J. Dyer. He's so mean. However, he never loses a debate. Boom roasted, exactly. All right. Let's move on. Let's take a break from because me versus Jake was the next main event. Waleed debate was just kind of an opener. So we opened up the first night with that. And I have to say, I was a little surprised because the first night we probably had, I don't know, around 100 people. And I'm thinking, okay, Debatecon's fun. It's going to be maybe, 150 people tomorrow. Well, the next night for the main event, so the next day was all Islam versus Christianity. So we had Godlogic, Jake, we had IP, Jake, Godlogic, Naeem, and then me as the main event against Jake. And we had about 400 people, right? And between this one and then I would say the next night political main events with Andrew and Dinesh, they probably have 450. So the last couple days, it was just popping off, dude. It was crazy. Massive crowd. At least this was the biggest Debatecon yet. So props to Debatecon, props to Crucible for bringing all these people out. It was awesome. And yeah, I had a blast with, 450 people there at the Jake debate. So this was great. But before we get to that, let's look at a little bit of, let's see, are there any clips of IP? And Jake debate? I didn't see yet if any clips had gone on. Here's one. Or I guess the whole debate is up. But I'm looking for clips. We'll just take a brief look at a couple of IP and Jake on Islamic dilemma. Sounds like cross-exam is brutal, so let's skip over to that.
That the Quran is true. Quran 459 to 61, obey Allah and obey the messenger. And those who claim belief yet seek
Muslim men can hit their wives. That doesn't mean Muslim women can hit their wives.
verse, yeah.
Okay, so Allah is telling
supposed to be judging. Do you really
let the debaters do the debate?
I'm skipping over here to the cross-exam because the chat is the comments are saying the cross-exam is lit.
We'll jump into it right now.
All right, thank you. Testing, test. All right, thank you, Jake. Let's start with just some clarification to get some stuff on record here. Let's be clear. You think Christians have corrupted scriptures, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is why you aren't a Christian. You would never be a part of a religion with corrupted scriptures.
No, that's not why I'm not a Christian.
Okay, but would you be a part of a religion with corrupted scriptures?
No.
Okay, you wouldn't be. Okay, so I want to go to Surah 4 at 137. Oh, you will believe in Allah and His messenger, and the book that we have sent down upon His messenger, and the scripture which He sent down before. And whoever disbelieves in Allah, His angels, His books, His messengers, and the last day has certainly gone astray. Now, I quoted this in my opening statement. Jake, what are His books?
What verse was that? Sorry.
4 137.
Yeah.
What are his books?
What are Allah's books?
Yeah.
The original revelations he sent down.
Okay, so what happened to the original ones, like the Torah, the Gospel?
They were corrupted.
So you do believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures?
No, I don't.
In Islam, are the
There we go. That was a pretty good gotcha right there.
Torah and Gospel corrupted?
The original one, yes.
Yeah, so you do believe in a religion that has corrupted scriptures?
Not in a religion that requires you to believe in those corrupted
That's not what I
scriptures
asked
as
you.
they exist corrupted.
So you earlier said
Yeah, so then Jake just moved the goalpost there.
that you would never be a part of a religion with corrupted scriptures, but now you admit you're a part of a religion with
No,
corrupted
that's not what I said. See, you're
That's what you
twisting
said.
the word. You're twisting it to, oh, Jake, you're believing in corrupted scriptures versus believing in a religion which had corrupted scriptures and you're no longer buying.
Did I ask you if you believe in corrupted scriptures or if you're a part of a religion with corrupted scriptures?
Okay, if the question is, did Allah's scriptures get corrupted? The answer is yes.
Okay, so you believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures. Just want to be clear about that. Agreed?
In the sense that I already explained
Good.
three
All right,
times,
all right,
which is
so
the sense that
you might wanna
that
watch a
the
clip back.
scriptures, yeah, you might want to play it back and show that you're
Yeah.
being dishonest.
By the way, the audience is laughing right there.
Just trying to do a bait and
You brought up
switch.
Surah 241, and believe in what I have sent down, confirming that which is with you, and be not the first to disbelieve in it. According to this verse, are we to believe in the Quran because Allah is confirming our scriptures?
You're required to believe in the Quran in the verse, yeah.
Okay, so Allah is telling us that our corrupted scriptures point to Islam.
Yes.
So we're to believe in corrupted scriptures.
What do you mean?
Yeah, great point.
We are to believe in corrupted scriptures.
You already do believe in them.
Okay, but Allah is telling us to believe
No, that's not the question. Now he's deflecting.
in corrupted scriptures in Surah 241. Then.
No, he's telling you that what's in the corrupted scriptures, parts of what's in the corrupted scriptures points to Islam. That's always been
Parts of it.
the Muslim
Is there
position.
enough in our scriptures to point us away from Islam?
No.
There isn't.
No.
So when it says Jesus is the Son of God, was crucified, died, and
I already
resurrected-
dealt with this Son of God business.
Okay,
so
then
you got to
does
bring
that-
something else up.
Does that point us away from Islam, though?
No.
It doesn't. Okay, so you can be a good Muslim and believe Jesus died, resurrected, and atoned for sins?
No.
Okay, then is there enough in our
Jake isn't even listening to these arguments. There's like two different lines of argumentation going here.
scriptures to point us away from
There
Islam?
are things in your scripture which are false, with the Quran, which the Quran says is false.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question again is there enough in our scriptures that can point us away from Islam because, as you said, they're corrupted?
No, because the Quran says those things that are in the scripture are false.
Okay, so
Is he even listening to the question? He doesn't understand the questioning.
the Quran is confirming corrupted scriptures, and you're saying that they point us to Islam, and there's nothing in there that would point us away from Islam.
When did I ever say
That's
that?
what I'm asking. It's a
Yeah, I
question.
never said that.
Okay, let me ask you the question.
You did say that.
And then I know you didn't say it, but can you answer the question then?
I did.
Okay. All right. So Surah 241, once again, says, believe in what we've sent down, confirming what is with you. And those are corrupted scriptures, right?
Believe in what I have sent down, confirming that which is already with you.
And those are corrupted scriptures, right?
At that point, they were corrupted.
Okay. So there's enough in our scripture.
So Allah is telling you to believe in corrupted scriptures. Exactly. 1 hour 17 in, Jake has completely ignored the Islamic dilemma. Eastern Orthodoxy for the win. Let's see this.
That refers to Exodus 21, that law. You said it's confirming that law, but that same law in Exodus...
I never said that. We didn't even discuss 545 directly.
Yeah, you
Did we,
refer
Michael?
to the context.
By the way, he's wearing his meta glasses, which you can get. That's Cholo Cheater, and you can get. You could have your buddy sending you text things to read.
In context, it would be a...
By the way, it doesn't even matter if, oh, well, he didn't actually do all of that. Okay, but you still should be disqualified from the outset from bringing your Chat GPT or your meta glasses just because on principle, because you could cheat. It's a sign of dishonesty. It's a sign of unfair advantage. Imagine if I came to every debate with meta glasses and people could be feeding me responses, and then I just said, yeah, but I'm not doing it, so just trust me, bro. Well, oh, okay, I guess we all just take your word for it, right? It's on principle, just like you can't live time be Chat GPTing. And people are, again, that are defending this idiot are like, so what? So you can't have your laptop? You can have your laptop, but you can't look up Chat GPT live time on a laptop to get your answers, you idiots.
Applied a little. I don't think we got to that.
We didn't. I never commented directly on 545. That's why I'm
But you said-
genuinely confused.
You said that context refers to legal judgment, correct?
Yes, 543 up to 547. Yeah.
Yeah, so that refers
legal
to
matters.
that refers to Exodus 21. That same law, God says to build an altar.
But
The
I
Quran-
don't see anywhere in here where it says it's referring
And-
to Exodus 21.
No, the quote eye for an eye that quotes Exodus 21 verse 24. That same law in Exodus says to build an altar, but the Quran in chapter 5 verse 3 forbids altars. So does God change?
So, yeah, I'll answer the question. So 545, you're saying it's referring to Exodus 21, and therefore it must include and accept all of Exodus 21. That's the whole point of the debate. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the Quran is affirming the entirety of.
No, the question was, does Allah change? Right. So this was my opening statement argument to Daniel Hakikachu, which is that if God always required altars for worship and now he doesn't, then why does Allah change the way that we worship from idolatrous practices to non-idolatrous practices if you're a Muslim? But Muslims can't even follow your line of argument. That's the thing. It's like when you were making these arguments, they're not even following your line of argumentation. Actually, in some cases, willfully, because were they to willfully follow your line of argumentation, obviously they would be trapped. So let's see. We've got a couple clips from the Jake debate. Let's see. This is my opening statement about whether Christianity or Islam is better for society. So this debate was a little bit challenging in terms of the subject matter because it was an open-ended phraseology, right? Like, how do you determine better? Well, you're going to have, some standard of judgment, some benchmark, some value judgment, and that's going to be dependent on the paradigm that you have. So it was a little bit of a challenging prompt, but I actually wanted something beyond just theology. I was looking for, and I'm enjoying debates that are not just theology, just like, when we debated Erudite, that was fun. We debated Brian Shapiro, when I debated Tim Pool. Those were all fun debates because they were new, they were unique. They weren't the same theology debate that I've had 1,000 times since 1999 or whenever I first started debating. So let's get to my opening statement for Jake. And Jake's argument is Islam builds better societies. And I don't know if we see Jake's opening statement in the clips. We'll have to look. But basically, Jake argued, he said a lot about how Christianity is weak, and Christianity, which is partly true, and Christianity has sort of left its notion of the doctrine of the Christian state, which is also kind of true, at least in most mainline Christianities. Protestantism, even Roman Catholicism post-Vatican II, do not have a consistent Christian doctrine of the state. And this is a fair point, but that doesn't prove that Islam therefore has a better version of society just because they have a, quote, theocracy. Technically, Christianity and Orthodox Christianity does have a theocratic view. So we'll need other ways to analyze and look at which provides a better social order and a better society. So I have to bring in a lot of other factors. And so I don't remember all my points, but we'll hear my historical analysis, I think, here. I noticed my friend here came in his pajamas, but so did I. I'm just kidding, Jake. Jake gave me his book. By the way, you notice he handled the joke better than Naeem. Naeem got mad at the opening joke where I said, Chat GPT, peace be upon him. And Jake was wearing his pajama outfit. And I said, Jake wore his pajamas, and so did I. And you can't tell here, but I'm wearing a woman's sparkly cowboy hat just to troll. I looked through it. I'm already Muslim, so debate's over. I give up. He convinced me, dude. All right, what's up, Texas?
It is Sunday, 2005. We're going to be live in the next 4 hours.
That's how it shows. All right, Deuteronomy 21. We're going to go back to an area that you probably wouldn't expect, because usually we think of civilization as this political philosophy, this idea, that, whatever. No, actually, Western civilization.
Damn, dude, that dude is. Look at that Chad right there with that cowboy hat, with that lady's cowboy. Dude, looking Chad right there. That dude looking so Chad, he broke back mountain.
Civilization, including the civilization that I'm going to harken back to, which is the model Christian civilization, in my view, Byzantium, the continuation of the Roman Empire. We're going to look at that, see how it was successful, and what ways the Christian imperium lasted as the longest Christian civilization and the most successful civilization in world history. If we go back to Deuteronomy and the Mosaic Law, we have laws of warfare. This is the first time, as far as we know, in ancient Near Eastern civilization.
By the way, I did this to throw a curveball. Usually, Muslims go to Deuteronomy and Numbers to try to trip up Christians, right? Because many Christians don't know the Old Testament, the Mosaic Law very well. And so they will try to misuse these passages as if they're proving that you can grape people, which is so stupid. But the passages are actually the opposite of that. So I actually thought it'd be an interesting strategy to use one of their go-to passages as a way to shoehorn in better ways of society being governed through Christian principles as opposed to Islamic.
That laws were introduced that protected captives amongst the slave class or captives amongst war. These laws gave a new level of protection that underclass or that women or that others did not have prior to that. Prior to that, the typical attitude was that these were in a state of slavery. And so now we have a new introduction that the husband of these, in the situation, if he would like to marry, he must marry and give legal status to captives of warfare. The passage that is used here to protect these girls is the Hebrew word that signifies them as Isha or young, that is young girl. So here we have for the first time the protection of the youth in the ancient world through Mosaic law, Deuteronomy 21. This passage and no other passage, this passage does not allow for rape. In fact, it forbids rape, and all other passages that discuss the possibility of rape are also explicit in condemnation in the Torah and in the Old Testament. In Numbers 31, which is a passage often cited by Muslims and others who critique this, there's nothing said about sexuality in this passage. In fact, the context is Numbers 25, that a Moabite or a Midianite person was to be not allowed in because of the previous warfare that the Israelites had engaged against them for enticing them to worship Baal and to commit orgies. But since these were not that generation, this next generation was to be protected, and you spared the virgins. They could then become members of the covenant community. You raised them, and then at a certain age, you could marry them. This did not allow for rape. In fact, rape is forbidden. Deuteronomy 21, 10 to 14. You are not allowed to defile the girls. And then later on, they are women in the Numbers and Deuteronomy passage. So in other words, it goes from young girls to, as they become older, they become members of the covenant community. They have certain legality and protection. Now, that is totally contrary to the typical attitude that we have amongst Muslim critics of the Old Testament, particularly the passages in Numbers and Deuteronomy. They're often cited. They're actually the opposite. They're the beginning of the protection of all classes of society. As we get into modern civilization, we look back to our precedents, our heritage. That is Roman law, that is common law, that is biblical law, that is canon law. All of these legal traditions have an important, crucial history when it comes to forming the society in the order that we have. Certainly, I do not agree with every aspect of postmodern or even post-Enlightenment society. The Enlightenment certainly had some good critiques of its previous papal civilization. But prior to that, there is the unknown imperium again of Byzantium. When the Christian church was founded, the Christian church was a tiny group that believed that it was the fulfillment of everything that Old Testament religion was pointing to. The Old Testament bequeathed to it not just the general law of the Ten Commandments, but many other principles, including the notion of not just civil law that's based around the deity, but also canonical law or church law. Church law, for example, in the West began to give the accused rights. We might hear or think about the Inquisition. And although I don't agree with everything to do with the Roman Catholic Church, there's sometimes a bad attitude is given towards the Inquisition because we think of only the bad things. But actually, one of the things that the Inquisition introduced based on biblical principles was the idea of the rights of the accused, was the idea of defense of the accused. So a lot of the great heritage that we have in Western tradition does come from, again, not just Christian civilization, not just biblical texts, but also many examples of the appropriation and application of those principles. It's not just the legal realm and the realm of duties and obligations, etc., or protecting those that might be a lower class. We also have the notion of universities, the notion of hospitals, the notion of advancements in technology, which no other civilization or society was able to achieve like we have achieved. Again, certainly we've gone off in a wrong direction. But to blame that on Christianity—
Yo, boy, this boy cooking right here. Y'all need to listen up.
As I suspect some will do, I don't know, is in fact false. In other words, we can look at many religious societies in Islamic countries who were formerly dedicated to the principles of Islam and also took a secularizing or a liberalizing journey. Interestingly, many of the countries that are Islamic that went in a secularizing, industrializing pathway actually became monetarily successful. Other countries remained and are noted by many of the features that I'm sure everybody remembers, the Andrew versus Daniel Hikikuju debate. That's kind of a classic. That highlighted a lot of the moral failures and features of a lot of Islamic society. I'm not going to rehearse that debate. I think everybody remembers that. So you have that in your mind. I want to focus on the other aspects that I think are also crucial kill shots for the attempt at thinking that Islamic society is some goal or some beneficial, better position. When we talk about what's the good, or how would we judge between Christianity, it might be Orthodox Christianity being more advantageous to society versus Islam, I think we have to first of all think about what the good is. When we think about the type of deity that we have in Christianity, which is the focal point, right? We have, for example, the idea of the balance of the one and the many. Of course, Jake does not like the Trinity, but he has the same problem as we've highlighted in our previous debates, that when he tries to harmonize the 99 ontologies of Allah with the singular essence of Allah, he's got the same metaphysical problem. For us, we don't actually think that God being one and three is a problem. In fact, this becomes the pattern and the principle not just for church governance with bishops and many people, also, though, for the governance of society. Many Orthodox theologians have pointed out that the idea of the imperium, many nations united by one faith, was the glue that held the greatest civilization together in history, namely Byzantium. Byzantium was founded around the Code of St. Justinian, one of the great emperor saints, and St. Justinian was noted for shutting down many of the pagan philosophical academies. When those academies were shut down, particularly the Platonic academies, they were able to apply Aristotelian principles, not in toto, but many Aristotelian practical philosophical principles to the Eastern Roman Imperium or Byzantium to again create the most successful empire in world history. We're talking about 1,000+ years of thriving and surviving. We're talking about the greatest monetary policy in world history until they begin to money clipping. I think you know what I'm talking about. Debasing the currency, right? And I think Again, that's just one ethical principle that we could think of. Christian society forbade usury prior to that. Now, granted, I think Islam would also agree with that. But the point here is that what actually began the unraveling of Byzantium was, in fact, the principles of monetary debasement, usury, and then opening the door to Islam. That led to the collapse of Byzantium. Islam began to have what some have called a golden age, and this was what would characterize the rise of the Ottomans. Now, since the Ottoman decline, when the British Empire became the next successful world empire, the Islamic world has tended, I'm not saying that they all agree, but they've tended to speak of a decline and a desire to return to this golden age. And certainly we could say, well, Jay, don't you also think that there's a Byzantine golden age? I don't think that we can ever rebuild something from the past. The famous historian Oswald Spengler, philosopher of history, noted that you can never recreate a past civilization, but you can build on what is there, standing on the shoulders of giants. And so I would say that the key point that we have lost in the West is probably something that he and I would agree on. The transcendent, the idea that law and society do have to be arranged around the transcendental idea of a god or of a deity. However, if that deity is a deity that, as the Quran says in multiple places, that he is the greatest of deceivers, that's probably not going to be good for society. In Christianity, we have a different idea of who God is. God is not just a single Unitarian, unknowable deity, unlike anything in the world, but he is rather one of us in the sense of becoming incarnate. He's not only one of us, but he's immanent and he's transcendent. He also gives us practical living, practical ways to understand and to know and to love people. And so love becomes a very crucial feature that is not really present in the Islamic ethos. I am not saying in some hippy-dippy sense that we base society upon just love, bro. No, I'm saying that we base it around what the Bible and the principles of the church say love is, which is the Ten Commandments, and which is to guard those who are the weak, those who are our children, those who are our progeny. But in Quran 4:24, which is a passage not abrogated, we have the statement that you may take those in captivity amongst the women, that which your right hand possesses. This is a very famous phrase. It's discussed many, many times by many Islamic scholars. And the hadiths also explain that what this means, and it has not been abrogated, is that in many cases you are obliged to marry, but in some cases, if it's a war captive, you can sex them up, right? That doesn't sound like the same ethic. It doesn't sound like the same deity. And remember, the passages in Deuteronomy 21 and Numbers 31 were not advocating for sexual license and grape with those captives. In fact, it is the opposite. You shall not sell her for money is in fact what it says. Now, how many? 30 seconds. And so what I think we want to see is that in the Islamic conception of God and society, it is a master-slave relationship. In the Christian conception of society, there is the honor and duty that we owe to God, and that forms the basis of the law in the society, and the church becomes that foundation. And in Islamic civilization, you'll find out that all of the great philosophy and the ideas are actually cribbed from the Greeks, which is actually part of Western civilization.
Yeah, maybe you can help me out with this.
All right, so that was my opening statement over there. Reviewing this, because I haven't looked at this or seen it, since it happened. I think that was a pretty good, 20-minute presentation. It was all extemporaneous in the sense that I did jot down some ideas, and then I just sort of, I do almost everything, extemporaneous. I mean, I will jot down references and ideas, but a lot of people will write out their entire opening statement. I don't do that. I've never done that. If I did, maybe once ever that I can recall. So my whole approach is 100% on the cuff. And I think that I vomited that out pretty good. What do you guys think? Was it decent? Do you guys want to do Muto with me now? Was it that cool? Was it that good? I'm just joking. Now, I think what happens is my expectation was what this was going to get like into a heated debate. And Jake earlier that day with IP, I think he debated Godlogic too. Had been pretty heated. So, or maybe he only did 2 debates. I don't know if he did 2 or 3, whatever. But he'd been pretty heated. So I was expecting Jake to bring some heat. And Jake threw a curveball because it was just like a whole new side. It was chill Jake. Jake was super chill. And it basically turns into an interview. So, I mean, he does make arguments. And it's kind of unclear whether he's saying the Protestants were right, but that he's also arguing against the Protestant position, because I'm like, well, look, I'm not Protestant, and a lot of your arguments are kind of against the Protestant idea of a later division between church and state. You'll see what I mean.
So I think you agree with me that Western, the sort of secular liberalism that we experience in the West and the U.S. and most European countries is an event, and the Protestants in the audience might not like this, but is an eventual outgrowth of Protestantism. Now, I'm making it one step back further, that I think that it's because Christianity didn't have clear dictates on the doctrine of, how the church should relate to the state. Now, obviously, you don't agree with that. So how do you explain how this came to be out of Protestantism?
One thing I would say is the concerns of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century church was not mainly politics, but it doesn't follow from a focus that's different, that therefore there is no doctrine of the state, there is no idea of a basileus or theocracy. I would actually argue for theocracy. So you have, for example, setting aside principles in Mosaic law. You have, for example, many Old Testament prophecies in Daniel 2, from our perspective, that the kingdom under which the empire or the Messiah would be born would eventually permeate and become the kingdom of the Messiah. For us, that's a prophecy of Christ's birth under the Roman Empire and the Christianization over time of the Roman Empire. So there's also, in many passages of Isaiah, we believe prophecies about the Christian kings that would come to be in the future. So these are principles that are there that you can even see the earliest church fathers citing these messianic prophecies as giving the idea, at least, that, yeah, there's going to be the notion of Christian states in the future, but it was not their primary concern in the first, second, third century when they're in the catacombs, for example, to figure out the mechanics of the relationship of state and church. So it's only not.
Yeah, so Jake makes these arguments like, well, why didn't the church early on set up the epistle for how to run the state? And I'm like, well, all those principles are already there, and it's not the focus. So the argument basically is because the church in the New Testament era in the first 3 centuries wasn't focused on the relationship of church and state and laying out a doctrine of the state, that therefore it's weak and it's not able to speak to the state. And I'm like, well, I mean, that just simply doesn't follow, because, for example, St. Athanasius recommended to all the catechumen that they would read all the deuterocanonical texts when they're coming into the church. And it turns out Sirach, Proverbs, many of these, well, I mean, obviously Proverbs is not deuterocanonical, but Sirach is. I'm saying that the wisdom texts and the deuterocanonical wisdom texts are full of principles of church and state. They're full of, rules for kings, rules for judges, etc. So this idea that there's not a New Testament doctrine of the church or of the state is also a Protestant idea. And so he just keeps arguing Protestant type positions. And I'm like, that's not our position. I can give you countless arguments for a kind of you could say, theonomy. And I'm not saying it in the sense of like Presbyterian, Greg Bonson, but like the principle of the Basileus, right, of a theonomic, theocratic principle is our principle.
That when the imperium does become Christianized, that's when we would start to see from the Edict of Toleration with Constantine, and then Theodosius is really the first emperor to put some Christian laws into practice, and then St. Justinian with his code being explicitly Christian. So the fact that it sort of evolves, it doesn't follow from that the application evolves, that the principles were not in the New Testament or that they...
Yeah, so this is the non sequitur. So just because it's applied later, it doesn't follow from that it didn't exist prior to that.
Because I could give you tons of examples of legal principles of continuity from Old to New Testament, which are in the New Testament and in the Church Fathers that are principles applied. Again, the death penalty is one classic example. It's assumed that the early church tended to not affirm the death penalty. There are a couple church fathers that do not, but actually the majority, if you look at the essay that I wrote on this on my website, I cite examples from Clement to Athanasius to Ambrose, all affirming the death penalty. It's just one example.
I appreciate that. My question is not more so about what happened in the early period, but from what you're saying is that wasn't their focus in the first 3 centuries. I understand that. Then you have, as you said, and we both agree with this historical narrative, Justinian becomes explicitly Christian and then kind of develops further. But I guess my question is, from that point, from Justinian going forward to wherever you demarcate where, I don't know, either Byzantium fell or maybe even after that, because there's really no true Christian monarchies today. I mean, unless you can tell me one. From that period, what changed? Why did it change from the church having this vision, which you deemed to be correct, to all of a sudden, having what we experienced?
So basically, it ends up being a bunch of questions about church history and revolutions and the czar, and which is fine, but it was just a weird debate prompt, which I don't mind it. Like, I was happy to do it, but this is where it becomes more of an interview.
In the West, I mean, because it's not governed by Christian law.
So basically, even the Roman Catholic West, after the schism, for many centuries, still maintained this same principle of the need for a Christian state, for Christian laws. So even within the schism of East and West, there's literally no difference between these two groups on this principle. Now, how that's applied, yeah, of course, the Roman Catholic West has a tendency to put the papacy in a greater geopolitical position that we would disagree with. I noticed that one of your arguments, for example, was hinging on the idea that the church is apolitical. No. What those canons mean is that members of the clergy are not supposed to be in the state.
Right.
So that's our perspective on that. But
yeah, he tried to argue that early Christianity is apolitical because Origen said something about you can't be a Christian and be involved in the state. Nicaea's canons refute this idea, and by the way, Origen is a heretic, so he's just a historical patristic writer. Excuse me, he's just an ancient writer. So he has historical value, but has absolutely no theological value for us.
To say explicitly where it began to devolve, I would say, is you have a series of events that occur in the West, particularly Protestant Reformation, scientific enlightenment, enlightenment itself, scientific revolution, enlightenment. So all these 3 events, I think, are a cascading series of revolutions that really don't have much to do with Christianity. I think to be I would criticize Protestants in that they might have helped that revolutionary fervor. I don't think they necessarily meant to do that, but I would say that I know that I think Jake's tactic is to set the Protestants and the Catholics and the Orthodox against each other. That's a classic Jake tactic, which I don't blame you for doing it, because I did the same thing, right? So I was like, the Naim guy is like a Quran only, and they don't like each other. So I don't blame Jake for doing it. So it's what you do in debates. But again, I think that the Protestant Reformation has a revolutionary ethos to it that it even didn't intend, because of the fact that the earliest reformers were still monarchists. The English Reformation, even with Henry VIII as the so-called head of the church, I mean, it still was a monarchical structure of the state. Even the Vatican upheld this principle of the Christian state until the time of Vatican II. So, I'm trying to take up the time, but the simple answer is there's a series of revolutions, and those revolutions affect the Islamic world just as much as the West. So, perhaps you could argue that Islam more explicitly maintained the belief that it should be, that God's law should apply to the state. I would agree with you. But I would not say that that's the consistent traditional Christian position. It happens to be the Protestant tendency, even though the first generation Protestants didn't really believe that.
Right. I'm not trying to do that.
By the way, this is also a sideswipe argument against the Protestants. I mean, this debate is not about that, but Jake keeps kind of making these Protestant type arguments as if the biblical position of the New Testament is that there's no clear doctrine of the state, and Christianity doesn't care about the state and the social order. But you can show how silly the Protestant position is in this way, because the classical Reformation position, which I affirmed when I was Protestant, is that no, the state still has a duty to God and must be governed by at least some theocratic, biblical, theonomic principles. But today's Protestantism, especially post Roger Williams, severs the relationship of God to the state, right? So you went from separation of church and state to severance of church and state to severance of God from society, and God isn't only related to your sort of personal private devotion, which is ridiculous, but that's 99% of today's Protestant world.
A bad way.
And by the way, that shows you that Protestantism is absolutely fallacious and unable to speak to society. It only can ultimately speak to the individual salvation. And literally the only Protestants that are left that still think that there even is some, Christian doctrine of the state are the followers of Bonson and Van Til, which are like 0.01% of Protestantism.
Believe that narrative. I believe the narrative that this was an outgrowth of Protestantism. I think when you have sola scriptura, which is essentially a denial of the church's authority to preach and teach what is the correct understanding of Scripture, and then you make yourself that authority, this sort of...
So here's Jake starts making a bunch of Protestant, like anti-Protestant arguments, which is like, well, that just helps my position, dude. Sure.
Individualism, rightly, or not rightly, but naturally leads to... I'm not saying there are obviously links in the chain along the way, sure. But I'm saying that I think this Protestant doctrine of sola scriptura, and in its crudest form, just me and my Bible in my closet, eventually leads to, well, not only do you not want Rome to tell you what is the understanding of Scripture, you don't want any legislative authority over you to be governing by laws that they see as Christian when you don't agree with that. And so I think it is an eventual natural outgrowth of Protestantism and the doctrine of sola scriptura, which leads to this kind of fundamental...
Yes, thank you for helping to refute Protestantism, Jake.
societal individualism that we experience in the West. I don't think anybody should deny that, especially if you're not Protestant. So I'm not using that as a gotcha. I genuinely believe that was a trajectory. However, I want to give the Protestants a little bit more credit in saying that, well, I don't think that this happened.
Now, for those of you bringing up Spain and the recent, Islamic invasion, again, Spain has had a constant centuries-long back-and-forth battle with Islam, obviously, right, over this issue. And part of the problem is the Roman Catholic theological positions, which used to be very obviously anti-Islamic, to their credit. Well, if Vatican II says that you all worship the same God, and if Gaudium et Spes says that it's chain migration, open borders, which it says, and if Pope Leo has said many times over, welcome all the migrants, then obviously the problem is, and not just that, Roman Catholicism post-Vatican II has negated and surrendered the Christianization of the state. It literally says many times over, freedom of religion, freedom of conscience, freedom of worship, no more Christian states. In fact, the Vatican years ago even said it's time to de-Christianize these European states. This is the end result of that. And by the way, Fuentes admitted this again the other day on X. The very thing that I've been saying to him for like a decade, And he's admitted twice now that, yeah, this is correct. Well, then there's no reason really to be disagreeing with me. So let me find that. Here it is. Here's him saying it again. So, and he's probably said it more than this. I think I've even seen at least 3 clips where he's admitting this principle. And I know that Nick focuses on geopolitics and politics, but the main issue of disagreement with me stems back 10 years ago to the theological issue of the Vatican. And I've been saying for 10 years since we had that debate, it's not just a theology nuance thing. The papacy, if it is erroneous and if it is a deviation, then it becomes a tool of geopolitical machination. And you can see it, as I've been arguing for so long, in the way the Vatican promotes the destruction of Christian Europe.
Got the machine guns. Western Sith may have already fallen.
Yeah, seriously, man. It's so over. I wish we could just drop bombs on those people, man. I wish America would just go in with F-35s and just drop bombs on those people. If that's not an invasion, then what the fuck is an invasion? 40,000 people run through the gates, running through the streets, breaking into houses. If that's not an invasion, then what is? Why do you even have a military? What's the military for? If we got invaded by another country, it wouldn't even look like that. If we got invaded by China, it wouldn't even look like that. Yeah, there would be Chinese soldiers in the streets, but it wouldn't be a full-scale replacement, kicking down doors and setting cars on fire. That is a ethnic cleansing. So yeah, I just wish Trump would go in with the B-2s and just light them up.
Toilet Roy % $20. Francisco Franco, if you can hear me, please save Spain from the Islamic invasion.
Seriously. And unfortunately, the Pope is going to sit around and say, well, we need to be humanitarian with these.
But I got to understand, it's not just Leo or Francis's opinions. It's not just their political opinions. These people keep ignoring, or they're not aware of the fact that Vatican II has a geopolitical dogma, a geopolitical statement, a stance. It's called Gaudium et Spes. And the whole document is about essentially a United Nations attitude of a new world order. It actually uses that terminology, that a United Nations structure of global governance is the ideal, is the model, and we need to de-arm the nations. De-armament is what it calls for. It calls for the end of capitalism, and I have critiques of monopoly capitalism, but what they want is some form of weird gay socialism, which would obviously be a nightmare. And it calls for chain migration. In Gaudium et Spes, don't you understand? This is the official, since Vatican II, geopolitical stance of the Vatican. And everybody just acts like, well, no, this is just Leo's private opinion. He's a political lib. No, it's not just being a private political lib. It's the position of Gaudium et Spes, the Vatican II document. I knew about Gaudium et Spes 25 years ago. 26 years ago. It was one of the first things that I grappled with as a Roman Catholic. I don't even think 99% of the Roman Catholics know what it is. So it's not just the Pope's private political opinions. All of the Vatican II popes have had the same geopolitical stance. Because of Gaudium et Spes, they can't go back on that. They can't just, oh, by the way, sorry, we were wrong for the last 70 years on our normative, ordinary, political, papal normative teaching. By the way, it doesn't, whatever status, Gaudium et Spes is not infallible. So what? You still have to, according to Canon 752, follow the non-infallible teaching with submission of intellect and will. It doesn't even matter what the status of it is.
People. Really? What is their obligation? What is anyone's obligation? You notice it's only the white people that have an obligation. Our countries are being invaded. Our culture is being destroyed. Our society is being ripped apart. Not theirs. They're fine.
Yeah, and the papacy is one of the massive facilitators of that. That's why, even from the geopolitical standpoint, you could disprove the papacy. Even if we set aside all these key arguments and this and that, just on the vantage point of it being a destruction to Christian civilization. Well, is that what Jesus wanted? Did Jesus set up an infallible normative office of a geopolitical world ruler that's there to destroy the church? I mean, that makes no sense.
They will always have a home to return to. Our home, that's our home that's being invaded and destroyed. That's the birthplace of our culture is being destroyed. But we always have the obligations to everybody else.
Well, it's partly the birthplace of Filioque, but
have no obligations. They have no, how about they get their own fucking drinking water? You want to talk about obligations? How about they have their own clean drinking water? How about they grow their own food? How about they police their own streets and kill their own terrorists in the Sahel? How about they do that? And how about they stop invading our countries? How about their governments keep their people from fleeing into our countries because theirs are so miserable? But it's always, when these people are here wrecking everything, we have to restrain ourselves, removing them. I'm getting really tired of that.
dude, how ridiculous is it for all these Roman Catholics? I'm not talking about Nick, but I'm just saying in general, the audience that put on the PFP and the LARPing Crusader outfit as if they're Crusaders when their infallible head has for 70 years taught that you worship the same God as the Muslims. They pray in mosques, dude. The popes pray in mosques all the way back to John Paul II. John Paul II had his famous Jordan address where he says, "May St. John the Baptist protect Islam." Not the people of Jordan, Islam, the false religion.
Hypocrisy or double standard. And it comes from the Catholic Church, and it's not cool. I'm sick of
this. Is what I've been saying. So this is essentially, I appreciate Nick's honesty on this point. So this is admitting the main thing that I keep saying for 10 years. Like, there's no reason really then to disagree.
Hearing that. He goes to Lampedusa and says, we have an obligation to these people. Well, that's just disgraceful. You go to the site of this invasion and say, well, we got to be nicer to them. Well, the reason they're coming here is because their country.
Why did the Vatican build the Leonine Wall if they have an obligation to let all these people in? And by the way, are any of these people let into the Vatican? Of course not.
He's a shithole. Why don't you go there? You want to talk about human dignity? Okay, why don't you go there then? The reason they're coming to Italy is because they're poor and miserable and their countries are violent. So you want to be brave.
Yeah, a bunch of garbage Islamic societies. But this is supposed to be, according to Jake, the best thing for society, right?
Even go to Lampedusa and say, hey, we got to be nice to these people. We got to treat them with dignity. Why don't you go to the Congo and give them the lecture on human dignity? Why don't you go to Uganda and Nigeria and give them the lecture on human dignity?
People are making the joke, Vatican III written by the rabbis. NotsoErudite was already written by the rabbis, openly.
And then maybe their people won't be fleeing and invading our countries looking for a fucking handout. It's sick. Anyway, people say he's the ant.
So this is what I've been arguing. So 10 years later, thank you, Nick. I appreciate you coming around. This is what we've been saying.
Out of nowhere. Where did they get this idea or belief from that the church should not really be involved in the state? I mean, it seems to me, and what you said, I do kind of appreciate that from the Islamic perspective, I think the reason why this happens is because Islam, whether you agree with the laws or not, that's not really the discussion right now, is that it is very clearly political. There is no separation between church and state or church and mosque. It's very...
So remember, separation of church and state is not the same thing as division of church and state, okay? Or severance of church and state. It's one body of the double-headed eagle. So the people make up the body, and the heads of the eagle are church and state working in symphonia. They have separate roles, and this is actually in the Old Testament, as I will argue. I don't know if it's in this clip, but I make a pretty consistent argumentation throughout the debate from the Old Testament model, which influences eventually the Byzantine model. And by the way, this is also in the Holy Roman Austro-Hungarian Empire, right? The Austro-Hungarian Empire also used the Byzantine double-headed eagle symbol.
Very explicit and clear, and I think that lack of clarity that exists or doesn't exist in Christianity is the reason why you eventually had the Protestant Reformation and then what I think this sort of secular liberalism, which eventually is...
But I refute this point. Well, how would there be a lack of clarity if between East and West for over 1,000 years they had clarity and unanimity on this principle? So he keeps arguing for lack of clarity, but he never addresses all of the clear proofs that I bring.
Outgrowth of Protestantism is because the church and the Bible were not as clear on its doctrine of church and state. That's what I'm arguing.
If they were not. No, you guys are missing it. You said Vatican III will consult the imams. No, Vatican II already consulted the imams. Lumen Gentium 16, NotsoErudite 3, don't just consult the imams and the rabbis. In fact, NotsoErudite was written in part by the gay Jewish priest who left Rome, Gregory Baum, the Jewish guy. After NotsoErudite had been written, they also consult Hinduism. Hello.
clear, you would not have the level of unanimity from the 4th century until even literally up until 1800s when the revolutions took over Europe. I mean, you have over 1,000 years of really no dissension amongst significant groups, East and West, in this principle of symphonia. In fact,
So Jake said it's not clear, and I said, well, then how would there be 1,000 years of unanimity between East and West, even after the schism, on the idea that the state has a duty to be Christian?
Roman Empire amongst the Catholics had the exact same symbol of the double-headed eagle that the Eastern Byzantine Empire has of the double-headed eagle. And for those that don't know, the meaning of that is you have one body of the people and two heads. The two heads just simply symbolize two different aspects of human society, the spiritual and the temporal. They work in harmony because it's the same body, but they have two different spheres or roles. This actually comes out of the Old Testament. If you look at the Old Testament, there's a clear delineated spheres of authority to where, for example, you can't, Saul in one case is castigated because Saul tries to do priestly functions. And within the Mosaic Law, they had this clear delineation that there's a difference between the laws of kings. Again, Moses had a little book about laws of kings from the Torah, and then principles that govern the Levitical priesthood. That principle was then adopted. I'm not saying the Levitical laws themselves, but the principle was adopted when society became Christianized. There were some groups in the 1st and 2nd century who were not the most educated Christians who thought that it was the end of the world. Jesus was going to immediately come back. And so they didn't think under this time of persecution that they would be put in a situation where they would apply biblical principles and then later canonical canon law principles, church law principles to society.
See, this is a key point, is like, if the church is being persecuted for the first couple centuries and they're a catacomb underground church, obviously their main concern is not going to be, oh, well, how do we apply the Christian laws to, monetary policy, right? That's not their main concern because they're being killed. But when they Christianize the empire, then it becomes obvious that, shouldn't we have Christian laws?
The empire became Christianized, it's only natural that they would apply those. But here's the thing. The New Testament is not unclear about that. And if you've got over 1,000 years of unanimity between East and West, even if they disagree theologically, they still agree on this principle all the way up until perhaps the 1800s is really when this begins to be questioned. So where's that lack of clarity for those for that millennium plus?
Okay, so what I see is that in the early period, as you said, there wasn't consensus on the correct view of the church and state. And then in the latter portion, we also have this confusion. But then we have a...
So now there wasn't consensus, and I'm going to debunk this in a minute.
Middle period, which I agree, in the Roman West and in the East.
In reality, there is consensus, and it's actually a minority that disagree. And Nicaea settles this because Nicaea has in the canons, one of the canons, that you can be a soldier and be a Christian.
You do have an agreed upon standard in which Christians seem to be agreeing that, no, there is this symphonia and there is this involvement in the state from the church. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, in Islam, you don't have that. You can disagree with the laws, you can disagree with whatever else, the application of it. But we see very early on that Islam is political. There were many disputes and debates, even theologically, in early Islam, but this wasn't really one of them. There was debate over who should be the political leader, sure, but there wasn't debate over there being political leaders and them fundamentally instituting Islamic law.
Well, this is because Islam is essentially a very this world religion. It's basically focused on dominance in this world, right? So that's another reason for that.
That all the way up to the current day. Now, of course, as you rightly said, that this sort of secular liberalism has also hit Muslim lands, and sure, there are problems there, but I don't think it is nearly as bad as it is in the West, and I think it's because Muslims have a much more foundational understanding of the relationship between Islamic law and society, where that's really, to be honest, I think it's lacking in, if you're correct about the correct view of how Christianity sees church and state, then you should be doing a lot more lectures on this, because it seems that most Americans and...
By the way, this whole year is actually full of discussions and topics that will be related to Symphonia and church and state. If you guys are interested, I will be speaking at the Ludwell Conference here in Kentucky, and my talk will actually be about the Christian state, church and state. So there's the link for that if you want to get tickets. I don't know if they're sold out or still available. September 12th in Falls of Rough. Of course, we have like tons of debates coming up. As you know, we will be debating at the next Debatecon. Your boy David Woodstein here, and I'm going to do the entire debate in a KGB outfit, literally. I'm going to order one as well. The outfit might be a little bit more challenging, but I'm at least going to get a KGB colonel hat with like the, Soviet stuff on it. I think that'll be a lot more entertaining, and I can just play into the nonsense of David Wood that everybody over here works for Putin. Of course, David Wood just learned about orthodoxy not that long ago. He just learned about icons, and so I'm excited to see how he's going to do just learning about icons not that long ago. As an apologist of 20 years, he doesn't know if he believes Sola Scriptura or any of the solas or any of the Protestant basics. So he has no idea what his own positions are. But he spent a lot of time just basically repeating Sam Shamoun's Islamic arguments. So that's going to be fun. That's Debatecon 9 in Orlando. It's going to be fun. I'll probably have a couple debates at Debatecon 9. I don't know what those are going to be. And Dinesh finally agreed to debate me. So I realized that if you want to get Dinesh's attention, you got to put a $sign. You got to put some money up. So I kept wondering why Dinesh wouldn't agree. And I was like, oh, I haven't mentioned like paycheck. So here Dinesh has agreed. Yes, I'm up for this. You notice when I put the debate paid offer here. So Dinesh says he will debate, and we think this might likely be Debatecon 11 next year. So that'll be fun. Of course, I believe from my analysis, Dinesh got demolished in the debate with Andrew at Debatecon 8. And we had some highlights with the lunatic NotsoErudite. She came back for more. She has some drive that makes her want to be a glutton for punishment. So she came back to get demolished again by Rachel. And then, of course, I couldn't resist. I knew. And by the way, this is great because across all the different clips, this is getting up there close to 1 million views on my question to her across Instagram and YouTube and TikTok and X. It's been uploaded on almost 1 million views across all these platforms. I couldn't resist in the question segment asking her basically the same question I asked her 1 year ago. And if you don't recall, after our debate, and by the way, there's 2 debates. People don't know. We had our first debate with me and her. And then the next day, there's a 7-hour debate with her, with me, I think me and Jim Bob. Okay, so I spent like 10, 11 hours debating this lunatic. And it was just nightmare. Okay, and she did so bad that she got Destiny to send all of their Destiny bots all over all of my videos for like 2 weeks. And all the comments were just, how'd you like getting owned by Erudite? You got destroyed by Erudite. So just hundreds and hundreds of Destiny bots. Okay. So I'm like, all right, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. And lo and behold, I got my revenge. How did I get my revenge? I knew. I called the bluff. I knew that 1 year later, she would still not be able to answer the exact same question I asked her to show that she is pseudodite. She's a pseud. She doesn't know anything about philosophy. She literally relies on ChatGPT. This is another reason why you can't. Why can't you bring a ChatGPT to the debate? When we were at whatever to do our debate a year ago, she wanted to bring her laptop on the table, and Brian said, it's going to be in the way of the camera. You can't put your laptop up there. She started freaking out. That's why she was shaking, because she didn't have her lifetime ChatGPT. I'm being serious. And I think everybody knows that the Erudite Destiny crowd literally just relies on ChatGPT and AI. They just repeat the scripts. Duh. And when Destiny was interviewed by, was it Matan or was it Adam Freeland or somebody, I forget who, he's like, I don't know. I don't read books. I don't read any books. Yeah, of course not. They're suits. They don't read. And I knew that Erudite, who supposedly is a philosophy major, doesn't she? She claims she's got some philosophy degree, undergrad degree. She couldn't name one work by a famous philosopher. That's impossible for any actual philosophy student. So maybe she just slept her way through undergrad. I don't know. Maybe she just was on pills the whole. I don't know why she couldn't name. But I mean, maybe she did undergrad philosophy and just didn't ever pay attention and didn't do any of the readings, but somehow still got a degree. I don't know. Who knows if that's even true? You can't believe. All these people are liars, so you have no idea what's true. But I don't think she knows anything about philosophy. And I am able to determine pretty easily, pretty quickly, if a person does or does not know anything about philosophy. So they sent their stupid bots at me for weeks, flooding all of my posts, anything I put up. It was all Destiny bots forever. So I'm like, all right, we'll see about that. So 1 year later in the Q&A, this worked out so perfectly. By the way, I almost didn't make it up there. I was like almost the last question. So I was about to get cut off. I was like, no, let me have one question.
You asked Rachel about Hypatia, so being an educated philosophy.
Wait, the reason I did this was that throughout her debate with Rachel, she kept pulling that stupid trick where she just would name random shit and be like, do you even know who Hypatia is? Do you even know about, this or that? She would just random philosophical or academic speak, and she would just ask Rachel, do you even know what that is? Can you tell me who Hypatia is? Nothing to do with the actual debate about feminism. Hypatia, the Neoplatonist woman, like, what does that have to do with the feminism debate? It's just insane. And so I'm like, all right, well, let's do a little bit of quiz. Let's do a little bit of pop quiz. You want to do that. So that's why I did this.
You asked Rachel about Hypatia, so being an educated philosophy person, could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
Sure. I don't know works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have...
So, but you also don't know any works by Plato or Aristotle, because this is the same question that we had a year ago.
known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she just talks like with a dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't understand.
You're like slowing down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No, I'm just like a normal person who's not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
That's Plato.
No, it's not.
She says, no, it's not. I mean, this woman is something else, man. Now, granted, technically, Plato didn't write the 5 dialogues, but any modern philosophy course that uses commonly printed texts, you'll notice that it's usually printed as the 5 dialogues, right? So I know that she probably had this work because this is what's very common. This is what we use at my college, right? And it's the 5 dialogues is Plato, okay? And she still triples down that it's Aristotle. Even in the clip. Listen to her at the end. She says, no, it's not. Listen again.
You asked Rachel about Hypatia, so being an educated philosophy person, could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
Sure. I don't know works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she just talks like with a dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't understand.
You're like slowing down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No, I'm just like a normal person who's not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
You hear that? Now listen, she says, no, it's not.
That's Plato.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. And I mean, that audience is so mind bombed and insane. They'll even care. They don't even care if it's Plato. This I thought was kind of funny too. Just a little brief interlude aside. So Ben Shapiro, now that he's not propped up or whatever, if this whole, like, I'm getting equal to, and in some cases more views on my stuff than Ben Shapiro. So in reality, Ben Shapiro is like sunk down to what we get, bro, on YouTube. Isn't that crazy? Imagine having, what does he have, like 5, 6, 7 million followers, and then you're actually getting the views that I get. Which makes me think, does he really have that many followers? Is that actually propped up? And now we all know that he was initially propped up via a bunch of, the money, the billionaires behind Daily Wire, right? But now you can actually see it in live time with the viewage, which is essentially around what I get. By the way, if you want to get Esther Hollywood 3, if you enjoyed my interviews, my talks, my Tucker stuff, then be sure and head on over to Jay's Analysis in the shop. The link is in the show description of today's
live stream, you can click on over there and get signed copies. You don't have to request signed copies because every copy from my website, the whole reason you would get it from me and not from Jeff Bezos is because they're signed. So a lot of people ask, can it be signed? Will you sign it? That's the whole point of getting it from me. And that's why it supports the authors. It's a little bit more, yes, but it covers the shipping and you get a signed copy. You don't get a signed copy from Joffrey Bezos. And I will also sign the Aristotle Plato 5 Dialogues. My favorite book is Aristotle Plato 5 Dialogue. What is your favorite book? Aristotle Plato 5 Dialogue. That's the title of a book. Aristotle Plato 5 Dialogue. Isn't that what she said the first time? Some kind of nonsense shit the first time. For those that are interested in the Florida Keys event, November 1st, that you probably saw me do the interview with John Heers, Father Heers' brother. You can get tickets. This is a how would I describe this event? This is more of like a vacation summertime resort type of event. So it is not cheap. So there's only, I think, 40 seats. Pajot will be there. I don't think Pajot is speaking. I'm supposed to speak at this, and then I forget the other guy. Let's see what this guy's name is. Guest speaker is me. You've probably heard of the beloved Jamie Dyer. And Paul Kings North. So I'm not familiar with him, but he will be there, as will be Jonathan Pajot, just chilling. And you can get the tickets to the Islamorada. No, we're not becoming Muslims. That's the name of one of the keys down in the Florida Keys. You can get tickets for that right there. Islamorada is one of the keys in the Florida Keys. So this is probably, I don't know, an hour from Miami. If you drive down from Miami, then you drive over onto the Keys. This is like the second or third key. I've been there one time, but we will be there. And we will be doing a Tomada, we're doing a Supra, the Georgia and the Supra festival that you probably heard us talk about. And you can get tickets to that there. If you don't know, you can learn more about that. In the interview, and by the way, this interview I think is really good precisely because I think it ended up being one of the best, most concise 1 hour critiques of classical liberalism and the Enlightenment. So basically, this whole conversation, I didn't really know where we were going to go, but the whole conversation ends up being John here's asking me, what is the problem with classical liberalism and the Enlightenment? So I laid out my case, I think actually pretty well. I don't care how the dumb play, like, you are not pronouncing it correct. I was about to say Islamorada. So I'll pronounce shit the way I want to, unless I want to make fun of you for mispronouncing. There is the John Here's discussion. It's in the chat. I think it came out really good. If you want a concise 1 hour critique of the Enlightenment and classical liberalism, there it is. Okay. Now, I want to remind you guys that we do still have the show sponsor, our beloved sponsor, chalk.com. And let me see, where's my chalk at? Is it gone? I might have moved it. Let's see. Can you guys still hear me? Yeah. Hello. Test. Okay. I am going to go TT to the little girls' room, but I will be right back. I've been sitting here gulping coffee. We got more debates to get through. We're going to get through some of Erudite versus Rachel, Dinesh versus Andrew. I want to look at a little bit of Godlogic and Jake. Did he debate Jake? I think he did. But until I return, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to go TT. And then we got to do some super chats. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna put you on something crazy real quick. Most of these Zoomer gym bros are consuming macro-guzzling synthetic dyes and synthetic sweeteners on the daily. They don't even know it. Goofy AF. There's nothing great about that. Do not listen any further unless you are an alpha or sigma male. This is important and there could be consequences. There's a new certified sigma male pre-workout powder for sigmas only. It is guaranteed to empower you to dominate your co-workers, fire your boss, aggressively gamble, or invade a small village. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, which are actually not natural at all, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode, colored with organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine made in a sketchy Chinese lab. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract, which will get your mind going and pump you up to the max. Chad Mode is made in America with all clean ingredients, the first clean pre-workout of its kind. Why are these people adding synthetic sweeteners to every single pre-workout when there are many studied downsides to consuming nasty fake sucralose? Each dose of Chad Mode contains the kick of a cup and a half of coffee, delivering a surge of energy alongside essential vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal extracts. Chad Mode will allow you to fire your boss and dominate anyone who opposes you. Chad Mode will make you more dominant in your daily life, so proceed with caution. It's as simple as mixing 1 or 2 scoops of our fine powder into water or juice, providing you with a delicious, energizing beverage featuring a burst of sweet organic fruit flavor. Chad Mode will give you the extra edge you desperately crave. Don't miss out. Secure your supply of Chad Mode on TikTok Shop with a limited time massive discount. Elevate your workouts and supercharge your days. Chad Mode, not for your average gym bro zoomer who consumes synthetic blue dyes on the daily. Buy on the TikTok Shop now with a massive discount provided by TikTok for a very limited time. Buy now while this is still available, or go to chalk.com and use code in caption. Chad Mode has been flying off the shelves because it's the first of its kind, certified for alpha males only. Do not buy if you are a beta. We will refund your money. I'm gonna put you on something crazy real quick. Most of these Zoomer gym bros are consuming macro-guzzling synthetic dyes and synthetic sweeteners on the daily. They don't even know it. Goofy AF. There's nothing great about that. Do not listen any further unless you are an alpha or sigma male. This is important and there could be consequences. There's a new certified sigma male pre-workout powder for sigmas only. It is guaranteed to empower you to dominate your co-workers, fire your boss, aggressively gamble, or invade a small village. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, which are actually not natural at all, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode, colored with organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine made in a sketchy Chinese lab. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract, which will get your mind going and pump you up to the max. Chad Mode is made in America with all clean ingredients, the first clean pre-workout of its kind. Why are these people adding synthetic sweeteners to every single pre-workout when there are many studied downsides to consuming nasty fake sucralose? Each dose of Chad Mode contains the kick of a cup and a half of coffee, delivering a surge of energy alongside essential vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal extracts. Chad Mode will allow you to fire your boss and dominate anyone who opposes you. Chad Mode will make you more dominant in your daily life, so proceed with caution. It's as simple as mixing 1 or 2 scoops of our fine powder into water or juice, providing you with a delicious, energizing beverage featuring a burst of sweet organic fruit flavor. Chad Mode will give you the extra edge you desperately crave. Don't miss out. Secure your supply of Chad Mode on TikTok Shop with a limited time massive discount. Elevate your workouts and supercharge your days. Chad Mode, not for your average gym bro zoomer who consumes synthetic blue dyes on the daily. Buy on the TikTok Shop now with a massive discount provided by TikTok for a very limited time. Buy now while this is still available, or go to chalk.com and use code in caption. Chad Mode has been flying off the shelves because it's the first of its kind, certified for alpha males only. Do not buy if you are a beta. We will refund your money. I'm gonna put you on something crazy real quick. Most of these Zoomer gym bros are consuming macro-guzzling synthetic dyes and synthetic sweeteners on the daily. They don't even know it. Goofy AF. There's nothing great about that. Do not listen any further unless you are an alpha or sigma male. This is important and there could be consequences. There's a new certified sigma male pre-workout powder for sigmas only. It is guaranteed to empower you to dominate your co-workers, fire your boss, aggressively gamble, or invade a small village. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, which are actually not natural at all, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode, colored with organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine.
I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling. I really think of it as like Philosophy Unleashed, because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you can't make sense of. Jay actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours put into just the presentation of this, let alone the hundreds and thousands of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent evolution and history of the origins of philosophy, the uses of philosophy, the different ways to look at it over time, and how that has been brought about to what we have today, which is almost an absence of philosophy on the objective logic and reason side, and an overabundance of woke philosophy that is irrational and is made up day by day as people are like, I think we should bring racism back. And then here's a justification. And then it gets wokeified and spread out. And then all of a sudden you have a bunch of communist, socialist ideas where you become the property in action. You need to be able to stand your own ground. It helps to have a foundation in philosophy because it's a method to find truth. When you get down to it, philosophy is there because you love truth enough to go and learn how to find it because it's valuable. So if you're interested in things like that, there is the landing page. We'll link it up in the notes. It is a longer one, so we'll get a shorter URL for this. I'm sure Jay has a link on his page. I just wanted to show it off. Now you know it exists. You can go look for it and see why this is not your father's philosophy, right? So well done. I'm proud of everyone who helped to produce and edit the course. And of course, Jay did a flawless job in presenting the course over those 12 weeks. And he's a juggernaut. He's another guy, just like John Bush, in action all the time, doing something productive, like very little wasted time in his week. Those 168 hours of being harnessed very well. I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling. I really think of it as like Philosophy Unleashed, because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you can't make sense of. Jay actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours put into just the presentation of this, let alone the hundreds and thousands of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent evolution and history of the origins of philosophy, the uses of philosophy, the different ways to look at it over time, and how that has been brought about to what we have today, which is almost an absence of philosophy on the objective logic and reason side, and an overabundance of woke philosophy that is irrational and is made up day by day as people are like, I think we should bring racism back. And then here's a justification. And then it gets wokeified and spread out. And then all of a sudden you have a bunch of communist, socialist ideas where you become the property in action. You need to be able to stand your own ground. It helps to have a foundation in philosophy because it's a method to find truth. When you get down to it, philosophy is there because you love truth enough to go and learn how to find it because it's valuable. So if you're interested in things like that, there is the landing page. We'll link it up in the notes. It is a longer one, so we'll get a shorter URL for this. I'm sure Jay has a link on his page. I just wanted to show it off. Now you know it exists. You can go look for it and see why this is not your father's philosophy, right? So well done. I'm proud of everyone who helped to produce and edit the course. And of course, Jay did a flawless job in presenting the course over those 12 weeks. And he's a juggernaut. He's another guy, just like John Bush, in action all the time, doing something productive, like very little wasted time in his week. Those 168 hours of being harnessed very well. I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling. I really think of it as like Philosophy Unleashed, because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you can't make sense of. Jay actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours put into just the presentation of this, let alone the hundreds and thousands of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent evolution and history of the origins of philosophy, the uses of philosophy.
All right, welcome back.
What's up, player? What's up, player? What's up, players?
As we continue, we will next look at, let's see if there's any, is there any clips of Godlogic? And I think also I should mention Shamoon due to his recent comments. Did he debate? I think he did debate Jake, right? Let's see if there's any clips. These are not recent. Let's see, this week. Are there not clips of it yet? I don't know. Well, I hope everybody, by the way, is beginning to see the problems of online anti-Islamianity, because it's really just a one-trick pony, limited hangout grift. Because you've noticed none of these people can tell you anything beyond Islam wrong, right? And then you got Godlogic using our monarchical Trinitarianism, which makes no sense without the rest of the doctrines. It's not a standalone doctrine. Okay, that's the drama, but this, okay, this isn't. Did they debate? I don't even know. I was asleep, dude. I don't know. I was sleeping in, bro. Did they even debate? Can y'all help me out? Did Godlogic debate Jake at MDD? Let's see. Maybe I got it wrong and they didn't debate. I don't know. All right, let's just talk about some of the drama then, because I don't know. I can't find a clip. Where is that clip that I had of them? Yeah, here we go.
What happened was, I think it was about 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I started telling Godlogic, look, you don't need me. And he's got the text messages, by the way. So Godlogic, I give you permission. Post our text messages. See, I'm saying, post them.
Do it.
I give you permission to see if I'm lying. I said, look, dude, you don't need me. You don't need David Wood. David Wood is using you because you're the hottest ticket right now. And I don't want you to be seen with me. And I don't want you to be seen with David.
By the way, again, it's not going to pan out long term. This is not going to work. So I'm not saying this because, oh, you're just jealous of Godlogic. I really don't even care about the debate sphere. I like doing debates. I'll do it. Debates are not the main thing that I'm even interested in. To me, they're a side thing to do that's fun. They're not my main interest. I have many other interests. In fact, I find the geopolitical stuff
more interesting than debates. But I will do debates because I think it is necessary, it is useful, it is helpful to the church to refute these errors, to refute these crazy views. But no, I don't care about being the YouTube apologetics guy. I really don't. It's not my main interest. I will do it though. And the entire time that we've called out people, here's what's fascinating. Now people are admitting, even Shamoon, as he recently did, is admitting that we were correct about these people because we weren't calling them out of jealousy. Anytime you call somebody out, you're just jealous, you're just jealous. What if I'm actually principled and I have a consistent reason and basis for why I would make a critique? And you'll notice all of our positions and critiques, they don't change. They're the same type of critique and principle. So whether it's IP or whether it's Godlogic, it's nothing personal initially. It's just simply a question of, that's great that you're refuting Islam, but you can't take all of the orthodox positions like monarchical Trinitarianism out of the Orthodox Church and send people to Messianic synagogues or synagogues where people get snipped, get circumcised, as happened with young Don. You guys remember we saw Ruslan laughed about this, right? He apostatizes and Ruslan tries to spin it like, well, he apostatized because of orthodoxy. And he laughed about it. I wouldn't think apostasy is funny, but I guess Ruslan does, because hey, it's about them 7 figures, dog. It's about them 7 figures. So you can't preach Christianity and preach any old Christianity. There is no such thing as any old, give me that old time religion, that any old time religion. It's good enough for me and Grandpappy. You also have to have a church. There is no gospel without the church. Paul says the church is the pillar and ground of truth. The church is not a generic, unknown entity. It's a historic entity. It existed for the first 1,000 years. Churchless apologetics never existed in the first 1,000 years. That's why I've challenged these people for the last year, or excuse me, 6 months, to name a single churchless apologist in the first millennium. There's not one. Because all the statements of the church in the first 1,000 years are, you must be a member of the one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church. Even the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, the Second Council's Creed, states that you have to be a member of the one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church to be called a Christian. Any other groups, they're not even Christian. They're heterodox. They're something else. So, for Godlogic or any of these people to have a large audience isn't really the main problem. It's nothing to do with why I would critique them, because I'd have the same critique for a person with a small audience. Remember they said, what's his name? Ruslan said Dyer only debates big channels to get attention. Really? I debated the Independent Fundamentalist Baptist guy, small channel. I debated the agnostic Jack Sazer, tiny channel. I debated Captain Crackrock, small channel. On and on and on. I'm about to debate a Lutheran dude, tiny channel, right? We got a Lutheran debate next week. So I debate all the time. By the way, out of all of these people, I'm the only one that open call streams are available at all times. We do open call streams at all times, meaning that anyone can pop on and debate that isn't an absolute lunatic. So how would I only be interested in debating people bigger than me? Now, guess what? I am interested in debating people bigger than me. Duh. Just like when Ruslan tried to call out Nick Fuentes or Candace to debate. Of course I want to debate bigger name people, because that's how I'm going to grow my channel, dummy. But I don't only debate big name people. So that's all bullcrap. And again, this alone ought to end the whole career of the anti-Islamianity people, or at least get them to be more specific about, well, what is the church? What are you sending people to? Are you telling them to go from the mosque to the Messianic synagogue where they're going to get circumcised? That's crazy. That means you're pushing Judaizing. And that is the church's first heresy. So Godlogic, unfortunately, is pushing and indirectly promoting, or in some cases directly promoting, the very first heresy condemned in the church, Judaizing, by sending people to those ridiculous Messianic
synagogues that are open Judaizing cults. And how many of these people have we been right about? It doesn't matter how many times I tell you guys stuff, I end up constantly being correct. All of these people that we've been interacting with for almost a decade, in some cases, right? The bear cult, a bunch of loons, blasphemous, God-hating, anti-Trinitarian loons. I told Sam Shamoon that he was going to have problems with William Albrecht. That dude is a snake. Lo and behold, William Albrecht's a snake. I was right. Nobody likes William Albrecht anymore. I told him that Lofton was a snake and he's going to undermine. Nobody likes Lofton anymore. So over and over and over and over and over, I've been correct. I told, how is this my bullshit? What in anything that I said is bullshit? I went to go get a snack, dog. I'm over here eating. What are you talking about? I went to go get food so that I could bullshit. I can't do a live stream for freaking hours on end without some snacky wackies. By the way, isn't it funny that the bear cult, when I acted retarded, they clip it like I wasn't acting retarded? Like they think that's how I actually act. like if I tell the story of irritable bowel syndrome and I'm laughing about it, it's not a point of like getting me. It doesn't make it, they don't understand how jokes work, right? Like if you're using the thing that I told as a story and I'm saying that it's retarded, and then you're like, he's retarded. Yeah, that was the point of the joke, dummy. Dude, you don't understand how the jokes work. But I think with that crew, that's all they get. Penis buttcom gay. Ha, it's crazy, right? Penis buttcom gay. Oh, Jay died like penis buttcom gay. All right, you just repeat that for 10 years, and that's bear comedy right there. Penis buttcom gay. It's crazy, right? Well, what if you had a penis that was a butt and also would come a lot? That's comedy for these weirdos. Anyway, how many times we had to be correct about these people, right? Yo, shout out to OP. I got the IBS with an OPP for the CCP. I'm on TMZ with my TMJ. Yeah, that's my impression of bear comedy. Ha! Peter's back on guys. Crazy, right? Duh, it's crazy. What if you had like a penis? It was also like a butt at the same time. And you could just like come out a bunch of gay guys and penis and butt and come. Penis fucking gay. It's crazy. That's high tier comedy right there. What if there's a guy named Penis Queer? What do you expect with that crowd? Anyway. So, y'all know who I'm making fun of, but so Shamoon has now admitted, and I appreciate it, that all these people that we said were Spurgatron, lunatic, weirdo creeps, whether it's Leather Daddy or Loft Dog, they've all shown their colors, dude. They're all unprincipled. They all will stab anybody else in the back. So I very much appreciate Sam Shamoon offering a personal apology for the specific topics and problems. And I also apologize to Sam for, jokes that went over the line or whatever. So on a personal level, all of that is in the past. It is forgotten. Now, that doesn't mean that we have the same theological positions. My positions will always, Lord willing, hopefully, remain the same. And if I critique somebody, it's on principle. It's the same critique of IP that I have a Godlogic or anybody else. Good. I'm glad that you're critiquing Islam, but you also got to have more than just that. Okay. Did we ever land on the Shamoon? I had a fun time watching the stream. I thought that Sam's jokes about the orbs were cracking me up. So when we can get to the point where we all laugh at each other, that's actually pretty funny. That's why Tim Gordon and I continue to get along. We actually riff on each other. We bust on each other. We make fun of each other. And we still get along. We're still good friends. We've had a good time busting each other's chops. taking the piss out of each other. Hey, taking the piss out of him. That's what dudes do. Okay, you can't be a thin-skinned, whiny weirdo. However, there are lines. Okay, people's family, people's, you know, you start mocking the icons, but doing demonic stuff, putting poop on icons. That's over the line. I'm out. Not even going to talk to you or any of the cult or any of them. We will never talk. Also, Cholo Cheater went over the line. Okay. Again, if he'd walked it back, if he had, you know, actually apologized, and he wasn't apologizing for the real issues. He was apologizing. He says he was going to apologize for going after me personally. When you see the actual 1 versus 5 debate, when it goes up, you'll understand the whole thing. It'll all make sense. And by the way, his arguments are terrible. This guy is an idiot. He literally argues that at the time of Chalcedon, Invisible Church wasn't true, but now post Vatican II, Invisible Church is true. I'm not kidding. That's actually what the Cholo Cheater argues. So I'm glad all you Roman Catholics are going to hinge your arguments and hinge it on that guy, because he's going to embarrass you. And Cholo Cheater and I are he's agreed to a debate on Vatican II contradicting. And the funny part is, he just asked, what are the documents in Vatican II that even talk about church and state? He doesn't even know. Okay, this is not going to go well for him, but he's already agreed to the debate. So good job, dude. Cholo Cheater keeps coming back. He doesn't realize, like, you're not going to win this, bro. You're not going to cheat and use your meta glasses. You're not going to come after me personally, as he did in the debate. It's going to be really obvious. And again, remember, we agreed. People don't understand the 1 versus 5 was an agreed upon, no holds barred, blood sport style, go at it. Anything is on the table. I told all of them, because there was 7 people there. There was like 5 people and 2 backups. I told all of them, I'm going to roast you guys too. So expect that if it gets heated, I'm going to bust on you. I'm going to riff on you. I'll make mama jokes. Nobody had a problem with that. Okay, we all agreed. Oh, but then when it actually is on camera, suddenly they're all victims, and yeah, you'll see. You'll see what I mean. By the way, I need to start like getting some kind of busting on your mama NDA non-disclosure agreement at the beginning, right? Because all these people are going to say, I'm a victim. He's mean. I'm a victim. No, you agreed at the beginning. Everybody agreed. I told him I was going to bust on him. And by the way, the first dude, he quit. Okay, so the first dude, he got up there and he was like this. And I was like, I'm going to bust on you, dude. His name was Jay. I called him Faking Jay. He was shaking. And he goes, I can't do it. And he ran away. So that's why they had 2 backup people there, because they just counted on people basically just quitting. And so Cholo Cheater only came up twice, right? Let's go ahead and talk about Cholo Cheater real quick. Because all of this is a bunch of drama when you actually watch his arguments, you're going to be laughing. Okay, because it's 10-minute segments. So what you saw was just like 2-minute clip of what he put up. So this is after all of that, after an hour and a half of segments. I don't even remember how many there were. Me going back and forth with goobers for 10. Each one of them is for 10 minutes. So this is a Jubilee style situation. But the twist here is people are in your face, like sitting facing each other, like knees touching almost. I'm like, I want some Fauci level social distancing, and I didn't get it. It's a joke. And the idea is there's a topic about, in this case, Orthodox Church in the first 5 centuries or whatever. And you go for 10 minutes each, and then the next person runs up to the seat, right? Hot seat. So Cholo Cheater came in, and he was like, when we were doing the explanation of the show at the beginning, he's like, hey, dude, I got my meta glasses or whatever, dude. Like, is everybody cool with that? Because, like, I'm just going to record. That's it, bro. I'm just going to record, dude. And I'm like, how do we know you're just going to record? We just take your word for it? What? So, first of all, I was like, this is retarded. But I'm like, in my head, I'm like, okay, I'm going to let him bring his meta glasses to the thing.
You asked Rachel.
I I'm going to let him bring in the meta glasses because I'm going to call it out in the hot seat. I was like, that's going to be, you know, fun, entertaining reality TV, right? And yes, he did ask if he could use the meta glasses. And James was like, yeah, but, and I think there was like the expectation. I don't even know exactly what James said to him, but the expectation was you can't put up the 1-on-5 before it goes up on MDD, right? So this dude already violated it by putting up the 1-on-5s just because he's trying to clip farm. So I'm like, okay, you want to clip farm me? How about I clip farm you, right? So after all of the debacle, I confronted him about using the meta glasses. Now, first of all, yes, you can look things up via meta glasses. Look up anything about them. Okay. Can you look up things on meta glasses? Yes. Meta glasses can look things up by meta AI, right? You can do visual lookup. You can do heads up display, voice activated. There's a lot of different means and methods of lookup, okay? Now, in this debate, you see this picture of the guy right here on the right where he's looking at a screen right here? Did you see that image?
I've just been hands-on with Meta's new 799.
So I can see in the one-on-one, he's looking up here at the corner of his glasses, okay? Now, if he's just recording, why is he looking up here reading the corner of the glasses? Because I watched him the whole time. I'm like, are you a spurg or are you reading something? Right? So let's see if this guy shows anything. Look at that right there. You can see right there. See that? That's exactly where that dude was looking, up to the right in the glasses. Now, here's the other thing. He doesn't have to only be potentially using the voice activated response, which he technically could have done between his hot seats, right, coming up. So in other words, he could be in the hot seat. He could get my arguments. Then when he leaves the hot seat, he could go, oh, I got to go to the bathroom, you know, whatever. We did take a bathroom break. Or he could sit over there and get his friends to reply in the texts. And we know was working with that gay Talon dude, openly gay, by the way, saying he would claiming he would date dudes. So you can have your friend sending you the answers. Duh. People are acting like there's only one way to cheat, which is to voice activate it. No, it's not, dummy. You can see the text messages right there coming in on the meta glasses. Look right there. Here's what this dude sees as he's looking at the room. You can look at your buddy sending you answers. So him and his, I guarantee, I bet you money, him and his butt buddy were sending answers. He was sending them answers. He wouldn't do that. He promised he wouldn't. I don't trust that Cholo. And by the way, he later said, I was going to apologize. Well, why would you be apologizing if you didn't do anything wrong? Well, he didn't say he would do something wrong with glasses. He was going to apologize for going after you personally. Oh, so he's unprincipled. So if he's unprincipled and he's going to come after me personally, then why would he not use the meta glasses if he's unprincipled, dummy? So you see, and this is exactly where the dude is looking.
Glanceable.
Right there in the debate. The dude is a liar. Now, in the debate, he gets caught lying. Right? Because I said, wait a minute, you're talking about an invisible church. He literally starts arguing that an invisible church doctrine is true post-Vatican II. I'm like, your church doesn't believe in a visible church. Yeah, yes, it does, dude. Yes, it does, dude. And I'm like, well, do you think it was true back then at Chalcedon? It wasn't true then. Oh, but it's true now, so you're not going to change this? Oh, why are you trying to avoid it, Jay? You're trying to avoid. These dudes are absolutely scumbag liars. So the dude lied multiple times over and went after me personally, as you will see in the 1-on-5. So why would I believe this dude? Well, no, I promise I wasn't cheating. I don't give a shit what you promised. By the way, this should be a disqualifier anyway. Just bringing the meta glasses to the debate with the potentiality of cheating already shows that you're disqualified. This alone, it's no different than, imagine if I was in the debate and I was like, can we pause the debate because I got to look up something on ChatGPT. Dude, the whole internet would call me out as a fraud. Oh, but this is a poor cholo man and he only has a few hundred subscribers, so how dare you be mean to him? I don't give a shit how many subscribers he's got if he's being a piece of shit. Who cares? That doesn't matter. It's still wrong. And this shows like you guys have a ridiculous double ethic, a double standard ethic. And this is why you don't get anywhere. This is why you don't succeed. You don't get anywhere being lying and deceiving and cheating. And yes, you're a cholo cheater. And it's going to be even worse for you now that you've agreed to a public debate, you idiot. I will just keep baiting you and walking you into new traps. So let's hear this. Where'd it go? I thought I had it pulled up. Maybe I didn't have it pulled up. Let's see. Hey, dude. By the way, people couldn't even tell that that was me asking him the questions. Of course it's me. You can't recognize my... I guess that means I'm good because nobody could tell that they thought it was a real cholo. They were confused. You asked... Obviously that's me, dude.
Hey, dude, why was you using your meta glasses throughout the debate, bro?
All right, Jay. I was meaning to apologize to you, but...
So he was going to apologize for coming at me personally when I called him a liar because he got caught lying and trying to cover it up in the debate. And by the way, to be dishonest in a debate is a form of lying. So when you get caught and you say one thing and then you say another thing and you get caught, that means you're busted, dude. And then you're like, nah, dude, I never lied or I didn't get nothing wrong, dude. Yeah, you did.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, how come, bro?
I feel like it was a little too much.
And by the way, why does he have cocaine fingernails? This dude has gay fingernails extended out about 3/4 of an inch off of his finger. What? What the hell? Is that for cutting the bricks in the coca, dude? Is that what you guys are up to, bro?
I feel like when you called me a liar, it was a little I took it too personal.
Oh, but
yeah, but if you lie, then that would make you a liar, right? So he took it to now he was going to apologize for coming at me personally. So notice he admits that he did come at me personally, right?
she was using your glasses through the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind your...
Yeah, I was using my glasses. So notice he didn't deny it. Yeah, I was using my meta glasses through the whole thing. Yeah, so what? Oh, so he did use them all throughout the whole thing.
So you was cheating or whatever, bro?
No, I was recording, my guy.
Oh, I was recording, my guy. You could be recording and also getting information. So this is probably a lie by omission or deflecting, right? And again, he could record my section and then when he's not in the hot seat, he could show that or somebody else could see that, right? His butt buddy Talon or whatever. Or during the bathroom break, he could go to the bathroom and get answers from his butt buddies. Like all of these things are possibilities. They're just acting like, oh no, dude, Jay is so mean. And then people act like, oh, well, if Jay's mean, then that means you can cheat. You could do anything against this dude. He's so mean. Like, if you just do anything, bro, go for it, dude.
Oh, but you was cheating too, right?
How was I cheating?
Oh, you were on your glasses, bro.
Why is he giggling and looking away? This dude guilty AF, bro. Giggling and looking away. I saw his eye looking up here at the chat. And you just saw the meta glasses have the chat right here. In the corner. See that right there? Look, that bitch texting him right there. And he had his butt buddy texting him, I'll bet you $100 million. And we're all just supposed we're just supposed to take his word for it. Now, imagine if I did this. Imagine if I go into a debate and the Muslims see me using my meta glasses. I'm looking at chat up here in the corner and the whole internet calls me out as a fraud. Nah, dude, I was just recording, bro. I promise, dude. Just trust me, though. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Now, do the Roman Catholics, in terms of online apologetics, do they have a good history of being honest about these types of things? No, they don't. No, they don't. I don't believe one word of anything they say. And you're just supposed to assume that, well, but he promised he wouldn't do it. So therefore he didn't cheat, and he would never use. How dare you? He would never use his Meta glasses for. And by the way, why is he snickering, looking away? He can't look me in the eyes because he knows it's true.
Totally.
Look, he can't look me in the eye. Look at that. I called him out because I saw his eyes in the debate reading up here at the glasses. And now he can't look me in the eye.
Bro, no problem.
Look, he can't even look. So notice, he's looking me in the eye here. When I call him out for cheating, nah, fool, I can't even look you in the eye, bro. It's like the eyes of truth or whatever.
Or whatever, bro.
No, I was recording, my guy.
Oh, but you was cheating too, right?
How was I cheating?
Oh, you were on your glasses, bro. Totally, bro.
He can't even look at me in the eye. He has to look away. Nah, dude, I promise, bro. Look, dude, I got my fingers crossed, bro. I got my freaking cocaine toenail finger crossed, bro. Look, dude, I just be look, I gotta break the cocaine with my toenails. I had my toenails pasted onto my fingernails, bro. Why do you have girls' fingernails, dude? And get the heck out of my chat. Trash. Get out of here. I was just recording, bro. So this is the state of Roman Catholic apologetics right there. I don't think we have much to worry about. Nah, dude, I would never. Look, man, I might have been getting some messages or whatever, but that was just from my baby mama, bro, I promise. And I wasn't even reading them, bro. I was just looking up in the corner because I got a little bit of autism and I stare at the sky or whatever. I promise I was not even looking at the text that came in, dude. Hey, fool, I was barely even cheating, bro. Hey, fool. I was barely cheating, bro. Why you want to accuse me? I'm a victim. Man, you're so mean, dude. I'm a victim, bro. Hey, dude, I'm a victim. Give me money to my GoFundMe, bro. Help me get some nail clippers because I got basically toenails for fingernails, bro. How dare you make fun of my mom and my lowrider, bro? The debate got so bad, I just started singing low rider. Oh, you racist, bro. Why you racist? They did that. So I started busting on them. Oh, you look at racist. I'm a victim. Victim racism. I'm a victim. I'm a holy brown person and I'm a victim. Look at this racist guy. Yeah, you agreed at the beginning I would roast you. I'm a victim, bro. I'm a victim. Let me ask Mark Zuckerberg what the answers are. Look, so 2 phonies. We got Cholo Cheater and we got Chad GPT, peace be upon him. This is where we're at in the world of debate. Bunch of damn phonies, dude. I'm a victim, bro. I'm a victim. Why you wanna hurt me like that? Why you wanna treat me so bad, bro? Low rider. More like low, more rolls. Exactly. Low, more rolls. Oh, dude, I'm a victim. Oh, you hurt me. I'm going to come after your family now because you're so evil and mean. By the way, I'm cheating. I think everybody notices, too, the hypocrisy of this shit because even Shamoon, for example, was not aware of my comment about the Brown cult. Okay, so this is still going around, and these dishonest Coptic garbage people still share the out of context comment of me saying Brown cult as if I just randomly came and said the Coptics are Brown cult, like for no reason, just randomly said it. Why did I actually say it? If you recall, the Coptics and company were angry over the many debate, confrontation, and online back and forths. And they were saying that they resent the white racism of Orthodox, supposedly, right? Then they said that it was perfectly permissible to meme Craig Trulia, mocking his appearance and his Asian wife, into horrendous, horrible memes. All of the Coptics thought this was super funny, sharing it. They made other white memes mocking the white people. And I said, do you understand your hypocrisy? You are a brown cult doing the very thing that you are supposedly calling out in your fake victim status. Then they clipped my brown cult and said, oh, he's racist. As they're making fun of white people and Craig Trulia and his Asian wife. This is what I'm saying about these people. These people come from a society and a culture where it's no big deal if you're a total hypocrite because there's a dual ethic, an in-group, out-group ethic. They don't give a shit about being consistent with all people. They don't believe that. That's not their ethic. So they're liars when they act like out of nowhere. Look at Jay Dyer. He just comes in for no reason with the racism. And by the way, we're such victims. We are victims. We're victims. By the way, look at you stupid white people, dude. Fucking white people, bro. So anyway, it's just constant victim, liar, just disgusting people. They just act like pieces of shit. And they think it's funny too. Like you saw the Cholo cheater. He still thinks it's funny because they think that it's all just about getting attention, right? But it's not going to go well for him now that he's agreed to a public debate. So we'll see about all that. And he actually thinks like it's not, and maybe to a degree for the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, he's right. Like they don't give a shit about any of it other than attention. So maybe he's actually right about that. How could I be racist if I'm BIPOC? Hello? Now let's play a little bit more of this loon so that you can remember what we went through with her. Philosophy person. Could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
I don't know what works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she just talks like with a dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't understand.
You're like slowing down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No, I'm just like a normal person who's not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
That's Plato.
That's it.
Hello. Hey Jay, are you gonna unblock me yet, or are you just gonna keep running from me forever? And I thought you quit.
Yeah, why would I be running from a person who's a complete idiot? Like, what is she even talking about? And no, I will never unblock you. You're gross.
Debating, or did you not? I just also want to be clear.
We're gonna jump to the next
I'm
question.
not an expert.
All right.
James, I'm so sorry.
No, it's not that you're not an expert. It's that you don't know anything. Like nobody said or thought that you were an expert. It was a pseudo game of making people think that you knew something at all, and that's exactly not the case.
We're just going to turn this into like shitting on Erudite session. You're so desperate. You're like, God, how do I get this win? I asked for you, which is why for societies to compete at a global geopolitical level, you have to keep up with technology. The reality is that China...
By the way, in the other debate, guess what? My GDP. That's it. Like she just repeats the same shit year after year. And she just spits it out as if that's like high IQ. And no, it just means you talk fast. That's literally all it means.
Wants to win over America, which means they're going to allow women into the workforce. They're going to give them tampons. They're going to give them birth. You have to.
None of that proves that it's necessary and inevitable.
It proves that it's necessary and inevitable because the technology changes at a global level. And for you to compete at a global level, you have to allow women into the workforce.
So she just yaps. This is like her whole thing is to just yap. If it didn't happen,
that's it.
In Rome, then it wasn't necessary and inevitable, and that proves my point.
Do we live in Rome anymore?
Oh my gosh, are you serious? You're that stupid.
Do we live in Rome anymore? Or the technology?
You said necessary and inevitable?
Yeah.
Yeah. All I have to give is one example to show it's not necessary and inevitable. This is a stupid person.
Was it necessary and inevitable in Rome?
Again, the technology. Or do we live in Rome? Do we live in Rome?
So that it wasn't necessary and inevitable.
Are the technologies
the same? Can you follow an argument that isn't just yapping and asserting your position?
Jay, can you
It's an argument.
follow me?
What's the argument?
It was not necessary in Rome because they didn't have tampons.
Then it wasn't
and
necessary and
birth
inevitable.
control.
Thank you.
It is inevitable because we now
Then
have
it's not
tampons.
necessary. You just said it's not necessary.
Do tampons exist?
That refutes your position.
Do tampons exist?
No.
Did they exist in Rome?
No, they don't exist.
Did they exist in Rome?
There are no tampons.
There's no such thing as tampons. Okay, great. If the tampons...
There's no such thing.
Did they exist in Rome?
No.
So tampons are not real?
Correct.
Okay, well, if we're
There's never been
doing
one.
this type of debate, I guess that's true, and the sky's purple, and I'm a 12-foot hippopotamus.
We have a lot of historical Christian societies.
Sure.
Were any of them feminist?
No, but I don't think in general that God advocates really strongly for a political system.
Really?
No.
What about when Israel was organized? Was that a political system?
What
did they
like
have?
in 1948?
No, in the Old Testament.
In the Old Testament. Was it? Yeah, it was.
Obviously, I'm not talking about 1948. You know what I'm talking about, dummy.
Political society.
How was it organized?
I'm not a Jew.
What does that have to do with whether it was organized in a certain way?
I overlooked this compilation. Okay, this is a new compilation of like greatest hits from her. This is crazy.
It has nothing to do with my claim.
What does the Old Testament say about how God organized that society?
He gave them prescriptions about how to run their life from Moses.
How was that society organized?
It was organized, I believe, in a patriarchal society with matrilineal
correct.
heritage.
And it was a monarchy.
Yes.
A male monarchy.
Yep.
Okay. So in that regard, God was not feminist, right?
I've never said that God was feminist.
Well, I'm asking if there's a history example of where God organized a feminist society.
I mean, it's interesting because when you look at like ancient Judeo history, if you're not being presentist, it was like insanely.
Are you being presentist? I'd be like, yeah, bitch, I'm Santa Claus. I'm always presenting. I'm giving presents out left and right, dog.
Progressive compared to like the pagans around them, like the Assyrians and Babylonians.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well, it is what you're asking.
You're calling
right?
it progressive, and I would just say it's healthy. So the fact that they,
sure,
had,
yeah,
the
like
ten,
God,
they had the Ten
God
Commandments.
seemed to advocate to some degree for a better treatment of women than any other society
I
around
agree,
them.
but that's not feminism.
To some degree, you could argue that it is if you agree with my definition, which is like the empowerment.
Well, but your definition is so
promotion of
elastic and broad that it could be anything
But you agree
except
to
for
it.
what my position is. No, I don't, because I'm not agreeing that Old Testament patriarchal society is feminist. You just admitted it's not.
If you're not agreeing, why did we even define the words at the beginning?
Can
of
you
marriage
name a
rejecting
feminist
them?
society
I'm not
that
interested
God
to.
advocated?
I'm not interested to.
You appealed to God.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to treat women well.
Did God ever? That's not feminism. Now you're equivocating.
I'm not equivocating.
Yes, you are.
How am I equivocating?
You're changing, moving the goalposts as to what feminism is.
That's a completely different fallacy.
If God
So am I
has,
equivocating
if,
or am I
if,
moving?
if
Hold
in
on,
the
am
law,
I equivocating or am I moving the goalpost now?
It's both.
It's
You're
both.
equivocating on the word and moving the goal.
Yeah, this dummy thinks that she can't do two fallacies within like a minute. She could do many. So I don't know why she thinks that. No, like you can't actually logically do more than one fallacy within a few sentences. I think she could do the most. I think she's really talented at fallacies, actually.
To make your position work. So if there's no
That's
feminist,
not what
if there's no
equivocating
feminist equivocating on the word,
That's not what equivocating
I know
means.
what
Yes, it is equivocating on the word, so that feminism is anything that a society does that supposedly is helpful to women or minorities or whatever. That's now feminism. And I began this debate with her by saying feminism is a historical movement located in certain feminist figures. And then she expands it to be anything that helps women. So that is equivocating to make the word basically any piece of evidence can fit under that umbrella to then prove feminism. It's so stupid.
equivocation means. Yes, it does. It means that two different understandings of a word. You're equivocating on the word. Okay. Feminism. And you're defining to say that if God in the Old Testament gives women rights, that's feminism. That's not what feminism is. Feminism is a modern movement, post-revolutionary
Then why
philosophy.
did you agree to my definition of feminism?
Because it's so broad that that's fine if you want to defend that against patriarchy, but I'm arguing patriarchy against feminism.
So
And
all
what
you're
you
doing
appeal
now
to
is moving the goalposts by originally agreeing to a
no.
definition of feminism, and now you're saying that can't work anymore because it's defeating my argument?
The Old Testament God and the New Testament God are the same God, and they never institute a feminist society. And women's rights are being made in the image of God, that women are protected now in that status.
What do you mean
is
by a
not
feminist
feminism.
society? What do you mean by a feminist society?
A matriarchal society
I'm not
or a
advocating that.
non-patriarchal society.
I've never advocated for either of these things.
Okay, but feminism has never been a societal goal in the Old Testament or the New Testament or the history of any Christian society.
Again,
so you have no
I haven't
examples of
advocated-
this.
I haven't advocated for any of these things. I don't need
You
to.
appealed to God.
She is the biggest sued on the internet, and it's all sophistry. So I haven't looked at this in like a year. So going back and listening to this now, like a year later, it's literally just sophistry, the whole thing.
God as your standard of the ought and
I
the
said
right, the moral right.
Yeah, it's a
right?
moral thing to treat
Correct.
women well.
And then I said, give me the examples of where that God ever instituted anything like what you're talking about in terms of
And I
feminism,
said
and there's
in-
not.
that
There's not.
There is, according to the definition you agreed to.
No,
in
there's
feminism.
not.
Yeah, the empowerment and promotion of femininity. Judaism.
That is not what is happening in the Old Testament.
Judaism
That
is
is not.
the most progressive approach to femininity of all of the ancient
Modern
religions.
She thinks that rabbinic Judaism is the same thing as the Old Testament religion. It's not.
Judaism is not the same thing as what's in the
But
Mosaic Law.
you asked for
You
Old
admitted-
Testament
you
examples, which
admitted
I
it.
just gave you one.
That's not rabbinic Judaism. You admitted that it's a patriarchal society that's a
What do you
monarchy.
mean it's not rabbinic? You don't think Old Testament Judeo like?
No, it's not.
It's not
different.
rabbinic. What are you talking about?
It's not the same thing as
You
rabbinic
don't think
Judaism.
that the 1200 BC society that was erected by King David wasn't a rabbinic society?
Rabbinic Judaism comes out of the 4th and 5th century when the Babylonian Talmud is collected and collated.
So you don't
That's
think that
not,
the Old Testament at
is
all
not rabbinic, no.
Okay.
And it's
She doesn't even know like basics.
Patriarchal. So even if it was rabbinic, it wouldn't
fine.
refute it. Then there's no examples of what you're talking about.
Well, the issue for me is that what you're doing is you're creating a false dichotomy. You're pretending like
So she can't give a single example of what she's talking about.
And so she's being presentist.
Patriarchy and feminism can't coexist
Correct,
at the same
they
time.
cannot.
Of course they can. We live in one.
Being feminine is not the same thing as the movement of feminism.
I didn't say that it is. I said that
You
we
did.
are.
You said that femininity is promoted in the Old Testament, and you used that as a way to prove your position.
I said it empowered women and it promoted femininity. It empowered women by creating matrilineal lines of inheritance, and it promoted femininity by making a whole bunch of female figures be viewed as these like incredible characters to like look up to, like Ruth and Deborah and stuff like that.
Okay, well, there's a
Which,
plenty.
according to the definition you agreed to on feminism, would be feminism.
Then it wasn't quote progressive according to your view because other societies worship the goddess, and that would be more progressive than what you said.
If you want, we can go back an hour and we can redo chatter, and you can make a new definition for feminism that you like more, so that you can apply it more narrowly if you'd like.
You have moved the goalpost.
I have not. I
From
wrote
what
it down.
feminism is.
I wrote it down,
to be
and you agreed to it.
anything that. So is the goddess feminism?
I don't know what
Is goddess worship in the ancient pagan world, is that feminism?
It might be.
Okay,
I'm not
thank
sure.
you.
I don't know anything
so your
about.
view,
Hold on.
So your position is so elastic that it could encompass any
Then
possible
why did you
position.
agree to it?
It's unfault because the way you framed it was anti-patriarchy, and I'm fine with that.
I didn't frame it that
yes,
way.
you did.
I did not frame it that
the
way.
terms of this debate
If you
are:
wanna go back an
is
hour-
feminism good or is patriarchy good?
I wrote it down. Do you want to go
The
back
fact
an
that you
hour?
wrote it down just
So she's denying the terms of the debate is patriarchy versus feminism. Now she's saying, I never disagree with patriarchy. Yeah, you did. That's the premise of the debate, you idiot.
means that you misunderstand what you wrote down.
No,
that's even dumber.
The issue, rather than you just being bad faith for no reason,
No,
is
this
that
is good. You don't know what you didn't even know what an internal critique is. So
Well,
I'm not being bad faith. I've been debating for 25 years. It's not bad faith.
it's completely fine to know what terms are, right?
Sure, but in terms of debate, that's like 101, knowing what an internal critique is.
I understand what like consistency checks are. I just didn't use the language internal critique, right? So if we want to go back an hour, you agreed to this idea of chatter, right? How we
By
want
the way,
to
it's bright as hell in that room.
define concepts, agree to them so that we can talk about
Women
ideas.
prattle or chatter? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So if you agree to that,
What did I say?
Or chatter.
yeah, of chatter, right? How we want to define concepts, agree to them so that we can talk about
Women
ideas.
prattle or chatter?
Oh. Prattle or chatter, because all she did was prattle the whole time.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So if you agree to that, and then you agree to the terms, you can change them later. I'm just going to be good faith. You can change them later if you want to. Let's just go back to the terms again and narrow it down to what we can agree to of what feminism and patriarchy means. Because
Right.
now, like all you're doing
I
is
gave a very precise definition for patriarchy, right?
Sure, I did
And you
too.
gave a very loose definition as to what you think feminism is, which could encompass conceivably anything that helps women. And that's an ambiguity fallacy.
Then provide a different definition. Don't agree to it.
Why is she asking me to give a definition for her? This is so stupid. Like, this is like the dumbest debate almost of all time, right? And I don't know which is my worst debate. Is it Misfit Patriot, Erudite? I think most people think that those are the top two worst opponents ever. I want you guys in the chat. Tell me what you think. Do you think that my worst debate opponent was Misfit Patriot, Erudite, or is there another one that we're forgetting? Is it the independent fundamentalist Baptist guy? That guy was pretty bad. By the way, I am as pretty as I'm way prettier than this bitch. What y'all talking about? Y'all think T-Jump? I don't even know if T-Jump was the worst. I mean, I kind of feel like Misfit Patriot's worse than T-Jump if you think about it. I mean, Misfit Patriot didn't even get off the ground. Like that plane crashed before it even got off the runway, dude. I mean, at least T-Dump, he stuck it out the whole time. Kurgan was pretty bad, but y'all really think T-Dump was worse than Misfit Patriot? I first thought it would be T-Dump, but then when I reflected, the more I think about it, I think it has to be Misfit Patriot's the worst. I think Misfit Patriot's worse than Captain Crackrock. I mean, that was the worst of all. That is an idiot. I think Misfit Patriot is worse than Bryson Gay. I think they're worse than Mark Brahman. At least had a kind of wild kind of argument. At least it was a creative argument about, Genesis. But I think Erudite and Misfit are the worst. No, it's not JF. Trent Doherty might be one of them. He's up there in the top. Trent's in the top 5. Yeah, I'm using my little flamenco. That's gonna be my rap name, Lil Flamingo. Lil Flamenco. Vegan Gains and Ask Yourself. I mean, they're up there. They're probably the top 5 too. I think Misfit gets number 1. Erudite number 2. Maybe Pastor P number 3. No, Bryson Gay. I don't know. You're right. Bryson is pretty bad. So, but anyway.
Opening statement, I said that I believe feminism is a revolutionary philosophy that destroys society. It was,
by the way, this is interesting not hearing this debate after a year. I haven't really thought about this debate. But people forget this was not the all there was. Also, I would say, by the way, it turns out they just made this live. So the full Naeem debate is up. So let's take a look. You guys already know about the erudite nonsense, so you can go watch this. It's all the same, just yapping bullshit she says all the time. I do want you to hear some of Naeem's opening statement because it was so bad. It's so bad. It's basically just non sequiturs. Naeem's whole thing is a bunch of things that are assertions that don't logically lead to the Quran is therefore true. So it's a great exercise in probably the most common fallacy, even maybe more common than ad hominem, is probably non sequitur. So let's look at Naeem's opening statement. Let me speed it up a bit. We don't want to go to sleep, although he might put your ass to sleep. Because the full debate, by the way, is now up if you guys want to watch it. They just posted this, and I'm sure the full Jake debate will be up in the next few days as well. So let's watch the opening statement from Naeem, and you'll see what I'm saying.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Maine First Project, fighting to put Mainers first. Check out mainfirstproject.org. In the right corner, our next speaker is an author and cultural commentator known for his extraordinary intellectual range, sharp wit, and formidable debating style. He's also appeared on prominent platforms, including Tucker Carlson and Timcast IRL. Please join me in welcoming Jay Dyer.
Yeah, y'all forgot Lord Voldemort and Piers Morgan's.
With that, we are indeed jumping right into it. I have the timer set for you for your opening statement of 20 minutes. Waleed, the floor is all yours.
By the way, this will be a good exercise too, because you guys will see, we're going to walk through and see all the non sequiturs and things that are just fallacious here.
Testing, 1, 2, testing. All right, perfect. So you let me know when the time is started, and I'm good to go.
Reminder to keep that mic pointed at you at all times.
Yep.
Ready? On your first word.
Okay. In the name of God.
By the way, if I recall, it's actually there's a part towards the end where I think he starts reading off his phone, and from where I'm sitting, I can see the script on the phone. And that's why I made the Chat GPT joke, is because what it looks like I'm seeing from my seat is Chat GPT. So, but let's see, because I think it's towards the end where he starts reading something off of his phone.
The entirely merciful and the especially merciful. The Quran or the Bible, which one is God's revelation for all mankind? All praise to God, the Lord of the worlds. I'm just going to let you know that I will speak a little bit fast, and also I'm not going to fully quote my verses. I'll leave the references on the screen for the audience to see, and they'll have to do their own homework because I don't have time to read through all of it. And also quickly, I just want to say salam to mama, to my dear wife, to my child, and to all my beloved friends who are watching this at home. So the first thing I want to dive into is the weaknesses of the biblical text compared to the Quran. The Bible is not just one book. It is a compendium of different authors with different narratives, different emphasis, and even different doctrines. The Bible itself is an open concept. Different sects keep and omit certain books. The Bible itself does not define what the Bible is. So when Christians say the Bible teaches X, Y, or Z, they are assuming a concept which does not exist, i.e. the concept that there is indeed a set number of books that is the Bible and isn't the Bible. They are really referring to a disputable open concept library.
You'll notice, by the way, that any of these things that he's listed, there's nothing about those things themselves that are necessarily a problem, because he's just assuming the sort of Protestant KJV or Quran view of what needs to be the case for it to be authoritative. So all of these things that he's listed, which he thinks are problems, aren't really problems unless Islam itself is the case, and that's the thing in question. So let's see. I actually have some of my notes here for this guy, because I didn't, as is always the case in debates, you don't actually get to all of the responses. So let me see if I can find some of these, and we'll do more of the responses that we never got to.
Compiled, recompiled, and redacted over history by many men who never knew or even anticipated each other, and tried to treat that all as one thing. The Quran does not suffer the same fate. It has a remarkable textual integrity. Save for few variations in pronunciation, the same skeletal root text exists across all sects. And it's interesting because the Quran also promises that God would be its protector. We read in chapter 15, verse 9 on the screen, "Indeed, it is we who sent down the Quran, and indeed we will be its guard."
Yeah, so the first thing I noted in my notes, and by the way, again, a lot of these, and this is for every debate, when people are doing their opening statements or whatever, and you're writing down their argumentation, you're never going to get to all of the points. So you have to think quick, and you have to pick out the strongest things that you want to rebut, but you never actually get to all of them. So the first thing in my notes that I had for his opening statement was that he argues that because there's many books, that there therefore must be different doctrines. Well, why? I mean, there's different surahs. Would we conclude that because it's the same book, there couldn't be different doctrines in different surahs? I mean, again, it's sort of begging the question that because there's different books compiled in the Bible, that therefore we don't know, or that there are therefore contradictions. Well, that's, again, it's just a non sequitur.
Every other religious tradition has disputed texts. The Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, the Buddhist sutras.
Every religion has disputed texts. So this is dishonest because he's giving the impression that no one disputes the Quran. No, the same higher critics that you're relying on 100% dispute the Quran.
Naturally, this is the case because different sects want to promote their own theologies and start writing things with their own hands, claiming inspiration. The Quran is the only massively transmitted worldwide scripture that has a multitude of sects that claim to believe it and has been completely untampered with by all those varying sects. The fact that the Quran is a uniquely stable amongst the world texts in the course of history has shown...
Now, this is the thing that's in question, right? So notice, he's not actually shown this to be the case. He's just asserted the position or what the position is. And I would say next to non sequiturs, this is probably the number one fallacy up there with ad hominems that people make, is they mistake asserting a position versus giving an argument for the position. Okay, so we know that you think this about the Quran, and you know, Muslims think this about the Quran, but that you think that is really irrelevant to what the argument is for this being the case. So let's pay attention. Let's see if he actually begins to make arguments.
The promise in chapter 15 of preservation to be true shows strong indication that it is indeed unique amongst all the scriptures and very...
So the fact that within the book there's a claim of it being true is absolutely irrelevant to whether it is true. Every false religion or false teacher or false sect claims that their religion or their teaching or their writings are true. So again, another non sequitur.
Well, could be the word of God. So my question for my opponent is this. If God were to leave behind a revelation for all mankind to follow, don't you think he would leave behind a preserved, stable, closed system text that is not open to dispute? The next point that deserves discussion is the complete contradictions throughout the Bible.
Well, but every text could be potentially open to dispute. And what would that have to do with whether it's true or not? I mean, people could dispute whether 2 + 2 is 4. So, I mean, it's just a weird line of argumentation that God would leave us a book that isn't open to dispute if he's God. I'm like, but people dispute everything. So what do you mean?
Going on with my first point, naturally, this heavily disputed work in progress known as the Bible has many contradictions. And I'm not even going to get into minor contradictions like the exact...
Yeah, the Bible's not a work in progress. I don't know where he gets this line of argumentation. Totally not. I don't think there's any
any group except for higher critics or some weird cult that thinks that the Bible is open and a work in progress. I've never even heard this, unless you're a Mormon or a Muslim, and then you think that the later revelation completes it or abrogates it or whatever.
Tales of Jesus' crucifixion, how Chronicles contradicts certain facts in the Pentateuch when it's re-quoting them. That would be too easy. The Old Testament, these are foundational level theological contradictions. The Old Testament, when you read it, it largely deals with this ethnic God who demands exclusive worship by his ethnic people, Israel.
Now, you notice he's already shot himself in the foot because his Quran religion claims that it's the same God of the Torah and the Injil. So it's the same God of the Old Testament religion, even in his Quranic view, which is why I highlighted even in the first 10 surahs, there's countless many biblical stories that are repeated as if they're true and as if Allah is the same God. So even in his own tradition, he's now using argumentation that undercuts his own tradition, relying on fraudulent Old Testament scriptures. So is Allah the God of the Old Testament? They claim he is, but now he just said the God of the Old Testament is a false tribal religion and God. So his own God's a false God according to him. And by the way, this whole line of argumentation is all Marcionite arguments here.
The primary focus is a real estate contract for the land of Palestine, and there is no concept of a faith alone salvation.
Yeah, this is not true. So this is an assumption based on evangelical, dispensational, or even Judaic lines of argumentation that the focus, quote unquote, of the Old Testament is a land contract promised to Abraham. Well, if you're a Jew or a Zionist, maybe that's what you think. But that's the thing in question, whether or not the Christian interpretation of the book or these other groups' interpretation actually makes sense. So again, this is not telling me which model of interpretation is correct.
Then we get into the New Testament, and suddenly we have the Son of God figure who carries a
This is basically like when people say, and this is why Muslims do this a lot. We've seen this many times. They'll say, well, the Jews don't believe your New Testament, so therefore you are out of accord with the Old Testament. I'm like, that's begging the question non sequitur. Of course, the Jews, we believe the Jews rejected Christ, so of course they're not going to accept the New Testament. That doesn't prove that it's a different religion. That just simply proves that the Jews don't believe the New Testament. That's all it proves.
Divinity to Yahweh, whom we must pray and baptize in the name of. The primary focus now is not a real estate contract for the land of Palestine, but rather the kingdom of heaven, which is open to all men. The Old Testament God is tribal and largely concerned with the life of this world. So the promise is basically, so long as...
So, and again, you understand, these are kill shots for Islam, because Islam claims continuity with Allah, of the God of the Old Testament.
My people obey me, I will give them earthly sons, I will give them dominance. This is the overarching theme. Then the New Testament God is largely concerned with the life to come, which is never explicitly mentioned in the Old Testament, certainly not emphasized like it is in the New Testament, which would have been a very important thing to mention. If I'm storing up deeds in the hereafter and I'm going to see it on the other side, that would have been a very important thing to mention for thousands of years of prophecy.
Yeah, so he's just arguing from a shift of emphasis. As I cover in the debate, I point out that, well, the fact that the Old Testament is a type fulfillment relationship to the New Testament, it doesn't prove that it's a different religion. It just depends on the paradigm that you're coming from. So the fact that you're coming from a Judaic paradigm has nothing to do with actually demonstrating whether or not there is or isn't continuity. You're just simply saying, well, maybe the Jews were right and Christianity is false, so therefore the Jews are the authority on the Old Testament. Why? What if the Jews are the authority until they relinquish that authority by rejecting the one who gave the Torah, namely Jesus?
And it's about selling your goods and chasing the kingdom of heaven, and that this promise is open to all men. One is an exclusive God that demands exclusive worship of his name by his people in law-keeping. The other is a God who has another name to be worshipped alongside his, who loved all...
Yeah, this is so stupid. As you've seen, and as you know, we argued the Trinity from the Old Testament, and this is very crucial to refuting Jews and Muslims and the Vatican II religion. That's why we consistently point out the Old Testament teaches the Trinity. And we've done many videos on that. We've argued this in pretty much every Muslim debate that we've had that was a significant Muslim debate. You can go watch the Daniel Hakikachu debate, and that's the line of argumentation, and that disproves this line of argument.
All nations so much that he gave his son as a free gift of salvation for all nations who put their faith in him. No works required for salvation. These are...
Yeah, that's the Protestant position. So thank you for also arguing against the Protestant view, which is not what we represent.
Completely different religious systems. Christians try to reconcile them, but you can't. You are going to have to choose to favor one or the other. The Quran, again, does not suffer the same fate. Again, because it has single authorship, it has the exact same message all throughout, which is worship one.
Now you see why in my opening statement I brought the Uthmanic assumption, right? How do we know the Uthmanic assumption is correct? Because Uthman is not a prophet. And how do we know that his choice of Zair's version of the Quran is correct? We don't. It's just assumed. And I keep asking him this, and he never understands. He just keeps saying, well, the Quran is true because there's unanimity amongst the surahs that exist. I'm like, that's assuming that Uthman was correct. How do we know? What's the epistemic principle to know Uthman is correct? And he has no answer for that.
God, do righteous deeds, and inherit paradise. Or if you reject God, you get cast into hellfire for all eternity. And the references are on the screen for you if you wish to look into that. You may not like the Quran, you may not agree with it, but you cannot deny its completely consistent message all the way through, certainly more so than the Bible.
I do deny that. So completely deny that. In fact, it's totally inconsistent with its own claims about the religion that came before, hence Islamic dilemma.
So my question for my opponent is today, if God did leave a revelation for all mankind behind, don't you think it would have emphasized the same doctrines and taught and emphasized it all throughout, the same exact belief system? The next thing we have to get into is anonymous.
Well, I mean, that's just an assumption, and that's assuming that there's not continuity between the Old and New Testament, which a majority of the New Testament is actually devoted to demonstrating continuity. Hence, these Marcionite lines of argumentation fall apart. And Marcionism was the second great heresy, second or third great heresy that the church opposed, right? So you had very early on Paul of Samosata. You had the Judaizers, and then you have the Gnostics and Paul of Samosata and his version of denying the deity of Christ, and you have Marcionites. So these are some of the earliest first heresies, and just to simply repeat these is just a sign, I think, of ignorance, because it would have done a lot. He would have done a lot better if he had actually just interacted with our position, but he was lazy, and I'm pretty sure he just relied on probably ChatGPT responses.
Authorship in the Bible. We are told.
I mean, you can see his slides are all made basically from AI pictures too.
That Moses authored the first 5 books with inspiration from God, but that it was Moses who penned them down, and that eyewitnesses authored the Gospels. And this is just not true. We can prove this. And again, the references are on the screen. You can look into this yourself. Genesis 12:6 implies the author lived in a time the Canaanites were not in the land, but the Canaanites were not cleared out till Joshua came along. Genesis 36 implies the author lived during a time Israel had kings. Deuteronomy 34, it records of Moses' death in the past tense. There's so many repeat narratives throughout the Old Testament, like the story of, let's see right here, of Jacob's name.
Yeah, this is all based on assumptions too, like as if there's not a theological significance between two versions of something, right? So in other words, you can have a creation account that stresses God's relationship to the universe, and you can have a restatement of that creation account, which is God's relationship to man as the steward of creation. And so higher critical presuppositions are that if there's differing foci in an account or two different accounts, then it must therefore be a contradiction. Well, why can't, if you assume inspiration, which is our presupposition, obviously, then the explanation would be, well, God intended to have different theological vantage points in these different accounts. So in other words, just assuming that because there's different accounts that it's false is, again, begging the question, well, how do we know that God didn't want two different vantage points, theologically speaking? One of them is God's relation to nature. One of them is covenantal with man. In Genesis, for example, right? And the other account is, no, there had to be different authors, JEPD, documentary hypothesis. Well, but there's nothing about those texts that necessarily self-evidently tell me whether it's a harmonizing interpretation that's correct or whether it's the JEPD documentary hypothesis that's correct. So in other words, none of these things, you're just repeating things that don't actually resolve the issue.
Being changed to Israel, it's told twice with different narratives. The story of Abram at the time, his wife being married by the king, is told 3 times in 3 different ways. 3 times in 3 different ways means 3 different authors. And then, skipping down, we get to the anonymous gospels. It is.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that. That's the assumption. How do you know that? Because there's different tellings, there's different authors. I mean, maybe there is, but how do you know that because there's different accounts, necessarily there's different authors, or even if there's different authors, that it's necessarily in contradiction?
Church tradition to say that they are authored by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but nothing in them suggests that. So an example of this, how these are not eyewitnesses of Jesus. We have Matthew 4, verse.
Yeah, by the way, this is the argument we make, and one of the arguments that we make against the Protestants. So tradition is what tells you that Matthew wrote Matthew. Thank you for arguing against the Protestant position.
1 through 13, the famous story of Jesus being tempted in the wilderness. Jesus did not have disciples at that time. He was alone in the wilderness. Or when heaven opened up and it said, "This is my son in whom I am well pleased."
Why would Jesus have to have disciples at that time to be able to tell a past event? Like, this is so stupid. I mean, Jesus didn't have disciples when he was in his mother's womb. So I guess all of that's discounted because there weren't disciples at that time. I mean, this is so silly. Like, Muhammad wasn't present at the creation, so I guess Muhammad couldn't tell us about Genesis. This is so dumb.
Again, Jesus did not have disciples at that time. He was a child. This is a biography of Jesus, but this is not an eyewitness account. It doesn't even pretend to be. Yeah, Matthew could not have seen heaven open up on Jesus when he was a child, nor could he have seen the conversation Jesus had with the devil in the wilderness. The Quran, again, does not suffer this.
Did Muhammad see Adam having the angels prostrate before him? Did Muhammad see Allah creating the worlds? I mean, this is so dumb.
Same fate. It is the same author all the way through. It is the perspective of God speaking to the believers and sometimes to the Prophet Muhammad.
Now, he's asserting this. Like, first of all, none of the things that he claimed are necessarily problems, right? He didn't explain why you have to conclude from his questions about authorship or multiple accounts, why that necessarily leads to contradictions. He just assumed, well, it has to be contradictions. Why? I mean, show me that that's a necessary conclusion. It's a non sequitur. And then he says, well, because the Quran presents itself as having a single vantage point author, therefore must be true. Well, Lord of the Rings has a single vantage point author, J.R.R. Tolkien. Does that mean it's true? This is so stupid.
If we are talking about a book from God, which is the debate of today or tonight, it in fact is the only book that speaks in that way. God talking to mankind directly.
Again, the fact that it speaks that way doesn't prove that it is the case. This is so low tier.
Recounting a past event of a group of people and the dealings with their ethnic God, but rather God speaking directly to you in the evocative and to the prophet he has inspired. So my question is, if we don't know...
So he actually argues that because there is this like authoritative way of speaking the Quran, it's true. I mean, who would act like this? Is such a low tier argument. It's baffling to me that anyone with an IQ above 90 would actually find that convincing. I mean, every con man, that's why they're called confidence men. A con man is a confidence man because he speaks to you confidently, with confidence.
Who wrote the Pentateuch, which is the foundations of the Old Testament, and we don't know who wrote the Gospels, the foundation of the Jesus movement in the New Testament, then why should I hang my coat on anything in your Bible at all? The next thing that deserves mention is the problems with Paul. In line with the fact that the Bible is so contradictory, we get to Paul, its most difficult contributor. Paul taught ideas completely at odds with both the Old Testament and even what Jesus says in the dubious Gospels we have today. Again, I don't have time for all the passages, but you can read them. Matthew 5. Jesus clearly taught that you need to work to inherit the kingdom of heaven, not this faith alone salvation. Absolutely not.
This is why I say, like, yeah, thanks for coming and refuting Protestant positions, dude. But like, you're arguing against a straw man. I'm not a Protestant, so you just basically wasted your opening statement arguing against a position that I don't have.
Go through Matthew 5, but whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. That except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter the kingdom of heaven. But he that doeth the will of my Father. Therefore whoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, and so on and so forth, so on and so forth. Then we're going to get down to this. So in Jesus in the Old Testament, there is no mention of this doctrine of total depravity, which is what Paul taught, or the hopelessness of trying to work for your salvation. Zero mention of this Pauline distinction of having faith without works of the law, which is foundational to Paul's message.
So he thinks Paul taught Calvinism, which is not the case. By the way, he never demonstrates these things. He just asserts it.
And Paul says in Galatians 2:16, knowing that a man is not justified by works of the law, but by faith of Jesus, that we might be
By the way, I know he's citing verses, but I'm saying that he's not demonstrating that Paul teaches total depravity, right? That's a Protestant Calvinist position. And the fact that he's citing Romans 3 does not prove that Paul taught total depravity.
Justified by the faith of Christ and not by works of the law. For the works of the law shall no flesh be justified. This is over and over. The quintessential feature of Paul's message, the faith alone salvation gospel, is in direct contradiction with Jesus in the Gospels. Moreover, Paul's teaching of total depravity contradicts everything else we have read in the Bible. The Bible clearly acknowledges that righteous men have existed.
By the way, there wasn't a lot of time to go to. I think I did get Galatians 5. Or is it 6? It's Galatians 6. Got 6 in there. No, it is Galatians 5. Galatians 5:6, where Paul says, the only faith that counts
is faith working by love. That is the same thing James is saying, you goobers. There is Galatians 5:6. Paul's saying that the only faith that counts is the working faith. Exactly what James says. So out of here with this low tier slop argumentation.
So Paul teaches there's none in Romans 3. There's none righteous, no, not one. There's none that understand it. There's none that seeketh after God. They're all gone out of their way. They are all together
Yeah, that's not the Calvinist doctrine of total depravity, goober.
become unprofitable. There is none that do it good. No, not one. Therefore, by deeds of the law shall no flesh be justified. Then we go into Genesis 4:7. Interestingly, conspicuously enough, it says, if thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. Isaiah 55:7. Let the wicked forsake his way, the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him. And to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. Ezekiel 33:10-16. I'm going to skip down, but it says, but that the wicked turn from his way and live, turn ye from your evil ways. For why will ye die, O house of Israel? There is no total depravity here. And then, of course, the famous passages in Ezekiel 18:20, my mistake, sorry. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked that shall be upon him. Listen, there is no denying it. This faith alone, not justified by the law, no righteous man has ever existed.
No, faith is a work. Paul says faith working by love is the only faith that counts. You just don't know how to interpret Paul. Jesus says this is the work of God, that you believe on him whom he has sent. Faith is a work, you Protestant goobers.
We all inherit original guilt and sin from Adam. This whole system is completely foreign to the rest of the Bible, including even the Gospels in the condition they are in today.
Yeah, again, we don't teach original guilt. So again, I don't know where he got the idea that we're Protestants, but I think I even said at one point, hey, thanks for refuting Protestantism. Good job. When the Protestant shows up, let me know.
You can only start with Paul and try to force read it into the Old Testament. Start with your conclusions and work backwards. You will never find the Pauline system native or indigenous to the Old Testament of the Gospels. Therefore, the question I pose is, if Paul contradicts so much of the Old Testament, and even the words of Jesus in the Gospel, and he is by far the most prolific author of the whole New Testament, more than all the other authors combined, or certainly comparable, why should I trust anything in the New Testament at all if its most prominent author is teaching a completely different religious system that was never heard of for thousands of years? And lastly, I want to get into this. So Christians, they treat the Bible as if it is a revelation for all mankind. But it doesn't even treat itself like that, specifically the Old Testament. The Old Testament is the vast majority of your Bible. It takes up the bulk. And let's be real, whatever people wrote that Old Testament never had you or me in mind, 21st century non-Israelite people. There's so much, and I don't mean this to be disrespectful, but I have to be honest, there's so much clutter and baggage that clearly meant a lot to some people back in that geography and time, but mean nothing now.
So this is an argument from incredulity, right, which is a fallacy. I don't understand a lot of this Old Testament stuff, so it's false. I mean, it's just so funny when people don't know fallacies, basic fallacies, and you don't even have to know them all. You just have to have a basic idea. And the reason that fallacy of incredulity is a fallacy is like, it's just a fallacy of irrelevance. The fact that you don't find it convincing, or you're not personally existentially moved to believe it, or you don't understand it, has nothing to do with whether it's true or false. I don't understand the high-tech inner workings of this little magic black cube that I have that's an iPhone. I don't conclude that the iPhone doesn't work or the math is faulty because I don't understand it. That's stupid. It's retarded. It has nothing to do with whether it works or it's true or etc. just because you don't get it. Or this is a classic Matt Dillahunty thing.
I'll just skip over that when we're reading. We are debating tonight what book is God's revelation to all mankind. Christians treat the Bible as if it is a revelation for all mankind, but does it even present itself in that way?
Yeah, I said this later on. I said, I want to thank both of my Muslim opponents for refuting Protestantism. But when are you guys going to address my argument?
The Old Testament does not represent itself as God's revelation to mankind, i.e. God speaking to humanity. It is simply history.
I mean, the Old Testament does represent God speaking to humanity, so I don't know what he's talking about.
Histories and narratives of an ethnic God chiding his ethnic people and promising them the land of power.
No, the irony is that most of his critiques actually apply to the Quran. The Quran is, even in the Quran itself, Allah's revelation to the Arab peoples. There's one point early on, right, where Allah says, well, Jews have their Torah, Christians have their Injil, my Arabs need their revelation. The very things he's arguing are ironically the very problems with the Quran itself. Textual problems, historical problems, continuity problems, Arab tribal slave god problems. Like, this is actually his position.
Palestine. That kind of narrative doesn't even consider the rest of mankind. Endless people's names, place names, peoples that are never developed on, places that do not exist anymore and nobody really knows anything about.
Does he not know about all the ridiculous, inexplicable elements of the Quran? If you guys remember when we debated Daniel, we highlighted Gabriel Said Reynolds' list of jumbled up, laughable nonsense in the Quran that they misunderstood from the Old Testament and the Injil, the Gospels. So his argument is actually, look, there's all this weird names and genealogies and jumbled up. I don't know what that means. So the Old Testament's false. No, that's just a fallacy of incredulity. The fact that you don't know about it or the fact that you don't understand it just shows that you are ignorant.
Kind of like if any of you have any familiarity with the Hindu religions, the Mahabharata. The Mahabharata is known as the great legendary epic of India. And reading it is like getting your head dunked into ancient India. It wasn't written for us. It was written for a different people at a different time and a different culture. And
but God's revelation in Arabic is for all people everywhere. I mean, you understand the Quran has to be right in Arabic, right? To be honest. But so what Allah is expecting everyone in the world to understand Arabic. This is so dumb.
the Old Testament reads in the exact same way as the Mahabharata, except the Middle Eastern version. And let's,
then Allah is false because Allah says many times in the Quran to go look to the Torah. This is so dumb.
I was saying, it is genuinely inaccessible. Then we get into the New Testament. The Gospels also do not present themselves as a revelation to all mankind. They are
Yeah, I say multiple times in the rebuttal, Jesus says, preach the gospel to all nations. What are you talking about?
Cobbled together stories of this incredible man named Jesus and some of the things he said and taught. Again, not a revelation of God for mankind, but stories and legends of this particular man. Then we get into Paul. Did he present his works as God's revelation to all mankind? No way. His work is simply...
Well, he does. I mean, you could disagree, but Paul many times over says, I have my authority from Christ. So this is also false, even if you disagree with the New Testament. You still have to admit that Paul is claiming and presenting it as if it's revelation and authority.
Him writing letters of encouragement, faith, and instruction to the various churches around him. Christians, again, they treat the Bible as if it is like a text message from God to all mankind. They'll tell you, read your Bible, but the Bible itself doesn't even present itself in that way. All we have is an ethnic geographical epic.
Again, this is a Protestant line of argumentation that the Christian just needs to read his Bible. Just read your Bible and you'll get it. No, that's more of a Protestant sola scriptura mindset. So good job, again, refuting a straw man.
Stories of an incredible man and letters being sent to churches. None of the writers in the Bible had me in mind. Again, the Quran is very different.
Well, I mean, many times over, the New Testament speaks of the universality of the message. In Colossians 1, Paul talks about preaching the gospel to the known universe. Jesus says in the Great Commission, go into all nations. The whole book of Acts is about the missionary journeys of the apostles, and particularly Paul, to spread the gospel throughout the entire known Roman Empire world. So what are you talking about?
Reads like God directly speaking to you, directly speaking to mankind. Say this.
Oh, so because the Quran reads as if Allah is speaking directly, it's therefore just so dumb.
That in Arabic, kul, kul. It isn't cluttered with all this meaning.
Kul. So again, if it claims it, it's true. It's not cluttered. What are you talking about? It's not cluttered. There's all kinds of nonsense and bizarre things in the Quran that make absolutely no sense.
Historical baggage or cultural motifs. It doesn't read like getting your head dunked in the ancient Middle East.
It reads like an Arab slave warlord religion from the 7th century because that's what it is.
It is accessible, readable, and it transcends all cultures. And
I am the Arab slave lord.
Speaks directly to mankind in the evocative style. Exactly what we would expect if God did truly reveal a book.
So he's actually arguing that because of the literary style, it must be true. I mean, this is so subjective too, right? It's like, well, but what if I prefer, I really prefer the style of the way My Little Pony presents its, cartoon prose. And so therefore, clearly My Little Pony is true. We must all become bronies because I really enjoy the aesthetics of My Little Pony prose.
All mankind to read and cherish forever. If it is going to be for all human history, then it must transcend and go beyond any specific time period in its message and style.
Okay, how does Allah's Arab warlord religion only in Arabic speak to everybody at all times? This is so silly.
Let me make it clear. My argument is not the Bible is racist, therefore it's bad. No. My argument is the Bible isn't even written for me.
So let's look at each of these. The Quran is accessible. How if it's only in Arabic? Authentically. That's not accessible. Obviously. Duh. The Quran is genuinely written to me. That's totally subjective. The fact that you feel like it's written to you has absolutely nothing to do with whether it's true or false. Every cult leader, every cult member, every religion on the face of the earth believes that their religion is accessible, that it is genuinely written to them, it speaks to them,
the cult leader presents the doctrine or the beliefs with a voice of authority. So all of this has absolutely nothing to do with proving that it's true. These are such bad arguments. It is the only book which presents itself as God's, I think it says self-disclosure, self-revelation. I can't see the rest of it because his image is over the text. But that's not even true. The fact that it's not the only book that presents itself as, I mean, the Urantia book presents itself as like God speaking to the world. I mean, this is silly.
Why would I accept it as the message that God requires me to follow? Wouldn't it be more natural to incline towards the world scripture that is actually addressing me? So my question is this. If the Bible is truly the word of God meant for me to follow today, why do none of its many authors address me at all? Would God want me to follow a message that isn't even directed to me?
Yeah, it is though. Like, what are you talking about? There's many examples of the universality of the message.
All of these problems naturally lead into the Quranic mission. That is why God revealed this final revelation, to clear up the errors, lies, and confusions that men have put in.
How do we know, by the way, I was thinking about this, how do we actually know that it's the final revelation? Because if you think about it, if the prior revelations of Allah could be corrupted, why can't the Quran be corrupted? Now they're going to say, well, it specifically says it's the final revelation. Yeah, but if the previous ones were the final revelation, like the Gospels, for example, and the New Testament epistles, and if the Christian revelation from its perspective was the final revelation and it could be corrupted, why could not the next final revelation to Muhammad be corrupted? You see, you've already introduced this principle, the possibility of corruption, which Jake admitted when he's debating IP. Okay, so then why do I have to assume that Muhammad's revelation is the final one? Why can't it also be Joseph Smith? God's Quran could not be corrupted. Yeah, but the same thing was believed and said about the previous revelation. And you notice this is a key difference because Christianity does not say that the Old Testament was corrupted. We don't say that. So once Islam presents this stupid line of argumentation, and by the way, the early generation of the first generation of Muslims understood this. They understood that if you introduce the possibility of the prior revelation being corrupted, there's no reason to believe that the new revelation couldn't be corrupted. Duh. That's actually in the whole line of argument. I didn't get into this in the debate, but the early generation Muslims argued that you can't say that the prior texts are corrupted. That's why they never used this argument that the previous texts are corrupted. This is a recent Muslim line of argumentation. Why? Again, because if the prior revelation could be corrupted, it opens the possibility for the new Muhammad revelation being corrupted. And they're going to say, no, but it says it's final. Yeah, but I could simply say that that claim that it's final is a corruption. Duh, don't you see how this is so silly?
And we read in chapter 5, verse 48, God says that we have revealed to you the book in truth, confirming what that which is before it of the scripture, and as a guardian over it, muhaymin. So judge between them by what God has revealed, and do not follow their inclinations away from the truth. And then chapter 16, verse 6, it reads again, that we have not revealed to you the book except for you to make clear to them that wherein they differed. More verses from the Quran. Chapter 27, verse 76.
Yeah, anyway, so I bring all this up, and I bring up the Islamic dilemma in my opening statement. I think you guys saw all of that. So the full debate is up. I think you guys saw about half of it. Let's see, was there a little bit more to the Jake debate here? Let's see, there's a little bit more to this one. This one is not fully up yet. I'll give you guys a link right here. We got a lot of super chats, so let's go through some of these. And if you want to support the stream, you guys can do so by super chatting through Streamlabs, or you can do it natively through YouTube. But here is the link to Streamlabs pinned. And we got a lot of these, so let's get through some of these right now. Here is the super chat link right there. All right, let's see. Ton 24. What do you think is the best description of God's relationship to time? Read the Dr. David Bradshaw paper on time as a procession, as a divine procession. Also, the first several the middle chapters of Father Saint Staniloy's Orthodox Dogmatic Theology, Volume 1. There's about a 60-page discussion of God and time. Sin City 55, $20. Thank you so much. Thomas of Utah, what's up? Thank you guys for the $2. So you got to do a 5 or above super chat for me to read it. Sweet Princess Peaches, thank you. She says for $5. LL Cool J in the house. Yeah, exactly. And I was waiting for somebody to make that joke. B-Man 2020, $10. Thank you for spreading orthodoxy. You helped me in my journey. Absolutely, man. Many years. Brian, thank you for that. Gainersville, $5. You got to wash them dirty ass socks, bro. How you get them ashy socks? Yes, I did have the same pair of socks on for a couple days. So I was a little dusty in this trip. This was hot ass 103 degree Texas. So it was a challenge. Lost $5. It was an honor to meet you. Oh, this shout out to Avarice. This is Avarice. Lost to Avarice. What's up, man? Shout out to Avarice. Cool dude. Got to chill with him for multiple days and nights. Enjoyed chatting with him. He got a crazy story. American Nacho, $5. Hey, it was great to meet you. Shout out to Nacho. Thanks for coming out. You represented Wigxanthium. Wigxanthium represents. Got my Kango on right now. Dostoevsky, what's up? Demas Fluxor. Jay, I can't believe I saw you say bingo to the Mohammedan tweet and you kicked the hornet's nest. You got a unique style. They can't handle the drip. Oh, I forgot to get back to Shamoon over here where he's going to talk about that. So we'll listen to a little bit of that in a second. Lockstep, $5. Mic drop. Yep, exactly. That's Plato. Noose, $10. Jay, I didn't mean to disrespect you. Sorry if I came across that way. I'm not mad about it. I would just not promote those dudes. That's all. Mad Ortho, $5. Small token appreciation. Wigxanthium, Imperial Kango, Bucket Hat represent. Exactly. Y'all feeling the drip? Faith can move mountains, $10. Congratulations on these debate wins. The only thing that I can critique is that you should have attacked Jake more. Well, if Jake's going to do an interview, I might as well just answer his interview questions. Tactical Ortho Bro. I'm straight up telling you, you should get everybody to dress like Soviet officers during your debate. That would be funny, although I don't think that people will do that. So, but I'm gonna show up straight up KGB Colonel, dog. I'm gonna be a straight up, freaking and Yuri Andropov represent. Strafe, $5. At one point, he said, "Bless Jesus." If he's Muslim and they think that way, why not be Christian? Did he say that? I don't know what he meant if he said that. I don't know what that means. But I mean, doesn't Allah at one point like pray to Muhammad, or like he reverences Muhammad? Like or what's I forget that funny, I think it's one of the hadiths, right? Something like that. Gibbleman, $10. Hey, Jamie. Damn, it's hot as hell in here. Have to get some air blowing. Jamie's going to be one of those big Egyptian fans over here just fanning me. Jamie! Whew, sweating. Maybe it's this hot-ass Kangol hat. I'm sweating in here. Hey, babe, could you turn the air down a little? It's really hot in here. Could you turn it down a little bit? Gibble says for $10, Jay, I've been inquiring for a few months. I want to ask if you have resources on introducing Christianity to my girlfriend. She was atheist and Alawite. Well, that's a weird combo. I mean, it's hard to know with that kind of a sort of a unique upbringing. I'm not sure what do you think is the most likely vector of interest for her? I mean, would she like the aesthetics and the beauty of iconography? Would she like history? Take her to the liturgy. I mean, it's just hard to know what kind of a thing she might find interesting. So I would tailor it to what she's into more so than like trying to find a debate. Most women are not into debates, so I wouldn't be sending her Muslim debate. She probably didn't care about that. Adrian, $50. Thank you so much. Pleasure meeting you guys. Last weekend, job well done. It was a great way to kick off the weekend. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. I had an absolute blast. I mean, it was just like probably the biggest event that we've done
almost 500 people. I mean, by the last day, 450, 500. So I loved it. I had a blast. It was like a giant debate party for like 4 days. It's crazy. And again, the 1 versus 5, I don't know when they're going to put that up, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you, first of all, the 1 versus 5 is just think of it, it's comedy, dude. It's basically admitted. I just approached it like comedy. Okay. Now, I didn't know exactly what it was going to be, but we've got one cholo cheater. We've got a portly Karen and 4 skinny nerdy dudes. They're all Protestant. Okay. So it's not a serious debate. It's pure comedy. So just be expecting that. In the filth, $10. I think you mean the Muslim guy. Naeem's lack of preparation made for an entertaining, informative debate. You defended and explicated orthodoxy well, perfectly, showing that the position of Sola Scriptura Islam is actually, so yeah, that guy, for those that don't know, Naeem is a 0.01% Quran only Muslim. And so even Jake was like hand waving that dude. Refurbished poop, $5. Did anyone see the Orthodox Serbian fighter won the first Serbian UFC card? No, I didn't know that. But I was catching up on my UFCs recently on the drive. And I noticed as I was watching a whole bunch, catching up on Max Holloway fights, even though he did get knocked out for the first time, I was like, we do the Max Holloway strategy in debate. We just let the people punch and flail for like 20 minutes and then they get worn out and then we just swoop in. But thankfully, we've not yet been knocked out. Like, unfortunately, I like watching Max Holloway because he'll just box the whole time until you get worn down. Let you box a lot and then let you hit him a bunch and then he just takes you out. Ken Fresno, $10. Who has a lower IQ in most of your debates in your experience? Muslims, Protestants, atheists, or Catholics? Catholics are not the lowest IQ by far. Lowest IQ, probably Muslims. Then maybe Protestants and atheists tied. El Shaddai, $5. Do a video addressing Aaron Abke. Okay, I don't know who that is. He did 9 problems with Paul. He has a case on Paul being a false prophet. Oh, this is so stupid, dude. This is just a A lot of this stuff that gets popular is like refurbished old bull crap from like 5-10 years ago. So this is like old Muslim shit that's just getting refurbished. And the Muslims get it from the higher critics. So this is just like waste of time stuff, old stuff. But yeah, it probably does need to be re-refuted, even though there's probably already a million refutations out there. Plug this in. It's about to die. Molokai. Jay, I started going to a Catholic church, and then I listened to you, and I stopped. We'll find an Orthodox church. Bank Piggy, $8. Jay, you created an internet Tusami. What? By what? Do you mean with Erudite or the debate? Or what are you talking about? But thank you. Next time I'll create a mega planet with my mind like that dude said he was going to do. Vanessa, $10. I spoke with Coven. Who's Coven? The ladies agreed that there's no such thing as a tampon. We need a cringe cartoon. Then we will pinky swear to stop witchcraft and banish astrology all for once. Okay, you're joking. I like that. So, yeah, I told Erudite, I was just messing with her because it was getting so stupid. But so you notice with the Erudite debate, eventually just got stupid. By the way, I forgot to tell you, if you're really want it, there's 7 more hours of debate with that loon. So not only did we debate for the 2 or 3 hours, you guys understand the next day we had the 7-hour stream, which is, as far as I know, only on Jim Bob's stream. So if you really want to see 7 more hours of insanity with her and me, it is on Jim Bob's channel still. 7:53, dude. Oh my gosh.
Consider donating through.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you didn't get enough in the 2 hours with her, or 3 hours, however many it was, good news. There's
8 more hours with her and a TRANZ who showed up, which that was all its own crazy. Like, I was like, I don't think that's a chick. And I mean, this whole thing is its own insane, crazy thing here. All of this was crazy. This was its own other thing. And for about 3 hours of this, me and Erudite end up going back. And you can see it. Look at her looking at me, just scowl. Look at her scowling at me right there at the very beginning. She's still scowling from the day before. It's also like 100 degrees in there in Brian's place. And I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. I got 8 more. I was like 8 more hours of this. Woo. Is this MK Ultra? What is this, dude? I mean, I had a blast ultimately. I'm not saying that it wasn't fun. But it was a challenge. Not the debate, just the whole being in there, dude. So the way this works is the next day, I don't know if Brian still does the same thing for his podcast, but the debate was its own special event on Friday or Saturday, I don't remember. And then the next day, Saturday or Sunday, you come in and you go from like 4 until midnight. Okay. So basically it's an 8-hour stream, 7 hours, 50 minutes. It's an 8-hour stream. Okay. And this ends up being a variety of topics, but ultimately it comes back to me again, just arguing with Erudite for like 2 hours.
Be okay with. I think people should generally work against it, whether they're a man.
Willing to essentially put his life at risk.
We're not compatible. I think you're a fraud because you don't know the difference between an ad question and you just want to fall back on this. You can.
You're sued.
I'm not a sued. I've read
But
them.
you can't name one of them.
No, but do you want to engage with my ideas?
Because you haven't.
So again, this was the return to me trying to demonstrate that she's lying about having a philosophy degree and knowing philosophy, because she can't name one work from a known philosopher. Anybody I don't care if you failed all your classes, you could name one work by Aristotle or Plato or Hegel or Kant, right?
Just for the sake of, hey, I got to put, I have a roof. I need to pay for a roof over my head. I would pick the low status job that actually pays versus having like this giant sphere of influence.
So this one, a lot of this is a lot of like Q&A, like, what would you say about this? Is this feminism? Is this not? Blah, 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 blah.
But like, I can't get
Got
money.
it. What about you?
But you just said they're making the same amount of money. It's just
No,
low
I was
versus-
I was explaining the status.
Can someone explain like what does orbs mean? Like it keeps like orbo.
So people kept chatting in Sam Shamoon jokes about orbs. this whole crowd of people is mystified, except me and Jim Bob know what it is. So wherever they're cracking up, and they're all like, you got this TRANZ person. What are the orbs? Can someone please explain what are the orbs?
Orb, like what?
Orb. It's from my audience. So it's an
Can you
inside
explain?
joke from my audience because I had a drama with a dude who believes that orbs like show up on his live streams, and we had this big fallout. So now
I don't remember any of this. Look how mad Kyla's still mad the next day.
all my audience makes fun of him. We're talking about orbs.
Like paranormal orbs.
Yes.
Oh, that's so funny.
Now we have Lucas here with his follow-up. As a follow-up.
This is the insanity of the internet, right? Like, imagine a TRANZ person on whatever trying to ask me what the orbs are.
On. I think it's fair to say that traditional men capable of fully providing for a household are not looking for a hot mess project. Rather, they're looking for a wife.
Oh, by the way, again, so notice, I don't remember if it's the night before or this next day. I actually call out because Kyla keeps shaking, right? It's like she's manic. She's over there just freaking going full cerebral palsy over there. And I'm like, why are you shaking? What's going on? Why are you so nervous? Well, I later figured out, I mean, besides whatever drugs she's on, it's because she didn't have her laptop for ChatGPT. So, because I remember when we first got there, she kept asking Brian, I need my laptop. I have to have my laptop. And he's like, it doesn't fit on the table for the people in the camera. And she's like, but I really need it. And he's like, no, you can't have the laptop in the debate. And so she was freaking out, and that's why she started shaking. But that's why all of these people are just relying on ChatGPT, dude. That's why she was upset.
Already inculcated with and fully aligned with the family dynamic outlined by Ephesians 5:22.
No, it's not just blood sugar, because if you didn't see, this went viral. And I made a joke. This is a one-liner joke. People don't even know how to pick up on jokes, even though I think like this right here. This, I think that was this was a hit, right? This is a zinger, dude. Now, you got to give this dude a rap name. Tupac. Come on, that's easy, dude. That's it. That's the one that wins right there, right? Tupac. Come on, dude. T-O-O-F. I should have put with an F, but Tupac. That's a one-liner zinger, dude, obviously. Okay. Now with Kyla, she was tweaking, dude. Let me find that clip. This went super viral too, by the way, which is weird. No, not that. Where's it at? Maybe it's under, I hate the way they've redone this to where now I have to go over here to this other, is it over here? It's under different tabs now. I kind of liked it the way it was. By the way, people are re-sharing this, and it's getting like, this got 100,000 views with this goober, which is fine with me. Clip it to infinity, dude. Okay, here it is.
Ready?
No, that's not it. Where is the clip of her acting weird? That's what I'm looking for. Acting like something, she owns something, you know what I'm saying? Did they take it down? Because I don't see it. By the way, ha ha ha, look at this funny man. He's so funny because he put on my outfit. It's like, you gotta, if you're gonna mock me, you gotta do more than just wear my outfit, dude. You just stealing my drip. So I expect more from the haters than to just wear my drip, dude. Come on, you gotta come up with a joke or something. All right, where's Erudite at? Acting weird. Dude, that one chick's, she cooter mogging the whole internet, dude. She cooter mogged all of Twatter. Get it? Is this it? No, that's not it. Good grief, dude. Where's it? Here it is. Here it is.
Succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected.
Okay, I mean, dude, what the heck? Check this out. My assumption, I have no idea, but my guess would be, because she was the exact same way at the Whatever podcast. I think they do some kind of upper. I don't know what. I mean, I don't know if they're like snorting chalk. They're snorting the Chad mode, or I don't know what they're doing, but it's something that makes them, you know, they're over there tweaking out. I don't know what it is. Are they snorting Ozempic? Well, I don't know what.
Yeah, so in the case of America, I would say booming countries that are succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected with women and basically everyone who wants to work. America is a really good example of how it is working, you know.
I mean, what drug y'all? A lot of y'all is drug masters. Y'all are drug maguses. Y'all got your advanced degree in druggery. So I don't know what kind of ticks this is. I don't know if she's snorting Chad mode, if she's putting Alps up her booty. I don't know what it is, but it's something. It's something. Oh, what drug is that, dude? Watch again.
Yeah, so in the case of America, I would say Booming countries that are succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected with women and basically everyone who wants to work.
I made a joke. I said, Destiny a hell of a drug, right? Because cocaine a hell of a drug, right? I was just making a joke. I said, Destiny a hell of a drug. And all of these erudite Destiny goblins, Brian Shapiro, were like, how dare you? And I'm like, it's a one-liner, dummy. What are you talking about? How dare I? Like, they're all trying to moralize like they're morally superior. I don't think that that's cocaine. I mean, I did cocaine one time when I was like 25, and she's snorting Blue Chew. The thing with cocaine, I don't think you could perform super awesome in a debate, because cocaine just makes you want to dance. It just makes you tingly, like you've had like 5 espressos, but you're not like sweating and about to pass out from, caffeine or whatever. It just makes you tingly and you just want to freaking dance, dude. So my guess would be that it's some type of upper, and she feeling some type of way. I don't know. What do y'all think? What y'all think? Yeah, it's some Adderall. It's probably like some kind of it's a speed of some kind for sure. It's not cocaine. Dude, if it was cocaine, she'd be up there like. It's not alcohol. She ain't lying, mommy. By the way, she looked like she's lost about 20 pounds from when I debated her. So it's some form of upper for sure. Anyway. Where are we at? Let's see. Oh, I wanted to just see a little bit of this, because this is part 2 where we keep debating.
And we have Lucas following up again. Yikes, not taking your husband's last name. Well, maybe it's a Greek cultural thing, but that would be akin to my wife slinging a pot of turds at my entire family. Much like not naming my son after my dad. Chapter 6. Oh, chair 6. Good luck finding that traditional masculine feminist man. Oh, that's you, chair 6.
So what if he said he'll take your name?
Be icky, right?
That wouldn't happen. I would.
What if you found
does that like actually happen? No.
Yeah, it actually has a friend.
Look at Kyle over there biting her lip. We're just ready to attack, dude.
I have a friend who took his wife.
Sometimes guys take girl names.
I didn't know that. I would, if he really wants to. Why not?
Okay,
important
if her
question.
last name's better. I mean, if his last name is like Gaylord and like her last name's like
what if your last
Megatron,
name's
I'm gonna pick
Epstein? Are you
Megatron.
taking a new last name? Like if you have an opportunity to like flee the Epstein name,
That would
are
be
you
the man's
doing it?
determination.
Or any
Yeah, of course. But I'm asking, like, would you guys be like, if you were last named Epstein and you had an opportunity, like, would you change your name?
Are you saying like not within the context of marriage, just like would
There's some good zingers in this. I don't remember a lot of this.
you change your last name?
Sure. I'm also making a meme, but yeah.
If the guy wanted to change his last name for whatever, I think that's fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's not. Is she just like supposed to change her name to Epstein?
If she's in a relationship with him and that's his given last name and he desires to keep it and he's a traditional guy and his
aware of the basics, so we're not going to listen to anything you say about philosophy when you
You
can't
still
name one
can't
book.
separate absolutism from
Name
objectivism.
one
It's
book
much
from
more important.
Plato.
Oh, good one.
You can't
Mm-hmm.
because you haven't read it.
You
Just
got
admit
me.
that you haven't read it.
I have read it. I
But
don't
you don't know
remember
any
the
titles.
title. If you would like to engage with my ideas, you're welcome to. If you just want to fall back on this, you can.
You're a suit.
I'm not a suit. I've read
But
them.
you can't name one of them.
No, but I do you want
Because
to
you
engage
haven't
with
read
my
them.
ideas.
Because you haven't read them.
Again, this is
But
not the Duncan.
Your ideas are not worthwhile because you're a suit.
At least I'm not lying about having a degree in philosophy, I guess. Because if you did, you could definitely tell us the difference between absolutism and objectivism.
I gave you the explanation.
You
of the
didn't. You said
difference.
they're synonymous.
In the context, in terms of intentionality, how I'm using it, they can be synonymous. Do you know that words can be the
What
word?
a weasel answer. That's great.
The word kid, can it mean two different things?
So your answer to what's the difference between
the word
absolutism
kid-
and objectivism is equivocating. That's amazing.
Can
Honestly,
the word kid mean two different things?
power level. You have
Can the word
highest
kid
power
mean two
level.
different things?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so words are dependent on their context.
Yeah, so you're answering
So
the
the word
definitional
subjectivism-
question here by equivocating.
The word
Gotcha.
subjective, you don't know what equivocation
just so you
is.
guys know, is when you
That's
take
So this is because she tried to haggle over me saying that relativism and subjectivism can be referring to the same thing, which is just simply that there's not objective truth. And she spent like 20 minutes haggling over this nonsense, and then she's going back to this because she doesn't want to have an actual conversation because she is a suit.
word with
False
multiple
meaning of the
meanings,
words.
and you use them differently within the same premise so that you can muddy the conversation and make it hard. So he's acting like absolutism when we're talking about
They're doing cat sounds.
the definition is just his personal definition that he's thinking of in the moment. When
I
I'm
never gave my personal definition. This is so stupid.
obviously asking about the school of absolutism versus the school
I
of...
said subjectivism and relativism can mean essentially the same thing, right? And she's like, they don't technically mean those things. Yes, they can. They can be referring to just simply the fact that there's no objective truth that binds me. Truth is relative or truth is subjective. I could be meaning the same thing. She couldn't, this did not compute with her.
Subjectivism, obviously.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your
That's what I
argument.
am asking you about.
But I
That's
don't
what I'm
care because
asking
I was
about.
critiquing your argument.
Good one, Jay.
It's just, which I was correct, and she lost her mind at that. So anyway, if you want infinity more of this, it actually continues on. So, and it got worse, which is why after this debacle and 2-3 weeks of Destiny bots in all of my videos for 2 or 3 weeks, I'm like, all right, we'll see who has the last word. We'll see who has the last word on this. And I just want to play it one more time because I had the last word on this battle. Who ends up vindicated? Your boy right here ends up vindicated. You asked Rachel about Hypatia. So being an educated philosophy person, could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
I don't know works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she just talks like with a dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't
You're like
what
slowing
is she
down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No,
What-
I'm just
so
like
one
a
from
normal
Aristotle and one from
person
Hegel?
who's not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
That's Plato.
With this.
Yes. So, who had the last word? Peaser, $10. Thank you so much. Patrick, shout out to, thank you, Dostoevsky, for those small super chats. Patrick says for $5, the prophets reached theosis. What was the point of incarnation? Well, they only reached the theosis because of the incarnation. So the grace of the incarnation functions retroactively. That's the Orthodox view. Did we need the incarnation to rebuild that bridge? Yeah, but because the incarnation and the resurrection ascension is outside of time and space, it can then apply the grace to the Old Testament prophets. Please unblock me on X. Maybe. D's, $20. Greetings, Mr. Dyer. I'm late. I enjoyed your Tucker interview. Is he converting? Pray for it. Mo Christians, $10. There's a Calvinist pastor named Jonathan Burris. He made a video critiquing the Sunni Baptist Sola Scriptura in IFB guy that you debated. It would be fun to see the reaction to it. I said he should debate you, and he liked this idea. What's his name? Jonathan Burris. Look, so unless a person is a big name person, and I'm not trying to be D-bag, but look, we're at the tier now where we're going to be debating Dinesh. Okay, so we're debating the people in the millions of followers now. Supposedly, let's just assume that there really are 4 million subscribers, brother. Dinesh D'Souza, you now got 4 million subscribers. Assuming, right, that there really are 4 million. So I'm not bound to take all of these like 200 person subscriber debates, but I'm one of the few who will still do it. But that's what the open calls are for. No, I don't owe you a debate if you got 500 subscribers, but I'm one of the few who will still let you call in. So Calvinist pastor man can call in on any of the live streams. Slow Boy Whiteboard, $5. Cholo Cheater was talking smack last night on the Noose Nexus channel. Well, we'll see how good he does now that he's agreed to debate Vatican II. And again, dude literally just asked me, where in Vatican II does it even talk about church and state? So he doesn't even know Gaudium et Spes. He didn't know any of it. So it's not going to go well for him. Levi, $2. Thank you. Dre God, $10. Is it me or does it feel like Lutherans is popping off? Alex recently debated a Lutheran. I'm going to be debating a Lutheran next week on Modern Day Debate. So notice I will still take small channel debates. And this is because of the Tucker stuff, and everybody was popping off. A lot of these prots was popping off. So let's see, modern day debate. I don't even come up anymore with modern day debate. My feelings are hurt. I thought it would pop up, but let's see. Here we go. I will be debating the Lutheran guy. What was his name? Boniface? Yeah. So the Twitter Lutheran guy, Boniface, he took issue with my Tucker statements. So we will be debating here. And we will be debating nominalism and justification, Orthodox versus Lutheran. And if you do want to watch the rest of the insanity with NotsoErudite and me and Jim Bob on whatever for 8 hours, you can watch it right there. Let me put it over here for the other chats as well. So anyways, appreciate the Shamoon apology. Doesn't mean that I will be working theologically with Sam Shamoon. I might contact him, theologically if he's interested. I'm happy to present positions or answer questions, etc. If he has book recommendations, etc. But theologically, nothing has essentially changed from my vantage point. But we have no personal issues. All the personal stuff is out of the way. But that does not mean that anyone has changed any theological positions as of yet. Let's see. All right, let's watch a little bit of this. I was there. I caught a lot of this debate. I think I caught almost all of the Dinesh Andrew debate. I caught probably 70 to 75% of this debate, and it was a blowout. So let's see some of this.
For working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. Nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing
how is
to
your-
says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right?
How are you
Typically
going to make daycare cheap enough that a woman can have 5 babies and work a full-time job? And why would you want that? I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want.
You guys want to solve the birth rate problem? Your actual enemy here today is
By the way, this one ended up also getting into like a bunch of like back and forth roasting. And again, I'm trying to tell you, like, when you watch the 1-on-5, because they're all going to say I'm mean. I'm just prefacing it. Everyone agreed to no holds barred Bloodsport style debate. Now, the clips that Gooberface uploaded that he wasn't supposed to, they're 2-minute clips within the 10-minute hot seat debate, right? So you don't actually see the full buildup. You're just seeing it's 10-minute segments. And each of the 10-minute, now some of them were normal debate, right? I would say maybe 5 or 6 were normal back and forths. But me and the Filipino dude, that does not go well. Okay, y'all don't even know about him yet. Okay, so that one, that one turns into full-on roasting. Okay, me and Karen from HR, it goes full roast. Okay. Me and Cholo Cheater, it goes full roast. The other ones, the Calvinist dude, we end up keeping it pretty debate centered, topical centered. Okay. I'm just telling you right now, people are going to lie. They're going to cut out segments and say, look at Dyer just roasting people. He doesn't even argue. No, they're 10-minute segments. They all begin with actual debates. And in the case of the portly HR woman, I think she thought when James said go no holds barred and just go at it, I think she thought that meant in her mind argue. Okay, so she had no idea that debating isn't just yapping for 10 minutes straight. Okay, so when I start engaging with her and I realize about 3 minutes in that she isn't even listening to what's coming out of my mouth, she's just like, I'm like, all right, I might as well just start roasting her. So that just turns into straight up roasting. But I guarantee you what's going to happen is there's going to be viral clips out of this. I'm telling you guys, this 1-on-5 is absolutely chaos. It's going to be viral clips, and all the people, all the haters are going to just look at the segments. Look how mean he is. We got proof he's mean. Everyone agreed to open roasting. Yes, the whole, and I actually messaged James. I was like, don't cut out stuff. And he's like, I don't think anything violated terms of service because, bro, there's a lot of Cholo jokes, okay? There's a lot of why mom, Portly, like it gets crazy, dude. It was the craziest debate. It's the craziest debate experience I've ever had. Ever. And they're in your face. You can't leave for 10 minutes in the hot seat. And I mean, it was rough, dude. I'll put it this way. There was a couple times, I thought it was about to turn into like blows. Like I wasn't going to punch anybody. I'm saying like, I thought a couple times they were going to punch me because, dude, they were getting so mad. Man, one guy, the Filipino dude, like he gets so mad that he gets this going. You know how like when people get upset, like they're about to, they don't know whether to cry or whether to punch the shit out of you. Like his lip was going like, I'm like, what's wrong with your lip, dude? Slow it down. And that made him more mad. And I kid you not, dude, everybody who gets into this hot seat, well, two of them, Cholo dude and Filipino dude, right? Filipino dude started saying, well, why are you anti-Semitic and hate Jews? Like he just freaked out and he runs to, why are you anti-Semitic and hate Jews? I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, you're a Judaizing heretic. And he's like, what are you anti-Semitic and hate Jews? What are you just like just running to like, will the Jews save me? Will the Jews like I just started laughing at him like, dude, what's wrong with you? And he starts talking about college classes. Like he short-circuited. Starts talking about his college classes. And he's like, did you even take a philosophy class? I'm like, yeah, I majored in it. You didn't even take a philosophy class. I took epistemology. I'm like, oh, tell me some more classes. I said, did you take home ec? He's almost about to cry. I'm like, did you take Filipino history? I want to know all of your undergrad classes, dude. Start listening, please. He's like, he starts freaking out, dude. It's crazy. Just wait. I hope all of this, by the way, is on multiple cams. Because this dude, I thought this dude was going to just like explode. I thought he was going to just like short circuit and like smoke starts coming out of his ears and he's going to like flop over and just explode or something. Because between the big old HR woman and Cholo cheater and the Filipino dude, like this is going to be, I guarantee you it's got to be viral. If this doesn't go viral, I don't know what to do to make stuff go viral. I had no idea what to expect. This will be clipped into infinity. This is going to go crazy. I'm just warning you. I already know what everyone's going to say. They're going to clip out the parts of me roasting people and say that I'm mean, as if it's not within a 10-minute segment of people losing their mind. And as if they didn't agree. I mean, dude, the entire time with Filipino dude, I mean, that dude's chin is going like a damn weed eater. Just I thought he was just going to start bawling. Especially when we got into home ec. I was like, tell me about home ec class. Because he starts citing all of his college classes like that's an argument. Like he's like, I have authority here. I have authority in this because I took the college class. I'm like, good for you. Tell me about home ec, dude. Did you take Filipino history? Why are you racist? Why are you racist? You hate Jews. And he just starts crying. Ah. This is crazier than any Jubilee you've ever seen. I guarantee you, it may not be as popular as Jubilee. This is the craziest Jubilee style interactions you will have ever seen. I can guarantee you that. There is no Jordan Peterson versus Gaithias clip that will come close to what I experienced in 1v5. Okay? Dude, it is a Sam Hyde episode. It's an hour and a half of me trying not to go crazy. Dude, half of it's roast. I'm going to put it that way. Hour and a half. I don't remember how many segments there were. It might have been 10. It might have been 13. I don't even remember. Might have been 8. I don't know. Well, let's see. If it's 10-minute segments, it's got to be like 8, right? Because you got an hour and a half. So that would be, and we did take one bathroom break. Oh my gosh, dude. It is crazy. I'm gonna say it right now. I have the to date. I've not watched every Jubilee or one versus whatever. I will tell you right now, put it on the line, son. When this comes out, I have the biggest, craziest 1v5. You know I'm not a hype man. I don't talk a bunch of crap hyping stuff. Y'all know I don't do that a lot. I'll talk about something if it's, this was fun. It was all right. Did I hype up the Debatecon debates? They were just normal debates. The 1 versus 5, I am hyping it up because I'm telling you, this is the craziest shit I've ever been involved in. I mean, you already saw, dude, me popping off with Cholo Cheater. That's nothing. Wait till you see the actual exchanges. It ain't out yet, dude. It's going to be funny. This will rival and top any 1v whatever you've seen. I promise you that. I give you my freaking word, son. What is even the craziest 1 versus whatever, whether Jubilee or whatever? Because everybody's doing this now. By the way, I forgot to tell y'all this. Guess what? So debates, you might have thought they were dying out. Oh, no. No. They are not dying out. In fact, you've got multiple things popping off of debate. We are just getting started. Okay, I'm not just talking about Debatecon. Okay, now they want to do World War debate again, but me versus Molyneux. We got 2 debates with David Wood, 2 debates with Trent Horn at the Debatecon after David Wood. We got the what's that guy's name? Brandon Straka. Okay, he's got like 1 million on Twitter. So he calls me up. He wants me to be in the 4-on-4s and the 5-on-5s. So this is a whole other thing coming out. I don't watch things with nudity. Well, I'll put this. If you like roasts, you're going to like my 1 versus 5. I think this will compete for, it's definitely, I can tell you right now, it's already the craziest 1 versus whatever. You can't even play Jubilee clips because they just copyright everything. But let's see. What is the craziest 1 versus 5 or 1 versus 10 that exists right now? What do you? I know some of y'all love debates. What's the craziest one so far? By the way, there's going to be a lot more of these coming because people are loving this stuff. Is there a crazy one that even exists yet? Now we all know about. Okay, so Godlogic just did one. No, wait. It's Uthman versus 10 Christians, right? Let's see.
The unqualified law cannot be applied to anyone else.
Here's what we need to do. I do not pray for these alone, but also for those who will believe in me through their word.
All right, so looks like the way they set this one up was 1 versus or 10 versus 1. Uthman versus 10 Christians. And they go for, it looks like about 10 each. Is it 10 each? Maybe even more. Maybe like 12 minutes each. 12 or 13. And that's already popped off with like 100,000 views. Allegedly. We got 1 Muslim versus 5 Skittles.
Love is not love. It's not hurting anyone if a man sleeps with a man. It is.
Okay. We got Destiny versus 1 versus 5. Destiny. Yikes. Okay, Andrew versus, oh, they already did a 1 versus 5 on Modern Day Debate. I didn't know they'd done one of these
An unlawful, knowledgeable wisdom to
So Andrew versus secularist, right?
be unwise as an option. And then we
Do you
didn't
take medication by chance?
So maybe this one is already, I didn't even know about this one. I haven't seen this. So here's a 1v5 and it counts down and they did 5-minute segments. Dude, it was torture doing 10-minute segments with retards, bro. I mean, that's a mercy to give Andrew 5 minutes and I had to do 10 with all of these tards, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Let's see. Let's see one of these. So here's a modern day debate. This is what it's going to be like, except it's 10 minutes of me versus 5.
Wow, that goes quick. All right.
Yeah, that went real quick. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I don't think I shake hands. I don't think I ended up shaking hands with anybody that was on my 1v. My 1v5 had maybe one handshaking. We were not friends after that.
All right. So your stance is Christians have the right to rule as much as seculars?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a Christian, I can't disagree with you too much on that. However, just because you're Christian doesn't mean you shouldn't be in power. But what you do with your morals and values should not be portrayed in how you rule. And I'm a big believer in church and state.
No, they said mine wouldn't be up for like 2 weeks. So that was like 4 days ago. So you probably got a week and a half before my 1 versus 5 goes up.
Separation of church and state. So, there's a place for the religious aspect of your life and your upbringing and all that, but it shouldn't be brought into more of a power stance.
You can't separate church and state. Let me explain why. Have you ever elected a politician who's a Christian?
Yes.
Did you expect that when he ruled from his moral stances, which were informed by Christianity?
I would expect that he would have ruled based off of his policies, which...
What? How's he going to figure his policies out other than what he considers moral in his brain?
So...
It's...
Yeah, that guy's an idiot. Let's move on to the next one.
That Christians have as much of a right to rule as secularists or atheists.
Okay, I'm a little confused as to why that. I don't think a lot of people.
Damn, dude, we got Indian Jared Leto over here. We got Jared Leto.
Agree with that. What part do you
don't think that a lot of people would disagree with it?
I think.
Then why do they get upset when Christians are in office and they make policy?
We got Jared Pagito.
Based on Christianity.
Because they make policy based on Christianity, not the fact that they are Christian.
Well, okay, how do you want a Christian to morally inform their view for policy making if it's not through Christianity?
I'm not saying that it can't be through Christianity. It can't be because of Christianity.
Why?
Because it's not a Christian nation.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything? If a politician, right, you vote him in office, he's a Christian, he's going to be making moral decisions on behalf of the electorate, right?
Right.
Where do you want him to? Where do you want him to draw his information from?
From the electorate. So with the electorate, it's not all religious.
What if the electorate asks him to do something immoral?
Well, then that's completely different.
All right, then he should be informing his viewpoint from his ethics, which is going to be Christianity,
It's
right?
not a dichotomy. You don't either have Christian ethics or completely non-Christian. You can take your Christian ethics and apply them to.
His T-shirt says Indian Jesus. What? Oh man.
Secular situation, though.
Sure, you can apply your Christian ethics to secularists, but that would be ruling secularists with Christian ethics.
Right, but then we agree that there's no issue with Christians or seculars having power.
No, I don't think we do agree. So your idea here is you take issue if Christians make policy based on Christianity.
No, because of Christianity. This is the law because Christianity says. Not, I am a Christian, I think this is bad. And also other people who are not Christians also think.
Yeah, dude, this is way more of an actual conversation than what you're going to get with me. I mean, every one of them except for 2 of the segments goes downhill very fast and is not a debate any longer. Now, I will say that, let me think if did any of them give good arguments? Jared Litter. I think Jared Pagito was a good one. I can't remember off the top. I think the Calvinist guy asked a couple good questions. But the Calvinist dude came in looking like a Mormon. So I just kept calling him Elder, whatever, like Elder Caleb, or what his name was, Caleb. I kept calling him Elder Caleb because he was dressed like a Mormon. So I busted a bunch of Mormon jokes. I remember my jokes. All I remember from the whole thing was my own crowd work. So anyway, all right, let's get back to this.
Feminism, it's modernization. Baby girl, you're gonna love when I go through your book, okay?
I love when she educates me and talks like with the
By the way, all of my 1v5 is basically what this debate ends up being, which is just like they end up just basically roasting each other. And I don't think Erudite's roasts were very good.
Adderall mouth.
Welcome back to Rattlesnake TV, guys. In this video, we have got a fantastic debate for you between Rachel Wilson, the feminist destroyer, and Kyla, Not-So-Erudite. Now, contrary to most feminist debates, where these feminists don't actually know how to make an argument, this was actually a very interesting one, and there were interesting points brought up. And then at the end, literally one of the best mic drop moments I've ever seen in my entire life. So with that, let's get into it.
I'm curious, what's the #1 correlate to declining birth rates in a nation?
Women's access to higher education.
Correct. Yes, women's access. It's actually everyone's access to higher education. So I'm curious, would you consider Saudi Arabia particularly feminist?
Not particularly feminist.
Qatar?
No. But no.
Okay, so the Gulf states also have declining birth rates, but feminism isn't causing that. What's happening there?
Because they've started.
Saudi Arabia, famous
Yes.
for feminizing. Qatar, famous for feminizing.
They have started letting women work. They've started allowing things like birth
Their
control.
birth rate's been
It's more
declining
subtle.
for a long time. Actually, it's below replacement now.
Yes, everybody in first world economies where there's urbanization, industrialization, as I explained, that's what enables feminism.
So isn't it urbanization that we're blaming here? Because I feel like there's an
not
interesting
until you
thing.
push women into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again, if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing
how is
to
your-
says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? What you're pointing
Why
to
did
right
the women
now
stop having babies?
because of modernization through increased education. Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia,
because they're-
I'm so sorry. As much as you might want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not. In fact, do you know why women in Saudi Arabia are pushed into education? It increases their dowry value. That's why. Because it's like
That sounds like an Islam problem.
well, Victoria, England did this as well, where essentially they view proof of education as good genetics.
Victoria, England. Victorian England? It's Victoria, England. Who that bitch Victoria, England is? Who Victorian England is? I think she meant Victorian.
Stock, so it makes that wife a more valuable woman. So
Right,
I
but
don't know what's
nobody had a
feminist
birth
about
rate
that.
crisis in Victorian England.
Well, the thing that you have to disentangle here is why is Saudi Arabia having the same problems that you're falling at the feet of feminism? And I'm saying it looks more like modernization might be the problem here. And Saudi Arabia certainly has both modernization, but it certainly doesn't have feminism. So you're going to have to answer
The
the Qatar Gulf
CDC and the
problem.
United Nations both say that the main correlate for declining birth rates is sending women to college and sending them to work.
I didn't
And
disagree with that.
As a mother
That's just
of
not
5,
feminism.
As a mother of
necessarily.
5, you cannot have more.
That is part of it. Like what's so annoying with her is the constantly evolving and moving definitions of what she's defending. This was her whole strategy for debating me, was that feminism is anything that helps women. That's not what feminism is. It's a historical movement attached to certain people at a certain time, certain ideologues, right? And what we're calling feminism today. But for her, it's so elastic that it could be anything that, quote, helps women, which, by the way, is depending upon, well, how do you know what helps women, right? I mean, it's not solely subjective, but that could be subjective. And it also we need some kind of benchmark to know what is it that helps, what is it that hurts. So it's based on some idea of the good, which she never gave any account of the good when we debated. So that's why it's so, her whole strategy is literally to have a very open-ended word, feminism, that she can then attach GDP, ancient goddess worship, ancient Judaism, ancient, whatever, rights, anything that could conceivably help women is feminism. And so she just simply argues that anytime something good is happening that, quote, helps women, that's feminism, therefore feminism is good and helps society. But that elastic of a term and an idea is itself problematic because she tried in our debate, for example, to make it very precise. She said, I gave a definition of feminism that you agreed to. I never did agree to it. I just said, well, is that what you're arguing
If
for?
women were working as nurses,
If that's what you're arguing for, then I don't need to agree to your definition. Just make your argument. It's so stupid.
into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again, if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing
how is
to says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? Like, what you're pointing
Why
to
do
right
the women
now,
stop having babies?
because of modernization through increased education.
The sources in my slides say that in the 70s, the reason was because we had a huge income tax deficit because of the Vietnam War, at the same time that they had passed birth control legislation making it legal. And not only that, making it free and cheap and socially acceptable. We had Roe v. Wade, now everybody can get an abortion. And at the same time, you start pushing through the culture through a massive propaganda campaign, through things like, remember the Stepford Wives movies, remember the Mary Tyler Moore show? The 70s were just saturated with girl boss empowerment stuff. And I was born in 1980 with She-Ra and Madonna and, telling women that motherhood is a ball and chain, that the smart girls go to college and have their own money and they don't need a man. So you've got this cultural propaganda campaign, you've got government money subsidizing college, which is why it's so expensive, by the way. And then you've got birth control and abortion. Okay. So the trend becomes, go get your back.
That's actually a good question you guys in the chat are asking. Where does she get her definition of feminism? I don't recall. What was it? It was something like, did she just get it from the dictionary? Let's see what she defined it as. I don't even remember where she gets her definition. But I think it was so broad, it was like, let's see. Destructive to society, and third wave.
About egalitarianism, I think it's what I would be happy to talk.
Anti-reality, because they all go together. In other words, let's see where she gets her definition, because I don't actually remember. Feminism cannot be divorced from the revolution against biology, the revolution against masculinity, the revolution against every area of life that is healthy, wholesome, and based around patriarchy.
All right, thank you for that, Jay. Kyla, would you like to give your opening statement now?
Sure. Mine isn't going to be nearly as long, but I was really interesting, and I basically would grant you lots of that stuff. I would essentially argue that feminism is not only a necessity, it's unavoidable. I think that's where society tends to go. I think women joining the workforce, while there's lots of cons with it, one of the biggest pros is the massive boost to GDP and just the competitiveness of every nation that includes women. And overall, I think feminism is broadly good for society, but I am sure that I would be happy to talk with you about a number of areas that I think have been harmful for society.
That's how terrible this is from her vantage point. She hinged everything later on in this debate about her definition of feminism. But in her opening statement, which is like 1 minute, she hasn't even defined feminism. So we don't even know yet what her definition of it is.
I think feminism has been co-opted and often twisted. I think particularly in the third wave, we saw.
Oh, so it's been co-opted. She mentions third wave feminism. So she is referring, notice at the beginning of her approach to this debate, she's literally referring to the historical recent movements of feminism as a political, social, ideological movement. She is not referring to anything in history that, quote, helps women. Notice that.
This by what I would call gender opportunists. And so when I think about feminism, I'm more interested in a feminism that is centralized around empowering women and promoting femininity. I think.
But notice she hasn't defined it yet.
When you talk about egalitarianism, I think it's a really interesting concept, but I think we need to be precise in what we talk about. So I guess to open, I'd maybe.
Okay, so if we're being precise, can you define it, please?
Start with a question. With your philosophy background, I'm sure.
Why would you ask? Don't ask people questions in your opening statement. This is so dumb. Like the worst debaters I've ever seen always do this weird, stupid move of asking the other person questions in their open. Why are you asking me a question in your opening? Like you got to present the affirmation or the negation. Right? You're either for or against whatever the prompt of the debate is. You don't ask me questions in the opening statement. This is so silly. And that's debate 101, dude.
Sure you're familiar with Heidegger's concept of chatter.
No.
Okay. So
what does Heidegger chatter have to do with this? Nothing.
Heidegger, is an interesting philosopher from the 40s, but he
By the way, you notice she didn't know any philosophical works, right? So as a philosophy student and as a person who did study at the graduate level philosophy, I can spot, and I know a Sood right away, okay? When people start naming philosophers and they want to name ideas from philosophers, but I can listen for a little bit and I know they haven't actually read them, it's inauthentic. You're being assumed. You're not actually educated, but you're presenting yourself as if you have the education. That's a form of deception. You're assumed. It's a form of, you're a con woman. So she starts yapping and naming all this stuff. And I'm like, I start noticing she doesn't know any of this. She doesn't actually know and that's why I later ask her about certain philosophical works, right? People that didn't watch the full debate are like, why is Dyer coming in just trying to like name philosophers, bro? Name books. That's such a cheap tactic. That's what she's doing. What are you talking about?
This idea of chatter that I think is really interesting for discussion, which is essentially how a lot of times when people have like philosophical and idea wrestling conversations, they use the same word, but they have different meanings for those words. And so then the whole conversation is just essentially garbage. That's what he calls like idle chatter. And so I'm curious if what you'd be willing to do for this conversation.
So she actually, I think she heard about this idea and she was like, oh, I could weaponize that. I could actually use that as a strategy to make my whole case about different uses of words. And that's really what she does throughout this whole discussion.
Is if we could make sure that we agree on what we mean by certain words so that we can actually talk about the ideas underneath them and hopefully come to a better understanding of everything.
What are the words you would like specified or
probably for this conversation, we should talk about patriarchy and feminism. Those seem like the most obvious things to define. And then after that, just if we come to a word that we keep both using, it would probably just be useful to define it and make sure that we agree to what we're talking about, if that works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to start with your definitions and then Jay can give his?
Sure. So,
see where you guys agree.
yeah, I'm curious. So patriarchy, I would define it as a hierarchical structure where men monopolize soft and hard power.
I think that they have authority. I wouldn't say it's a monopoly on power because women can have a degree of influence and power in society, but it's under the headship of a man. So, for example, a job, right? As an example, Proverbs 31 talks about women being able to work, but it's sort of under the purview of the husband. So it's not independence, it's not doing their own thing, it's a family unit working together, so there's roles.
Sure. So when we're thinking about like a job, so when I think about a monopoly of hard and soft power, in my mind I'm thinking law, like kind of like men are mostly monopolizing positions in law, but also soft power like media and kind of able to kind of set the tone culturally as well. So they kind of have these areas of power mostly fully occupied by men, particularly systems where men force it to be the case that it's only men in those positions.
Yeah, it's just, monopoly is a difficult term because it's.
I'm still just trying to figure out what her definition is because she hinged everything on it, and it's actually a good question. Like, what does she actually think it is? So that's what I'm trying to get to.
Just totality, and again, there can be a shared situation here that's not a total monopoly. But
okay.
Fine, I'll go with it. It's fine.
Sure. We can say like a soft monopoly or something like that. Okay. But essentially a hierarchical structure where men tend to mostly occupy positions of power. Okay. Sure. Feminism, I define it as the empowerment of women and promotion of femininity. Do you?
So again, this is really ambiguous because now it's anything that, quote, empowers and helps women and femininity. I mean, that is not what feminism is as a movement. And the prompt of the debate is feminism versus patriarchy. It's not listed in the title right here, but the original prompt was, is feminism or patriarchy better for society? That was the debate, right? So I do not accept that I think if I recall, right? Well, let's see.
Agree with that, or do you have a very different definition?
I think of it as something necessarily tied to revolution, and I think
so. Notice right there, I do not accept her definition of feminism. And she later hinges this entire debate on me supposedly accepting it. You notice right here I say, no, it's a historical revolutionary movement. It's not the empowerment and helping of women at any point in history. So no.
When you say the word empowerment, it's also ambiguous because
exactly. So I called this out at the very beginning.
Could be a lot of things in different contexts. So I don't know what you think empowerment is.
Okay, so by empowerment, what I mean is typically going to be, I'm a very big freedom of opportunity person, liberal, guilty as charged. So empowerment would be eroding any obstacles to
Anyway, we're not going to watch all this madness, but you'll notice that she literally defines it as just this ambiguous thing of helping, empowering women and femininity. What even is that? I mean, you might think femininity is wearing your freaking shoulder pad blazers and being a boss babe. I mean, I don't know what you think. This is so silly, right? And thus it's so historically unanchored that she could then say it's anything. And you'll notice I did not accept that that's what it is. I said, I think it's a historical revolutionary movement tied to socialism and Marxism. That's what it is. And then she literally hinges the rest of the debate on, you accepted my definition of feminism. No, I didn't. I never did. What are you talking about? So there we go. That's what she thinks it is. Empowering of women, which is what?
Go get your career. Men are icky and bad. They're going to abuse you. Children are a ball and chain that are going to hold you back. You need to go to work.
Sure.
And that's
So-
what women do. They
Still haven't gotten an answer to the Gulf states. Seems like that one is just
still
like
haven't gotten an answer to
mysterious
how you're going to do
Islamic- Hold on.
feminism with no more babies.
Rachel, you have to let me talk for us to have a conversation, right?
Okay, so this is an important part because essentially what the argument boils down to here is to what end is feminism contributing to the demographic collapse that we are seeing? Now, Kyla's argument here is that this is simply a product of urbanization and modernization. Now, modernization is certainly important, and she's not without a point. And it is necessary for what we're seeing, but it is certainly not sufficient. And feminism is the accelerant here. With the Gulf states, for example, their female participation.
So again, we have to understand feminism, and you'll notice she made a huge mistake in our debate when she initially tied it to the historical waves and phases of feminism. She said third wave feminism did damage to women. So she initially, even herself, tied it to the historical revolutionary movement from Mary Wollstonecraft in the French Revolution up through the suffragists, up through the First, Second International, to the waves, right? So she tied it to the historical revolutionary movements herself. That's what feminism is. It's not anything that empowers or helps women. That's so stupid. And it's so ambiguous that it could mean anything. I mean, lifting weights can help women. Is that feminism to lift a weight? Having children helps women. Is that feminism? I mean, it's just so silly. It's just so stupid. No, it's a historical socialist movement. What are you talking about?
In workforce and higher education nearly tripled in under a decade. However, their fertility rates have not fallen as steeply as Western countries and Eastern Asian countries, and they're still meaningfully higher because whilst education norms and working norms are shifting, social norms like marriage and motherhood expectations and the family structure haven't shifted as much. What we're seeing in the West, however, is the structural change, plus the feminist ideology, which completely reshapes the role of a woman and what a woman's life purpose.
That's why I said it's a revolutionary movement. And you just heard Jake right there repeat that point. Jake Rattlesnake says the revolutionary ethos, that point, that's what I argued in the debate.
Is entirely. Career comes first, motherhood is not important and should be delayed or avoided. And then a good case study you've got here is Israel. So Israel would be considered the most modernized and most urbanized place in the entire Middle East. Yet the birth rates still sit comfortably above replacement rate because of the religious and cultural norms. So all this to say modernization is certainly a factor, but feminism is the accelerant. And Rachel covers that here.
You completely made up this idea that my whole argument rests on something fundamental changing in the 70s. I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want.
Good one.
Birth rates have been on the decline since industrialization. I didn't
That
say
actually was a pretty good one because in our debate, she kept throwing that out like she knew how that was relevant to what I was arguing. And that's another reason why I used this whole questionnaire pop quiz thing was number one, she did it because she kept asking, do you even know this? Do you even know this? Do you know this? Do you even know this? This with her random terminology, ChatGPT gibberish. So that's why I later said, I don't actually think you know, you're not even educated in philosophy, but you presented yourself as if you are a philosophy degree person. I don't think you are. And she's not, as we have seen. Thus, the sued presentation. So that's why the Agrippa's trilemma thing was irrelevant to what we were arguing. And she was just throwing it in there to give this impression of like this sophistication.
that no women ever worked before the 70s. I said that's the point where it really accelerated and took off and became mainstream, totally socially acceptable, the norm. Now, if you're a stay-at-home mom, that's the weird, creepy thing. That's when that changed. Doesn't matter. It started in the 1800s with industrialization, urbanization, and women going to work. Yes, that's when the birth rates began to decline. And the sexual liberation stuff, whether it's no-fault divorce, birth control pills, abortion, the overall thing and the only thing that matters in this argument is what are we going to do about demographics? Because it doesn't matter what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter when the gold standard happened. It doesn't matter when or how women got into the workforce. We are now in a position where all...
Yeah, when I was first walking into this, I got there a little bit late. She was making this long presentation about the gold standard. I'm like, what does this have to do with feminism? Like, she was going on and on about the gold standard. I'm like, the gold standard? What are you talking about? What's that got to do with feminism?
Western nations are in the exact same boat that when you shove all the women into the workforce and tell them this is what you need to be doing and focusing on, and you need a 2-income household now to survive, no one has babies.
So good point by Rachel there, but what's really notable here is that the debate itself is actually not about is feminism 100% the cause of the demographic collapse. The debate is whether or not feminism has done more harm or good. And the problem
that was also our debate's prompt was, is feminism or patriarchy better for society? And she's there to debate, has feminism helped women? Like, what?
Kyla has here is that her worldview, this liberal, progressive, feminist worldview, actually advocates for the very thing that they are arguing for right now, which is women entering higher education and the workforce at staggering rates, which inevitably collapses the birth rate and ultimately society. And she's actually conceded to this, that women's participation in the workforce and higher education, pretty much wherever you look at it, is the #1 reason why birth rates and demographics tend to fall. So at this point, Rachel is very much on the front foot in this debate because of all of the concessions that Kyla has made here. So now Kyla needs to try and come up with a solution to this problem that fits within her feminist paradigm. And the solution that she puts forth needs to be stronger than what Rachel's solutions might be, which is trying to reverse the cultural effects of feminism and essentially trying to dismantle feminist progressivism. So let's see how that goes.
I'm not blaming every economic problem on feminism. I'm blaming one economic problem, the only one that matters, which is demographics.
Gulf states.
There's a lot of different, they still have above replacement because all the women aren't working.
They don't. They're under replaced.
I do it the same way that Rachel didn't interrupt you in the last one. I want to give her the same.
The whole world is going this way. So all the countries that are still above replacement, which is only a handful, are trending down. And when those people, so you said immigrants, you're right. Saudi Arabia imports their entire workforce. We're trying to do that in the West. And what happens? Number one, all the places we're trying to bring immigrants from are now getting below replacement as well. So you're running out of other people to bring over. But two, when you bring those people over from those cultures where there's no feminism into the West, within 1 generation, their birth rate drops to as low as the native population in the West. So you bring someone over from Pakistan where the birth rate is still like one of the highest in the world. You bring them to the UK where there's feminism. You send their daughters to college and send their daughters to the workforce. They also only have 1.5 children per woman. So no, my claim, you're strawmanning me again. My claim is not every economic problem is caused by feminism. Of course not. But the one that is caused by feminism will be the only one that matters, because if there's no people, there's no future. And you still haven't told me how you're going to combat that. How are you going to have your first world feminist utopia where the men and the women both work?
I saw this part. I'm trying to remember. I forget what her solution was. Something like GDP. I forget exactly what her solution is. I forget. She does offer some kind of solution. Because she repeats it later.
Part-time, everyone gets to stay home. However we're going to work that, everybody gets to follow their dreams and do what they want.
I think that's called a straw man.
How do we get to do that with below replacement birth rates?
How is it a straw man? She's asking the question.
No,
if women are working, they're not going to have babies, and that's the only part of my argument that matters.
Sure, yeah. I'm talking. So I can repeat
back
for
over
you.
to Kyla for 2 minutes.
I've responded to this multiple times, which again, declining birth rate is not feminism. It is modernization. This is why Saudi Arabia, as it
She's asking you what the solution is, not what is it. Good grief, dude. It's like talking to a freaking and I remember feeling this way at the debate with her. It's like, this is like talking to like a 13-year-old or a 11-year-old when it's like, you're like, I told you to be home by midnight, and they come home at like 1 a.m. and it's like, you said be home at midnight. It's not technically midnight. It's 1 a.m. and you said be home at midnight. I'm not, and it's not midnight. It's like, are you really just gonna like talk your way out of everything through technicality? This is crazy.
Modernizes has a decline, which, by the way, is below replacement. Saudi Arabia's is like 1.7 right now. So no, they're not replacing themselves.
Quick fact check here, guys. That is actually not true. Saudi Arabia is at about 2.3 births per woman. And among the native Saudi population, without expats or immigrants, it's about 2.8. So they are replacing themselves at the moment, but let's carry on.
Birth rate decline is because as you modernize and give people more education, they choose to postpone marriage and they have less.
So that would mean that birth rates decline through modernization, and feminism is an aspect of modernization, and women going to college and postponing being mothers, etc. That's conceding the point. So the question is, then how do we fix that problem in your view?
Children as a result of it. It's really that simple, but that's not feminism. That is actually education. That's
Those are all the things that you attach to feminism because you said feminism is anything that empowers women, which is education and etc. So it is feminism, even on your own view, you goober.
and it's kind of the Protestant work ethic, because if there's any system that tells you delay
Notice she's lying and she's being deceptive, because she defined feminism as anything that empowers women, and she included education in that in my debate. And now she's saying that's not feminism, that's modernization. Women being educated, according to you, is empowering and therefore is feminism. This is so stupid.
hustle and work hard, make sure you're a steward of the future. It's probably something like a capitalist system with economic incentive to grow, 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 and a Protestant work ethic that says work, work, work. That's what you're actually contending with here. Does feminism have impacts on certain things? Yeah, I think it's made women particularly significantly more choosy in like their partners, for example. But if you look at these bad college women, for example, they're the group getting married more than anyone else since 2010. They are the highest population to get married. Their marriages last longer. They have a divorce rate that's...
The question was about the replacement replacement rate. Okay, so she's listing off all this, sputtering out all this facts, which who even knows if these facts are accurate. How does this replace the population in terms of population problems? That's what I'm waiting for.
Way lower than everyone else, by the way. Their children are more successful. Their children contribute to the economy significantly more. I'd love to get those ladies having children more too. Let's invest in more technologies to kind of help them increase their window of IVF, but I'm sure you're opposed to that.
So her answer is more technologies that increase the IVF window. Okay, so I was at least she's giving an answer. I've like been waiting for what's the solution. That's what it was. I remember now in the debate, because she brings it up she brings it up later on. She says more IVF, more technology will solve the problem. So like transhumanism. I mean, transhumanism and all of that is essentially part of depopulation and dysgenics and sterilization and transhumanism. It has nothing to do with increasing the population. This is so silly.
Right? There's also, let's get tax credits. Yeah, let's laugh at it. You guys want to solve the birth rate problem unless you actually have solutions that are about modernization, because your actual enemy here today.
The question was, what is your solutions on your paradigm?
Isn't feminism, it's modernization, and we're never going back.
But you said that feminism is anything that empowers women, and if modernization brings education and education empowers women, then that's feminism.
To monkey. So you may as well give up on that one.
And the only reason people are clapping is that there was a 2 rows of Destiny and his goobers there. That's it. It's not, there's 500 people at this. The majority of these people are not clapping for her. There's 2 rows of Destiny and the Goblin crew that are there.
Okay, so first of all, you said it's a capitalism problem along with a modernization problem. That doesn't explain how communist China and communist Russia had this happened to them first before any capitalist nation. Because in communism, it was, yeah, have the babies, but mainly go to work because we need to fill the factories and everybody needs to be a proletariat worker, right? They experienced this before capitalist countries did, and to the biggest degree. So it can't just be capitalism. Second of all, telling women to wait to have children because IVF will be there, people who say that haven't looked into IVF and how abysmal the failure rate is. First of all, it's massively expensive, and even if you completely subsidized it like they do in Israel, it's horrific to put women through. Have you ever had to inject yourself with a crap ton of hormones and go through all the things that you have to go through for IVF? It's miserable.
Yes.
And if you wait until you're 40, it has a less than 10% success rate. About
So this was her solution. Technology and IVF. This is so stupid.
the same as conceiving naturally. It doesn't work.
All right, so Kyla's solution is something along the lines of IVF and tax incentives. And I'm not sure exactly what she means by tax incentives, but generally these progressives, and she does mention this in the debate, tend to talk about paternal leave, subsidized childcare, and these sorts of things. And IVF, like Rachel said, is a terrible solution. I mean, Israel is the most IVF generous country in the entire world, with essentially free, unlimited access to IVF. And even there, it accounts for only 4 to 5% of births in Israel. So it's essentially like bringing a mop to a flood. And in terms of government assistance, parental leave, these sorts of things, you can simply just look at Scandinavia. Finland is the country with arguably the most generous parental leave and subsidized childcare in the entire world. They even have a baby box program where Finland gives every...
It's so funny. This is the classic leftist progressive move too, right? When all of these problems are created by leftism, progressivism, and you ask them, well, what's the solution to the problems? More leftism and more progressivism, of course, right? It's just crazy.
Expectant mother of a baby, a box of essential. And the box itself even doubles as the baby's first crib. And Finland's birth rate is at 1.25. And the other Scandinavian countries with all of these government subsidies paint the exact same picture. And the reason why this doesn't work, and it's just an abject failure, is because these policies actually incentivize the opposite. They incentivize women to offset and delay having a family and instead pursue career. And the reason why is because the amount of benefits they get is directly tied to their earnings before they head.
Yeah, I just want all of my tax money, $1 zillion of tax money going to IVF in Israel. This is so crazy. By the way, Kyla is a big pro Z, big Z, by the way.
children. So they're essentially encouraged to climb the corporate ladder as much as possible before having kids and then have some buzzer-beater babies. Hungary, on the other hand, gave mothers of 4 or more children a full lifetime tax exemption, along with other grants tied to childbearing and not career milestones. This way, they can have children early and then work after if they would like to, or work when the kids are at school or something like this, and then they'll never have to pay tax again. So the Hungarian model rewards women for having children regardless of previous earnings, whilst the Scandinavian model rewards the career and then treats the baby as a payout. And the Hungarian model was actually able to put a dent in the collapsing birth rate. And so now, for the absolute best part of the debate, one of the best mic drops ever, but we have to start by watching Kyla try and condescend to Rachel about some historical philosopher of some sort. She asks Rachel, well, do you know this biologist? Do you know this philosopher? Check this out.
So again, this is why I did this, because she kept trying to do this condescending, do you even know this, and then spits off random shit. Okay, this is so stupid. So the dum-dums that don't know the context think that I'm doing this. I'm doing this to show that she's the sued for doing this.
Andrew sometimes deal with this idea that like guns are an equalizer, as in they can sort of minimize the distance between men and women in terms of the physical force they can exert.
Right.
And I know you have problems with that argument, but I can pretty easily imagine a future where a technology that's a true equalizer, like maybe gene editing is just one example, could just be a reality not so far from now. So I just wanted to ask, what does that world look like to you? And in a way, does it make kind of an egalitarian philosophy or fact of life inevitable?
Does the gene editing you're talking about make it so that men can have babies?
Probably not for a while. Probably not for a long time.
Then I would say no. Will it make it so that we have women that are the same rough size and strength as men? Because if it basically, unless you're going to turn
Rachel,
women
famous
into men,
biologist
then no.
here, by the way, knows a lot about CRISPR, I'm sure.
First of all, everybody knows what CRISPR is because it's been in the news for like 7 years. This is not some kind of own. And by the way, you're not a biologist because you know the term CRISPR, which you heard in mainstream media like everyone else. This is so stupid.
Did you know that that's what the technology is called, by the way? It's CRISPR.
So notice she did this constantly. Like, do you even know this? Do you even know this? Do you even know this? That's why I got her with this 100% proof. And I knew 1 year later she would still not know the answer to the same thing I asked her a year before.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mrs. Turner.
Look, baby girl, you're gonna love when I go through your book.
I
Okay.
love when she educates me.
All right.
It's my
When
favorite.
did Hypatia? Who's Hypatia, by the way?
Why is she asking who a random female Neoplatonist is? This has nothing to do with this debate. Do you even know who Hypatia is? Do you even know who LaQuisha is? You know my cousin? Do you even know my cousin LaQuisha?
Look, I
It's in your
can't.
book.
You're like meth-spurging, and I can't right now.
I-
I would like to
you,
get to
if
the
you
next
can keep
question.
like insulting me, Rachel, but first of all,
I'm
between me and you,
not debating
I'm
you.
mugging you
I'm
every
talking to
single
the
day.
We're gonna move.
I'm mogging you every single day. Why are you asking random shit about who an early middle, like a female Neoplatonist is? Look, what are you talking about?
We're going to move to the next
Who's
question.
Hypatia?
Tyriak.
Yeah, you don't want to answer,
what's
do
great?
you?
Yeah,
So Hypatia, who is Hypatia, she asks. Apparently this is some ancient female philosopher, and Kyla looks extremely smug about this one. She looks very happy with herself, and never before have I actually seen something come back to bite someone in the ass so hard live. Because Jay Dyer, who happens to know a thing or two about philosophy, comes to ask her a question, and this one isn't even about a random historical figure.
You asked Rachel about Hypatia. So being an educated philosophy person, could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
Sure. I don't know what works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she just talks like with a dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't understand.
You're like
what
slowing
is she
down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No, I'm just
so
like
one
a
from
normal
Aristotle, one from
person
Hegel?
who's not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
Plato.
Next up.
So potentially the greatest mic drop I have ever seen in my entire life. Maybe think twice before you start doing the philosophy pop quiz with people.
Nah, man, there's no problem. It's cool. It's cool? Yeah, cool. Damn right it's cool. How you like me now? My boy's wicked smart.
Anyways, guys, great debate. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to smash that like button. Certainly if you made it this far, subscribe to the channel.
Props to Jake for that excellent video. That was really well done. And definitely Rachel won that debate by far. All right, so I'll give you guys the rest of the clip to the Jake debate here if you want to watch this later. And we got to get to the last of today's, which was the final grand finale, the final event of the political debate, which was Dinesh and Andrew. And as you can imagine, Dinesh did not do well. It was an absolute demolishing. I don't think anybody thinks Dinesh won that debate. As you survey the comments, let's see if we can find a clip of that. So the full debate is up, and we'll go ahead and watch Jake's.
It's my ranch. I got the deed.
Summary clip here as well, but the full debate, as I said, is up, and the only let's see. So the full Jay versus Naeem is up. The Jake me versus Jake is not up yet. But these others are up as well, so you can watch these.
I'm fighting for that shit. Do I have a right to go over to my neighbor and demand that he help?
No.
No, wait, what? Huh?
Hold on. So the man who insisted that Israel is a secular state makes the convenient switcheroo.
Perfect. I love this trap. Is secular ethics evil?
Yes.
Oh, yes. You got me. Let's pretend Israel's destroyed in a single day by its Islamic neighbors. How the hell does that negatively affect the United States?
What we're talking about is a buyout of the United States. Muslims say they're going to do it. They are doing it. We would
And all that stands in their way is 10 million
so
Jews.
You started out.
Want to let Dinesh finish?
Welcome back to Rattlesnake TV, guys. In this video, we have got one that I've been waiting for a very long time. It's Dinesh D'Souza versus Andrew Wilson on whether Christians have a moral obligation to support Israel. Now, the debate nerds are going to love this one. We've got two of the best debaters out there, two absolute heavyweights at the peak of their powers, debating a subject that is extremely topical and divisive. So well done to James from Modern Day Debate for organizing this one. If you guys haven't been to a Debatecon, you definitely should at some point. And with that, let's get into the clips, starting with a little bit of...
Wait till you see the next one. Like, can you imagine what me versus David Wood is going to be like? That's going to be insane.
Key context from Andrew Wilson's opening statement.
Dinesh's view comes down to a whole bunch of really stupid propositions that actually make no sense. Note, I'm not calling Dinesh stupid. He's far from it. But even intelligent people can believe stupid propositions and often do. Logical proposition 1, Christians need to support a Jewish state of Israel because their ethics and Christian ethics overlap. This is something which Dinesh has said multiple times. The reason this is a stupid proposition is because the modern state of Israel is a secular state. This state supports abortion, and most of the public supports it. They have pregnancy termination boards which grant 99% of applications abortions up to 24 weeks and beyond. They support gay marriage, and while not marrying gays themselves, as there is no civil marriage authority, they recognize all out-of-country gay marriages as valid, and all gay cohabitation has identical social and financial rights. Let that sink in. They are extremely pro-transgender, and their public healthcare system provides generously for trans surgery and voice mod training. According...
Based.
One second here. According to their own polling, the Israeli Institute for Gender and LGBTQ Studies has supported 75% or more for homosexual acceptance, advocacy, and gender care, which includes 90% from secular Jews and even over 50% from the religious Orthodox Jews. Now I can keep going. Women in the military, IVF programs, national health care, prostitution, pornography. These are libtards, essentially, who live in Israel that Dinesh wants us to support. A whole nation of them. Christian ethics here in the USA determines that we resist these things in our own nations. Why would we support other nations which codify these things as law? Any more than we would Sharia law.
All right, so Andrew starts here by defining Israel as a secular liberal state. Abortion, gay marriage, trans healthcare, the whole list. And he asks why Christians have some sort of a moral obligation to support and fund a country whose ethics look nothing like Christian ethics. This is important because it cuts to the heart of the argument here, but it's only one side of it. But it will be a very key aspect of the debate moving forward. And this is a position that is, mind you, applied equally. Based on this logic, he would have the same position for other secular nations and supporting them in their troubles. And of course, it goes without saying that it's the same for Islamic countries, which is a pretty hilarious allegation that gets thrown around these days. I mean, 1 minute you're a Zionist, in one debate, and then the next debate you're an Islamist. As if there's only two options. But anyway, let's carry on.
These people who are in this desert completely surrounded by Islamic lunatics, less safe there than they are in Western nations, yes or no?
Yeah, they are more safe in Western nations with fewer Islamic fanatics.
The other thing that was interesting about this debate, I've only watched a handful of Dinesh debates. I mean, I think that he's had some moments in the past where he did pretty good. For example, he did a tag debate, actually, surprisingly. Many years ago, I saw a tag debate. I think we might have even covered Dinesh's tag debate where he was pro tag, and he did pretty good. But the thing here is he does terrible here. I mean, just does terrible. There's a lot of deflecting and haggling over words and talking around and not giving a clear answer on purpose, which it's just he didn't do good.
Why do I have to beat these things out of you when you just agree with me?
Yeah, it's like pulling teeth, right?
Because you are pursuing a tactic of pretending like you're making a point when there is actually no point to be made. If a country based on a common identity in their own ancestral homeland it's like saying I have a ranch. Yeah. I'm surrounded by outlaws who want to burn down my ranch, rape my wife, kill my kids, and you go, well, why don't you then give up your homeland, give up your ranch? You're obviously safer if you move somewhere else. And I'm like, no, this actually is my homeland. I have every right to be here. And all I want is the right to fight back against these monsters who also hate you and declare you, America, to be their great Satan. I'm their little Satan.
Yeah,
and you're pretending like you're doing us a massive favor.
You're giving me or describing all sorts of positions to me that I haven't given, which is hilarious. For one thing, let's use your ranch example.
Okay.
You're absolutely 100,000% correct. I have outlaws. They're all around my little ranch, right? It's my ranch. I got the deed. I'm fighting for that shit. Do I have a right to go over to my neighbor and demand that he help?
No.
No, wait, what?
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Well,
did you say no?
I said by itself, no. If your
By
ranch,
itself, no.
Yeah, if your ranch was encircled and your neighbor's ranch was not imperiled at all, and if your neighbor had nothing to do with it, then you're right. You would be appealing on the basis of like mercy or common heritage. You would be in Churchill's position.
And this is the thing, like, at no point in this debate really did Dinesh explain why there is an ought, right? Obviously, he takes a position that we ought to, but he doesn't justify or give an account for why we ought to, right? Now, he talked a lot. He yapped a lot. There's a lot of analogies, a lot of, think about it like a criminal, think about it like a police officer, but at no point in the analogies did it explain why we ought. It was just sort of like, well, obviously you ought, because think about a criminal, a police officer battling a bunch of criminals. Okay. How is that translated into we ought?
Because the Nazis had not attacked America. America faced no immediate danger from Hitler, and Churchill basically was reduced to begging. But the United States entered in on the Allied side. Why? Because we have historical,
This is so stupid. Like, what?
moral, philosophical, even spiritual continuities with
If I remember, this is where Pearl Harbor comes out, right?
Europe, and we came to the aid of Europe for that reason.
More like
now,
the
Israel
Japanese
situation,
attacked us and blew up our entire Pacific fleet and drug us into a massive war. Did we just forget like a whole big part of this?
I think you've got your dates all garbled. The Germans invaded Poland in 1939, right?
Yeah.
The United States, yes, did get into the war in 1947, but the point I'm trying to make...
Wait, what? What?
I'm saying that the American ranch was not threatened.
No. What did you say before that?
Okay, well, let me put it this way.
What did you say before that?
The United States,
hold on. From
the United States could have
quiet.
fought against Japan and left the Nazis alone.
Oh, I thought before I was getting my dates all mixed up.
No, you were.
And then you're like,
no,
oh, wait a
I'm
second.
saying the United States had no reason to fight in the European theater when the attack came
Except
from
that
Japan.
Germany declared war on us?
Germany did declare war on the United States, but...
We had no
Wait, this is so silly. Like, what?
reason to go to war except for philosophical reasons.
Exactly. And so here you have the Iranian parliament burning the American flag. Here you have Hamas and Hezbollah declaring that we are their enemy no less than Israel. We are the infidels from the point of view of Islam. But according to you, our ranch is not threatened. I think it is. I think our ranch and their ranch are both in the sights of the bad guys who have a massive global movement.
Yeah. As if Hamas and Iran and Alawites and Hezbollah and Sunni Shia or Sunni Salafi, as if they're all united to fight America. Now, he's got to know that if you've debated Muslims for a while, Sunni and Shia hate each other more than I think either of them hate America. That would be my assumption. So this is preposterous, really just boomer slop, as if there's this giant unified Islamic world fighting America, the great Satan. Nothing could be further from the truth, especially when we think about Timber Sycamore, Western U.S. Israel support for ISIS, Al-Qaeda, etc. It's all becomes preposterous.
By the way, they're not content to fight over there.
Hang on.
All right, so that was a very high-level exchange. I enjoyed that one. Dinesh was sort of put on the ropes there, and he had to roll with the punches and also try and land a few counters of his own. What we just saw here was Dinesh obviously trying to use an analogy or hypothetical. And analogies can be very effective in debates.
By the way, almost all of Dinesh's argument, as I remember it, was just him coming up with various hypotheticals. It was hypothetic.
Hypotheticals because they're designed to test your opponent's logic. And this is why the how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning, that whole meme, why that became very popular. Even though, sorry to burst a few bubbles, but it's not the greatest hypothetical because it's not normally structurally related to the debate. But anyways, this analogy here was. And whilst it is a good tool, it can also massively backfire if you misuse it. Because a seasoned debater, if they catch that, will just put you through the ringer. They will put you through the meat grinder of the analogy stress test. And the real test of the logic that undergirds your analogy is when they take it out of the parameters that you set. And that's what we're seeing here. My ranch, my right to defend it, fine. Andrew never touches that part. He actually extends it. Does the rancher get to walk over and conscript the neighbor too? And I know that this is getting into a little bit of debate autism, but that gap between the parameters that you set with the analogy and the stress test, that will make or break your argument, essentially. So, I mean, high risk, high reward. But Dinesh did pretty well there. I mean, he's a smart and seasoned debater, so he took a brief moment, then he shifted the argument to a different, more favorable analogy of World War II. I would say Andrew won the exchange overall, but well played to both gentlemen.
We're talking about evil in two completely different senses. There is a sense in which heresy is evil, right? Because it departs from the theological straight path.
This is where Dinesh really begins to crumble, because this problem of trying to make heresy only equivalent to Islam totally backfires when you bring in rabbinic Judaism.
In fact, orthodoxy means a straight path. Heresy means a deviation.
Sure.
We're talking about evil in a more natural law sense, by which I mean
I don't believe in natural law.
You don't believe in natural law?
No.
Okay. Do you believe
I'm
in
not
the
a
Ten
natural law
Commandments?
proponent because I'm not a Catholic. Sure, the Ten Commandments are fine.
Do you believe that do you believe that to take a 5-year-old kid and forcibly transition that kid is evil?
Of course.
Okay. Now, is that the same as the kind of evil that you were describing when you were talking about Christian heresy? I mean, in other words, Judaism is a heresy, and that's one type of evil. I'm saying there's another type of evil.
I just want to make sure.
Murder is evil.
So notice he made a huge mistake that's going to bite him in a minute, because he admits that Judaism is a heresy. And then he's going to try to say that we have a duty to support Israel because Islam is a heresy. And then he tries to shift. I'm going from memory. Then he tries to shift to saying, well, look, God providentially uses evil rulers to fight against other rulers, so we should support even an evil ruler in some cases. And then it's like, you mean Muslims? Right? It's like, that's the problem with going with this line of argument, is like, once you admit that Judaism is also heresy like Islam, now there's no clear way to delineate between which of the two heresies you support in this analogy of God can use an evil ruler. Okay, so if you're going to say God can use Israel even if they have evil rulers, then God uses Muslims even if they have. This is so stupid.
Well,
yeah. I just want to make sure I got it right. So when you're making the differentiation, you're saying this is evil and this is evil and this is a lesser evil than this one.
I'm saying that this is a force for good in combating this evil.
Yeah, but you're still saying both are evil.
Well,
if you're saying both are evils,
if both are heresies, then how are you delineating which of the two heresies is the good one?
You want us to support the lesser evil.
Well, I certainly do believe that. There are many cases of supporting the lesser evil.
But then aren't you admitting Jewish ideology is evil?
Well, I'm admitting that Jewish theology is a heresy, or at least
and that is evil.
It's evil in its rejection of Christianity. I agree with that. Theologically,
Perfect.
of course. But
so you're just saying support evil to stop evil.
No.
Support evil and to stop evil. Perfect.
So the man who insisted that Israel is a secular state makes a convenient switcheroo and is now making Israel a theological state, which is out of sync with Christianity. Go one way or the other. You're trapped on your own.
Why would we have to go one way or the other when their position is a both and, right? It's neither just an ethnic state nor a religious position. It is both. So why are we supposed to choose either one? This is stupid.
Actually, perfect. I love this trap.
Okay.
Is secular ethics evil?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Oh.
Yeah, so even if you go with the route of it being a secular state, that's evil. So now, do we go with the secular Jewish state, the evil Islamic state, the Jewish heresy state? They're all evil. So how are we supposed to know, Dinesh, why we're supposed to, therefore, we ought to support Israel? This is so stupid.
Oh, shit. You got me.
Wow. We have had secular ethics in the world for about 500 years at least.
Right?
And we have secular ethics that dominate this country right now. Would you say that the United States right now is evil?
I would say that the secularists who are in charge of it are fucking evil.
Okay. But
evil fucking bastards.
But notice that when it comes to Israel, you foist the evil on the nation.
Oh,
when it comes to America,
no, he didn't. That's now he's doing a straw man, and he's trying to pull the you're an anti-Semite. This is what they do.
America, you're pro-American, your 4th of July, your 250th anniversary, you're America, rah, 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 but there are these bad secular people in the country. You're against them, but you're not anti-American, are you?
Perfect. Let's use this exact same analogy.
Okay.
We'll use the exact same analogy back the other way. Right here in the United States, there's tons and tons and tons of Christians. They're not evil, right? We don't consider them evil. They're not evil. Trinitarian Christians are not evil. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. Great. That's not an evil ideology. The secularists in charge of the United States are evil bastards with an evil ideology. You agree. Let's move it over to Israel.
Dude, it's like, is Dinesh not that smart? Maybe like I'm starting to wonder.
Same analogy. If you have a Jewish state, the secular Jews, evil ideology. The Jewish theology, which also exists there, evil ideology. So both of these that we're combating are evil ideologies. You want us to support both of those evil ideologies to take out another evil ideology when right here we have an evil ideology we're combating in our own nation in order to support the ideology which isn't evil, Christianity. Perfect.
Now. All right, so that was a major concession there by Dinesh, and he actually would have been wiser to maybe play some semantics with the word evil. But the problem is, he'd already conceded previously in the debate that which you would call evil would be that which leads you away from Christianity, or leads you away from Christ, or leads you away from participating in the energies of God, as Andrew said. And obviously Judaism, being a heretical theology, does that. But there's also an important fallacy at play here, and Dinesh has been using this fallacy, and it's the equivocation fallacy. This is when somebody uses the same word to mean two different things in the same argument, playing fast and loose.
Yeah, and basically, we saw that with almost every debate that we've analyzed tonight. Kyla was relying heavily on equivocation. I don't know if we saw it with Jake, but we saw it with Naeem. So we've been seeing that a lot.
With definitions, if you will. So earlier in the debate, Dinesh called Israel secular to get past the concern that its religious factions could produce a false messiah. And here, the second Andrew gets him to admit secular ethics are evil and points that same standard at Israel, Dinesh reframed to the country being God's chosen instrument. And this is where...
Yep, this is where Dinesh crumbled.
You'll notice the equivocation fallacy. Israel means two different things, or Israel represents two different things, depending on what the current objection is. And Andrew catches it and calls it what it is, which is the switcheroo. But anyway, both points actually end up working against Dinesh here, because actually secular and Jewish, both in his own worldview, he admitted it before, would point to evil. Now, after this, he actually presents a stronger argument here, which is that Islam represents the greater evil. So let's have a listen.
Yeah, and by the way, you'll notice this is like cascading crash and burn.
Seriously pretend. Game out the hypothetical with me. Israel's destroyed in a single day by its Islamic neighbors. Okay, that's what happens. It's gone. Let's just say. How the hell does that negatively affect the United States? What is it going to do to the average citizen here if that happens, even if Muslims are getting super uppity and want their caliphate?
Okay.
What does it do?
Let's play it out. Okay, so number one, let's assume that a juggernaut launched out of, let's say, Iran and Qatar takes Israel. And not only that, but now all the other Gulf kingdoms are intimidated, and so they submit to a single unified force. Let's just call it the United States of Islam.
Okay.
And that's the whole Middle East.
Okay.
It is fantastically rich. It has nuclear weapons, and it has a suicidal and genocidal ideology that says, we love death. We don't like life. These guys, right, are now going to start bankrolling the Islamic project in America to a degree that you can hardly imagine. So we are now talking about the fact, and let's just game it out. You want to game it out? Let's game it out.
Okay.
Every politician in Texas, by and large, if you want to get their attention, just write them a check for $10,000 and they will call you within a week. Within a week to hear you out and what's on your mind.
Sure.
Now imagine an Islamic regime, 2 billion people in the world with almost infinite resources, offering every U.S. congressman $100 million in their pack if they vote on the side of Islam. What percentage of Democrats do you think would say no? I would submit it's about 1 or 2%. What percentage of Republicans would say no? I submit it's about 10%.
Okay, great.
My son-in-law included.
Okay.
But what we're basically talking about is a buyout of the United States of America, Inc. This is on the table. The Muslims say they're going to do it. They are doing it. We would fortify
and all that stands in their way is 10 million Jews.
You started out.
All that stands in the way of all of the Muslim world uniting, even though there's nukes there now, even though they have a shared value to destroy Israel now, is 10 million Jews that are sitting. That's the stupidest thing that I ever heard. Here's actually much more like it.
Yeah, why? This is so stupid. Like, is he actually arguing that Israel is the only thing keeping the entire zillion Muslims from taking over the world? This is so dumb.
Hang on. I said let's game it out.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll game it out. I'll game it out a different way.
Okay.
They destroy Israel in a single day. Isn't it equally possible that they open up relations with the United States and the rest of the West because they want to enter into massive trade agreements? Because it is the case that they want their own people groups to thrive? Because it is the case that they are geographically landlocked away from Europe for the most part, and definitely the United States?
Okay.
Isn't it the case that we could then get oil for cheaper?
Yeah.
Isn't it then the case that there's all sorts of trade agreements we could have that we no longer have to sanction them on because we don't have to have this protectorate there? That's equally logically possible. The problem that you have here, I'm not saying that this should happen. I'm pointing out an analogy. that you are making the determinative kind of quality here, that 10 million Jews are stopping this nightmare scenario, and it's absurd. That's not what's actually going on. What's actually going on is the United States military is what's stopping that nightmare scenario, not 10 million Jews in the United States. And if we had mass migration of Christians to that region for their own holy land, for them to have their own holy relics, for them to have the holy land back to them, that region would be infinitely safer than it is right this second.
All right, so
that's what I've been saying. Like, why is that land not Christian land? Right? Let's have that medieval, Byzantine Christian kingdom.
One of my favorite sections of the debate there. I really enjoyed that because both of the analogies were quite strong there. I mean, first of all, Dinesh's scenario about the Islamic Caliphate coming together to buy out the United States Congress is certainly not impossible. I mean, look at the impact AIPAC is.
I mean, yeah, it's not impossible, but does Dinesh not know who actually owns Congress?
To have on the Republican and the Democratic Party. Look at Europe and how the Qataris are funding mega billion-dollar mosques and Islamic centers, and the European politicians are, for whatever reason, allowing it. And this is a significant threat. Dinesh is absolutely right about that. It is a hypothetical, but, we are seeing this sort of play out. It's a bigger problem in Europe than it is in America, but if you look at the demographic trends, and if you look at migration patterns, it could certainly be a big problem in the future. But right now, it's definitely Europe's problem. But Andrew's point here also holds up. A newly unified, wealthy bloc has much more to gain from opening relations with the West than from fighting it. And remember, guys, this is all speculation at the end of the day. So anyway, one more clip I wanted to play here for you. It was towards the end of the debate. They had a little philosophy bro back and forth, and I found it really entertaining. So let's check it out.
Usually you guys are just used to me taking the harder position, but for once, he had to defend a position. I thought it was important that he did, but I did not think he would have an ought no, because I don't think it's easy to make one for this.
All right, so let me say a word about this. Somehow there is a distinction between an is and an ought. And there's a certain naive view that an is and an ought are unconnected. That somehow if you say an is, no ought follows from the is. This is
it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Does he not know this? This is pretty basic philosophy. So I'm not sure where Dinesh thinks he's going to go with this.
Hume's guillotine.
Yeah, exactly. And Hume is not only out of step with the mainstream of philosophy, it would...
What does that have to do? It doesn't matter whether Hume is in step or out of step with anybody. Like, what's the logical connection between how you get an ought from an is?
Hold on,
okay.
Want to let Dinesh finish?
I'm very familiar with Hume. Don't get me wrong.
That door is gray. It implies what ought?
Okay.
That door is gray.
Okay.
What implies what ought?
All right. I am an author. I ought to write some books. I just gave you an is that implies an ought.
No, that's not this. The question is about moral oughts. And so, yeah, you could say that in the idea of the telos, or the meaning of certain names or phrases, there is a implication about what it signifies. But in the context of what we're talking about, it's moral oughts, not any ought, right? So the idea of a moral ought from an is the whole debate. So this is just a technicality that's not really addressing. And the debate is about moral oughts, not any ought.
Author, that's an is. I ought to write some book. He is a doctor. He ought to cure people.
We're going to jump to this is the last question.
This is a keyboard.
What's the ought?
Okay, it ought to be used for computing.
This is the last question.
Yeah, but it's not moral oughts. That's the thing. So if you say that, oh, well, I disagree with Hume because you can't get any old ought from an is, the whole debate relevance with atheists is moral ought and moral obligation. And that's the point that you can't get, because yeah, you might have the assumption of some purpose or some telos, but even if you're a Humean, you could still call into question, if you're a strict skeptic, you could call into question that, well, the existence of the purpose of an author or of a keyboard or something like that. I could even deny that there is any inherent purpose in it, right? So you're then shifting it to, well, the meaning of the term, right? The meaning of the term keyboard includes that you produce, that you use it to write things. Well, but I don't know that keyboards have within them that purpose or that telos, right? None of that really matters, because the whole usage that we have as internal critique precept people for Hume's skepticism isn't about that. It's about moral obligations. What moral obligation is there if everything just is? There isn't one. And so you need to provide the moral obligation behind an ought.
Gave it to you, and because you're stumped, the best thing that you can do is to guffaw, because you think that In classical Christian philosophy, every ought.
All right, folks, need to keep it down.
Jesus died for our sins. We ought to worship him. Is and ought is more closely connected than Hume conceded. Hume wanted to attack morality, and his way of attacking morality is to put all of morality in the ought column, and therefore to say that no ought can come out of an is. You think Aristotle would have agreed with that?
You just
No.
said, well, first of
No.
all, these are two different philosophies, but you just said, I said this is a keyboard, and you said you ought to use it.
It ought to be used for...
Hang on. All I'm asking, I'm just going to ask a simple question. How do we get to the I ought to use it? Because I described that it is that thing.
Well, the ought is teleologically derived.
Exactly. As I said, telos. And the problem is that David Hume would then also question telos, right? So it might be included within the idea of a thing that has this purpose. But if you're a human skeptic, not only do you not believe in moral oughts, you also don't believe in telos.
The thing that it is. I mean, a lot of the argument...
Why can't I just use it as a paperweight?
Okay, a lot of the classical argument against homosexuality is that you have a rear end. It ought to be used for the purpose of excretion and not to stick large objects in it, right? There is an ought coming out of an is. There you go.
That does not defer an ought from an is.
Women are constructed in a certain way.
We do.
Hold on. Women are built...
Yeah, we know that from a Christian paradigm that assumes and believes in telos, that makes sense that certain things have purpose. But the question is, from a Christian paradigm, how do you show us that we have the moral obligation to support the atheist socialist nation state of Israel? And that was never shown. And so it is perfectly accurate to bring Hume's skepticism in for the moral argument.
In a certain way, that is the is, right?
So, I mean, there we have it, guys. Dinesh has solved Hume's guillotine. But anyway, I don't really have too much to say about this because both of these gentlemen's knowledge of philosophy would absolutely dwarf my own. So I'm going to stay in my lane, but I definitely did enjoy that exchange thoroughly. And I would actually love to see them do an extended debate on some...
All right, so you will see me in an extended debate with Dinesh. We don't know exactly what the prompt is, but he has agreed to... I think Debatecon 11 is what we're looking for next year. That will be a lot of fun. So shout out to Jake for that video. This Dyer archive put this together a couple days ago. And oh wait, that's not the one. There's another one about watch this before this one. Reemerged. So watch this before Dyer versus D'Souza. I'll give you guys that link here. All right, let's get to the rest of these super chats. And guys, thank you for your patience also when it comes to the part 2 of the Rothschilds biography. We will get to that this week. So I should be back to normal, patterns of content this week after all the big stuff has come and gone. Be sure and check out the Naeem debate, which just went up live, the full debate, and then I'm sure the Jake debate will be full up live very soon. Dre God, the Lutherans are popping off. Yeah, but I mean, Lutheranism is ridiculous. Shepherd, $5. Captain Crackrack got caught Googling in your debate, but now we have the Cholo El Ese getting called out. Jay, you must hate minorities. Yeah, it's actually my fault that they're cheating, and in some way, I'm guilty for that because I'm an oppressor. So it's actually I deserve to be cheated on because I is a cracker person. Salt Farmer, Austin Peterson was actually your worst debate. Oh, we always forget Austin Peterson. He's definitely in the top 3. That's right. Austin Peterson, the Libertarian. If you've not seen that one, that was one of the Misfit Patriot, Erudite, Austin Peterson. They're probably all tied for worst, actually. Actually, Austin Peterson and Misfit Patriot are probably even a little bit worse than Erudite. R. Garcia, Brian Shapiro was the worst, $5. Yamaha Banshee, Brian Shapiro could not go a single argument or topic without fallacies and relativism. That's true. Turtle Zill Sage One, $10. Thank you for your work and content, Jay. And he sends that twice. JB Peltier, $5. The average woman thinks that debate is just saying nuh-uh, and then arguing and saying a bunch of words. Well, you will see that with me and the large human resources woman. That woman was a human resource. She was humanity's resource. X Lockstep, $5. I feel like you upped your aura at Debatecon by 100. I never doubted your skills, but you brought the energy that no one else had. Well, that's because I took it as a comedy routine and did crowd work, literally. Pix Paradox, $10. This is for the Beverage Goblin. Thank you. Ryan, $10. Despite me frame mogging you in the photo, I don't know which dude you were a merciful Wixantium Emperor, and you didn't have me execute it on the spot. You should do some Catherine Crick. Yeah, we'll probably do that this week. This crazy apostle woman. Also look up the newest iteration of the tongues movement. Okay. Will you debate Clift Connect Knucklehead? Yes, I will. Caleb, backstage debates are selling point for Debatecon events. Okay. JB Peltier, $5. Philosopher could call the idea bullshit and sued and cite bullshit as a technical term. Mr. Fist, who that is? Chetnik, $10. Women on the stream equals Kango pimp hat. I like this one. I'm gonna start wearing this hat a lot. I might just wear this to every debate except for my KGB Colonel outfit. I'm gonna wear it at Orlando. Leech, $5. Do you have any documentaries or videos about a person new? Icon documentary, Byzantine documentary, Nutty's Vault, $50. Dinesh had an indefensible position, but even then there could have been better arguments made about World War II, joining the war, etc. Lynn Lisak pointing out Andrew would have to say that Americans are evil for supporting a heterodox Christianity. That's true. There are other routes that if Dinesh had been a little swifter, he could have taken that debate. But also, you know, in debate, when you're in the midst of it, especially if in a large crowd, because there's about 500 people there, it's not easy to think silently and clearly about some specific thing, because you get like there's a million different distractions and it's in the heat of the moment. So it's not easy. You know, if you're an observer, it's very easy to like watch and listen and think and, yes, this would have been a much better. But in the heat of the moment, it's very difficult because you have to think lightning quick. All right, let's look at the YouTube super chats. I am paraphrasing a bit because I'm also getting tired and I'm kind of in a hurry because I'm super hungry and we've been going for 6 hours, dog. What's up, Berserk? Shout out to the new members. Christopher Scott says, great to meet you at Debatecon. Thank you, man. Good to meet you. Making sure Thomas of Utah, you can't touch Mormon Jesus. He's better. Oh, that's from the video. What's up? Shout out to Dylan Garrett, new member. Lost. What's up, Avarice? And we did that one. Making sure I didn't miss any of the big super chats over here. Dragon Fist TV, $10. Jay, keep up the good work. You did great at Debatecon. Thank you, Dragon Fist. Shout out to him. Dragon Fist, $20, says, here is for the goal. Shout out to you guys helping me hit the goal. Eddie Lifts, Ninjas is talking fast. Matt Ortho Lad, this is small appreciation for the Wizantine Kango bucket hat. Nixie gifted 5 memberships. Appreciate that. Shout out to Nixie. Cyan, $20. This is off topic, but prayers for Nirmal Persia or NIMS and the entire team who perished in an avalanche, a team from Elite Expedition. I had planned to go climbing with them. Dang. He's one of the greatest to have ever lived. Lord have mercy. Okay, so I didn't know about this. So apparently a mountain climber perished, and this guy was going to climb with him. So Lord have mercy. Adrian, I think we did this one. Pleasure, $50. Pleasure to meet you guys. Well done. Great debate. This was a good way to kick off the weekend. In the Phil, $10. Lack of preparation actually made for a very entertaining debate. You defended orthodoxy well. Sola Scriptura, Islam is absurd. We might have done that. I don't remember, but if I didn't, I did it again. Octavian, AI will be debating AI on stage eventually. Yeah, probably. Orthoclips, shout out to that, $2. Jack Slim, $10. Thank you. Thomas of Utah, $5. Genuine question. Why is it okay to point to Byzantium, but also don't use it as a civilizational success to prove religion? Well, why would a civilizational success prove the religion? It's a non sequitur. It proves civilizational success, and that was the argument. So it relates to the religion, but how does that prove the religion true or false? I mean, this is the whole point of Augustine's City of God, right? Because the Romans are saying that Christianity is false because Rome fell when it adopted Christianity, or at least Latin, Western Rome. So go read City of God, because that's the whole point of that book. Chief Dylan, it's pronounced Isle Rada. Okay, whatever, I don't care. Yamaha Banshee, $5. Did you cover? Yes, we covered Dinesh on Izot. But that's not actually addressing Hume's objection. It's just an attempt at reasserting Aristotelian philosophy. But Hume would also deny that there's purpose in objects or in the world. Purpose, or telos, is an interpretation. So his line of argument would go. Sexy Dead, $10. Thank you for your work, Jay. I was baptized Saturday at Elder Antipas and Hieromonk Theodosius by them at Mount Athos. That's awesome. Holy Relics, St. Spiridon were there, present for the baptism. That's awesome. Many years to you, dog. Mad Ortholad, $5. Cholo Cheater actually apostatized. He left Orthodoxy for papacy. Yeah, I heard he claimed that, but who knows what's true. I don't trust any of these people. Light skinned, $10. I was sitting behind Cholo Cheater at the Jake debate. He was obnoxious. Jay was very nice, but people want to spin this story when they weren't there. Yeah, that dude's a liar. The Cholo Cheater guy. I wouldn't. I mean, this guy's, if he's trying to cheat in the debate, why would you believe anything he says? Blink 4444, $20. This is an orange super chat towards the goal. Byzantium will come. Emperor J. O'Doyer. Steelborn, $10. Shout out to us. Got to meet Steelborn. Cool dude. We hung out with him throughout the debate. If we write a book claiming the 9 gods of Skyrim are real, and then in my book I claim that the book is true, then it has to be true and right. Yeah, if you use a declarative voice. Don't forget that part. And also cool prose or whatever. Sincere hypocrite. Notice how the worldview of Muslims is atheistic, stories and legends, and then completely ignoring the spiritual reality. Yeah, pretty much. Scheme Schmecks, $6. Take these shekels. I'll go to liturgy. You're the reason I'm Orthodox. Cool, dude. Thank you for helping me. Yeah, you got it, bro. Nice work, Big J. $5 from Legacy. Sincere hypocrite, $5. Islam has as much continuation with the Torah as Star Wars Disney does with the originals. That's a good analogy. RPN, $5. Serbian Orthodox won today. UFC. Tingu, $50. Thanks for that big fat super chat. Jay, you look like Raoul Duke from Fear and Loathing. Okay, so as long as I don't look like Hunter S. Thompson. Appreciate that big fat super chat. God First Gill, is God's essence or energies more important? I mean, they're both God, so I mean, I don't think there's there's no levels of importance in God. Is God fully present in them? Yes. Is God love and unknowable essence? Yes, he's both. Noose Nexus says, I won't be promoting Cholo cheaters anymore. Much appreciated. Thank you for being cool. Yeah, it's all good. Just Gerald, $10. A girl came to Debatecon, and she said she wanted specifically to see you debate. If she had not come, I wouldn't have met her, and then we would not have become boyfriend-girlfriend. Exactly. Jay, you're actually the ultimate wingman. That's good. That's cool. That's a good providential story. Refurbished poop, $5. You can tell that Kyla is mad because she sounds like she has a double shot of mustard stuck in her throat. JB Peltier, $5. Who would you rather be trapped in an elevator with? A gorilla, a skunk, or Kyla? I wouldn't be able to delineate any of the three, so I wouldn't know which one is which. Oh. Steelborn, $10. Jay, why did Kyla sound like at the opening she was reading to a class of kindergartners? I think that's her peer group, so she's used to reading to her peer group. Viceroy, $20. Jay, I gotta admit, a lot of streamers are fake. They're exposed in the IRL. However, you were the real deal. Yes, when you meet me IRL, I is the same BIPOC queen. You don't get no separate persona. You get the same BIPOC queen. You've been a great voice out here, but stay safe. Guard your heart. I don't want the cholos breaking my heart. JB, $5. The average woman. Oh, we did that. Sam 153 since $10. Thanks, dude. When will you debate Cliff Knucklehead? Whenever they ask, I'm open to it. Let's do it. Bring him to Debatecon. Bring him to World War Debate. Bring him to 5-on-5. That what's that? Brandon Straka's 5-on-5s. I'll be doing some of those in the future too. Caleb, backstage debates. No, we did that one. Dirk Diggler, $5. Jay, you are a bright and shining star. Thank you. Byzantine Melvin, $5. Here's $5 for embarrassing Adderall Barbie. All right, I believe we hit all the super chats. Let me check over here. Yep. All right, guys. Thank you so much. A lot of fun. Look for normal content, normal streams this week. I'll probably do a stream tomorrow, and we'll get back to